is down on the sideline, kind of, saying hello to folks, mixing it up. And, dude, I don't know him. I'm not pretending. I don't know the situation. But, B, tell me who this reminds you of. He was standing by himself, intently kind of staring out. Nobody around him, nobody talking to him. He had, like, a security dude 5-7 yards away. And you could tell he had, like, a handler, like this dude that went everywhere he went, that was talking to people. But then I watched him leave the field, go down the tunnel, and he had this vacant stare where he kind of, like, looked through people and really nobody around him mattered. You know what I'm saying? And in that moment, I'm just like, damn, this dude gives me Dan vibes. Like, that's just how Dan acted on the sideline. And it was just like, between last week with the Browns, and 2 weeks ago with the Browns and Watson and everything they got going, and then playing the Panthers, and seeing how they handled Darrell Green and how they are investing into the stadium. It's an old, beat up stadium. It's not going to be. Yeah, it's not going to be Jerry
They
World,
did what they could,
but they're trying
to try to get it right.
Right, and just the in-game production. How about having real people come sing the national anthem and having a giant flag? Like those are the easy, low-hanging fruit things that just did not happen. That is so rewarding, and it makes you feel like this operation has a real chance going forward.
I believe so.
And nobody knows what's going to happen with Jaden. The MRI is going to reveal it. I think you got to look at this weekend as at least a coin flip, if he plays or if he doesn't. But everyone I spoke to last night, it seems like they avoided anything major, anything long-term. That's what's more important. I know people are caught up in number 1 versus number 2, Caleb versus Jaden this weekend, and maybe he plays and maybe throws for 7 touchdowns. Nobody's ruling it out, but I think the answer has to be long-term. And
I think we started this whole thing off when they hired Adam by saying that they are going to build something for the long haul. And just like last week, we were talking about the trade deadline, and there were people that called in and said they need to hold the course, stick to what their plans were. Same thing here. It's not, and the whole thing is we see something and all of a sudden we assume that it's automatically going to happen. One thing we say at the beginning of the season every time, depending on injuries, because that can happen at any damn time.
And I think, some of the criticisms I saw last night were, I think they had 3 designed runs for Jaden in their first 5 or 6 plays. Maybe after you see him, especially after the 7-yard gain, you get away from that. There's a script in place, but I don't even know that all of them were designed.
After what 7-yard play? The one where he went down?
So there was the 47, then the 7 where he went down real awkward, and then there was another run. That last run may have been unnecessary in hindsight. I think when you've got an offense cooking like this and a play caller that's that dialed in, not everything needs to be, dissected posthumously. Like
that's the problem. Like when they go to do the first 12, 15, whatever the hell they do, who's picking most of those plays with the coach? The damn quarterback. Yeah. Okay. And if a guy has the ability to do it and have the willingness to do it, you're going to do it. Cliff didn't know on the first one he called, the dude going to go 50-something yards. And trying to protect himself, somebody falls on top of him. He didn't know that. But when he got up, he was still in the game calling it. Still going. So the whole thing is, can we allow them to do their job? Because we going to question everything. But it gets to a point where we're not around it enough to know exactly what's going on with the play calling and the plays and the players and all that.
They also, I believe, have the highest scoring offense in the NFL. Something's working. Their run game is outrageous. I think if you want to, in the light of the injury, say, oh, my God, Jaden's got to go out of bounds, or, oh, my God, Cliff's got to call less run plays, I think you're missing the point. I think things could have gone differently on those runs, but you got to let these guys do what they're doing because it's pro football and they're winning games and they're stacking up points. And that's the freaking goal. Like, maybe things over time evolve, but this is the plan and it's working. So what the hell are you talking about?
You got a guy who can do multiple things on the field, let him do it.
When we return, let's apply the rule of Tandler to what we learned yesterday. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley just getting warmed up on a Victory Monday.
This update presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Jaden Daniels update, according to Jordan Schultz on his X, he says initial tests have come back with no fractures to any of his ribs. Further tests will be conducted this week before the Commanders can announce his status for the Bears game. Marcus Mariota replaced Daniels and passed for 2 touchdowns as Commanders crushed the Panthers 40-7. Sunday Night Football, Steelers beat the Jets 37-15. Dodgers beat the Mets 10-5 to advance to Friday's Game 1 of the World Series against the Yankees at Chavez Ravine. The mayor of Washington, D.C., Muriel Bowser, has introduced a bill that would sell Capital One Arena to the district for $87.5 million and set the stage for major renovations. The new arena would be ready in time for the 27-28 campaigns. This update presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. Byron Curb on The Fan.
Well done here, Landfill. I think as much as the concern is Jaden and the ribs and whatever else that could be or not, they're still 5-2. I mean, they are in first place in the NFC East, 7 games into the season.
10 games left.
I mean, and they are beating the bejesus out of people. Like, I mean, their wins, their point differential, the way they're able to score.
Those who like the team are happy about it. Those who don't like this team, and we're always happy to be able to point fingers, laugh, and joke, they're butts tight.
Yeah, dude. I was
hurt. That's what's wrong.
I was texting with a couple of my buddies from college that are Giants fans, and they're like, damn, man, Skins are for real. And I was like, I think they are.
You think Saquon trying to get Butch Call fired?
You know what he did? Did you see what he did?
Yeah, 17 for 176. I know he did that.
Well, he was, I want to say 13 away from his all-time high. So the way he was running, probably 2 carries.
Took himself out.
Sirianni apparently went up to him and was like, yo, you're 13 away. And he's like, nah, man, let some other guys get some carries.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
That's cool. But you know what, though?
That's leadership.
I'm going to tell you, that may be leadership. But this is the other side of that. If you run the ball down to the 1-yard line and kneel down, that's more demoralizing than scoring a damn touchdown.
Sure.
So he sat there and said, I'm at the half-yard line. I don't want to score on them. That's demoralizing. It seems like it's very much.
John Mara was watching.
Hey, it listen to me. It seemed, but he not doing it for Mara because he loved Mara.
Yeah.
Mara wanted him there. Joe Shane, better start getting your moving company out there.
Yeah, man. That's a little tricky.
The man told you he'll be sick, and every week the dude is doing something else spectacular.
So Jaden Daniels' mom yesterday tweeted out at about halftime, maybe a little prior.
Mm-hmm.
She just said he's fine, HTTC. And I believe the Post did a story, or maybe it was Grant. I don't know. I think there's a story somewhere where players have said that Adam Peters, when he can, will reach out to family members of guys that get hurt. And it's a classy way to handle things.
Yeah, there was a story. They talked about this just maybe a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it's entirely possible Peters texted Miss Jackson. I think it's also possible Jaden just texted his mom.
Yeah.
But I think that is, he's fine. Maybe the x-ray is fine. That doesn't necessarily mean whatever happens today. And, dude, honestly, they're probably going to have subsequent tests beyond today. So I think, for me, everybody wants to know, do you think he plays this week? I kind of think it's a coin flip. I don't know. But I know you have a young guy that had to come out of the game yesterday. When he went to throw it to come back in, the medical staffers pulled him.
Mm-hmm.
They're not in a position. The absolute last thing I think this team will do or should do, and I think that's really important. I think there is an accord on what they will and should do, is react because you have the sizzle of Caleb Williams coming to town, number 1 versus number 2. They flex this game. There's all this excitement. That should not be a driving factor in any decision making.
I don't think anybody over there in a decision-making position thinks like that. I think if we were dealing with what we had just a few years ago, they damn well be thinking about that.
Dude, totally agree.
You know, and the whole thing is, listen, his mom's tweet was, he's good. He's doing okay, basically what it was. She didn't say he's 100% healthy. So that's just a parent who's like saying he's okay. You know, and if my kid gets hurt and my kid would call me and say, I'm cool, Dad, I will text he's cool. I'm not going to text anything about the medical information. I don't know that. You know, so I think it's people's fault. It's your problem if you want to take what somebody tweet and make it what you want it to be and read more than what they're saying.
I do think in the past, ownership would have cared about getting Jaden versus Caleb.
Hell
right?
yeah.
And I don't think these guys will care at all. I don't think there's a quick decision coming. I just saw this from Mike Jones, and it's completely in accordance with everything I've heard. Jonesy's saying Commanders are still waiting to learn more about Jaden Daniels' health. Might not know about his availability for the meeting with the Bears until Wednesday or Thursday. I almost think we will have a situation where Mariota's preparing as the starter. Yeah. And then if it changes, it changes.
If it's something muscular and things like that, if I'm him, I'm in a cryotherapy chamber 2-3 times a day. Because cryotherapy can get blood flow going better, which means healing is quicker. And sometimes people can't do things on the field just because of the pain threshold, okay? And if you can start getting the blood flowing properly in an area that may be a bruise or something like that, you can be right there. I had a friend of mine who daughter had an ankle injury, cryotherapy, 3 days, and the damn thing was black and blue, and in 3 days, it was not like that anymore. You know what I'm saying? So they have everything they need if they can get him where he needs to be. And sometimes it comes down to ultimately what drive does that person have inside of him. And that's one thing we know he has, a hell of a drive.
I think I got this tweet. I want to credit who the person is. Meta for Bergen TG. And he sent me a photo of a screen grab where it looks like Jaden is getting, I'm showing everybody. I guess the stream is up. Shout out to the stream.
Getting treated.
And he's like, oh, does it look like he's got a wrap or something on his ribs? Yes. They probably treated that thing immediately.
Hell yeah.
Like as soon as
you get him treated, the quicker he could come back.
They probably started treating it on the field before they were even sure they had to take him in.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it, he comes off the field after that opening touchdown, or the second touchdown, I guess. And then he immediately goes to the trainers. Like he's walking off the field holding his left side. Immediately the trainers are there with him. Then he sits down and the trainers are like up under those shoulder pads trying to figure out what's going on. I guess it was the field goal, rather. So you immediately have him being tended to. Then it takes a little bit, but finally they put up the blue tent. He walks over to the blue tent. After the blue tent, he goes on the field and tries to throw a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when it's like, all right, this ain't happening. Mariota goes in. He comes off the field, throws his helmet down, and then walks into the tunnel. We were asking repeatedly, because in the press box, NFL rules dictate that you get updates on players that are injured.
That's why I text you.
Yeah. And We didn't get it. We didn't get it. We didn't get it. And we're finally like, hey, what do we got here? Then he walks back out onto the field in street clothes. So there's your update. If you're wearing street clothes, you ain't coming back in.
Yeah.
How much of that? So, I mean, at halftime of this game, B, I think it was 27-0 at halftime?
Yeah.
27-0 at halftime.
I don't need we have this game in hand. I'm not forcing anything.
Right.
I think, listen, man, people can think what they want about Dan with his hat on backwards. You can think what you want about Adam, how he does things. I haven't seen him do wrong stuff when it comes to making decisions for the moving forward of this football team. So there could be some people that don't like him or don't feel like that was the guy, whatever. They've done every damn thing right since they've come here. And I think we got to get to the point where we forget about what the hell was and start judging them on what is and what they're doing. Because right now, I think every time something goes down, we go through the process of what would have happened before we come back to what did just happen. You know what I'm saying? And they have done nothing but stripe them. They've been Alfred Morrison home runs, ever since they gotten here. So give them credit for that and stop worrying about what the hell was before. He got his cheddar and ran. Bye.
Yeah, I think, it's kind of fascinating. Not that it's a direct correlation, right? Because every injury is different. Every situation is different. Players are different, all of it. But Dorrance Armstrong, big, strong defensive end, I'm almost positive. I'm trying to look it up. Like, he's been missing time on the injury report with a rib injury.
Mm-hmm.
He had a rib injury. He didn't practice all last week and didn't play on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
I think you gotta consider. I'd also
a
argue
rib injury can be multiple.
Can be
things.
a lot of different things.
So I mean, it's like, and then again, listen, Dorrance,
but he's also 6'4", 250.
But the size of a person doesn't mean how you can handle pain. We got some little bitty people out there that I see takes a lot of damn pain. The big dude can't do it.
Yeah. I'm not suggesting that's an apples to apples comparison, but players will miss time for ribs. Maybe Jaden won't. Maybe he's good to go. The longer this goes, it's not like he has to learn if he doesn't get cleared till Sunday, if say they make it a true game time decision and he's good, then he's good. Mm-hmm. I think you have to believe they've been quite cautious, I'd say, with injured players.
Let me tell you this. Okay. Jaden is a Bugatti. Nobody buys a Bugatti and then just go park it in the middle of a busy street or let anybody drive it, right? They're going to take care of that Bugatti. So if he can go play, they're going to let him play. If he can't play, they won't let him play. So if you see him on the football field, every I has been dialed and T been crossed. They're going to make sure they figure out everything before he goes out there. Wouldn't be like that with some other players. But with that player right there, they're going to damn sure make sure everything's good. Because that dude is your face and your future. And they're going to take care of that. All the people want to second guess, tell you with that.
In the meantime, Mariota was cooking.
He was.
And he started bad, and it looked rough, and that was kind of in conjunction with what we saw in the preseason. But once he settled in, and then he's running an offense, throwback to the Oregon situation.
Yeah.
He looked great.
I was a big Mariota fan when he was at Oregon.
Yeah.
So when you get to the pros, you go to other teams, you might not like a person when they go to a team that you don't like.
Bro, how about the fact that Mariota and Jameis were playing yesterday? The number 1 and number 2 picks from 2015.
Hey.
It's kind of crazy. Just what a weird coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what's not weird or coincidental. 11 a.m., we open the phones. We're going to check in with the Aquarium boys. Jeff Walker's wearing his Skins helmet. Nobody go anywhere. Is this Wolf Mother, Landville? I've seen a lot of concerts. I saw this band at 930 Club 2006 or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's the loudest I've ever heard. I mean, it was loud.
Well, you go to a concert, you expect loud.
Yeah, when they're like
a rock concert.
A rock concert at that venue, it was cranking.
Those speakers in that damn thing are loud as hell.
So, Brian, I'm curious if you agree with me on this. I think we're going to get Dan Quinn's going to address the media at 3:30, right?
Okay.
Do you think we get an actual update or a non-update update?
To be honest with you, I think they're gonna hold things close to the vest, but I don't care. Listen with this with Jaden right now. I think they have to play things in a safe way. You know, if you know something, you can say a person has an injury or a little soreness or whatever without saying exactly what it is. The NFL don't expect you to go out there and give them a whole damn definition. Give as little as possible. Because if he can play, you don't want them to really know. And if he can't play, you probably don't want them to really know the complete thing.
I think if there is a true update today, I think it's probably bad news. I think by and large, it's going to be what I think happened is he got blasted.
But see, I don't see he got blasted. I saw him going down, and the guy running behind him landed on him, and he twisted awkwardly. That's what I didn't see him get hit in that area.
There's an agitation in there.
Yeah.
However it occurred, right?
Yeah.
Like the hit he took. When did he have to come off the field? Was that the Giants game when he got the wind knocked out of him?
Yeah.
There have been times where he's gotten hit harder.
See, that right there, that Giants hit was a direct hit to the midsection.
Right.
The one yesterday, when he was stiff arm, and then you could see it where he was like, okay, I've gone far enough. He goes to go down. And at that moment, as a former running quarterback, I would have kept running. Because at that point, you don't get that guy that's right behind you, the one that you're trying to fend off. He doesn't fall on top of you. Because at that point, you go to slide, guess what they're not going to do? They're not going to throw a flag.
Right.
Because they're too close to you, already engaged with you. But he was trying to protect himself by going down, and the guy fell on top of it. And hell, the guy and I don't think the guy was trying to do anything that was bad. He just, if you go down, I'm running, I fall. He landed on top of him.
I think today what we hear is, we ran some tests. We're going to have to run some more. We're going to wait it out day to day.
Yeah.
I just think it's going to be really hard to have anything conclusive this quick.
That's a defensive way of doing it. you keep more things close to the vest.
And you're not saying anything wrong.
Yeah.
So I think I feel bad. I'm getting this message from a ton of people. This is from Pablo Delhomme. Says, I really need him to play. I already dropped a rack on traveling for the game that I can't take back.
Well, that's your problem. It's football.
Yeah.
I'm not, listen, man. I am a nice person, but I don't have to sit up here and be nice when you make that type of comment. You spend your money hoping that they'll be there. What if they get hurt? This is a game of football. This is tackle football where people do get hurt. So if he plays, cool. If he doesn't, okay. I will tell everybody, don't drop what you can't afford to drop.
I like this from Brill. It says, I got fan brain right now, but if you think about it, Jaden Daniels only played one series, so he basically already missed a full game and got a head start on recovery. Got all week to get right.
That's what we were seeing in that little picture the other guy said.
Yeah, I think if anybody thinks they weren't working on him already, you're crazy. They got doctors, they got equipment, they got heating pads, all these things. Like when you hurt your ribs, I've hurt my ribs. How many times did you play through hurt ribs, B?
My ribs in all my time playing football, 1, 3.
I mean, it's a lot of it. Now, we don't know the severity, right? There could be something else going on here.
I got
but if it's just bruised ribs, it's a pain tolerance thing.
Yeah, Derek Thomas hit my ribs in college, and I did play the next week, but I was able to throw the ball, but I felt the pain.
All right, here's
You know
what
what I mean?
Yeah, I bet. Here's what we're gonna do. How much of an issue do you think if the hurt ribs are on the opposite side of your throwing hand? Because for Jaden, it's the opposite side. He's a righty and he hurt his left side.
All that. You step into your left and you twist with the left. So depending on the soreness and right where that area, it's going to hurt no matter if you're right side or left side.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought too. Press the button, Landfill. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Phone lines open. We can talk Jaden. I'm going to give a credit pie. I got to check in with the Aquarium boys. Jeff Walker fired up. Landfill, probably more measured as he tends to be. Taking your calls next. Commanders are 5-2 and just kicking teams' asses.
This update brought to you by Ace Trim, the home builder's trade partner. D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser has submitted legislation to the D.C. Council to buy Capital One Arena for $87.5 million. The city would then spend $515 million on the arena's renovations over the next 3 years. D.C. would acquire the arena itself for that $87.5 million, then lease the property back to Monumental. The amended lease would extend through 2050. The Commanders beat the Panthers 40-7. However, quarterback Jaden Daniels left with a rib injury. He'll undergo further tests today. Marcus Mariota came in and threw 2 touchdown passes. Sunday Night Football, Steelers beat the Jets 37-15. Russell Wilson with 2 touchdown passes. 49ers fear that wide receiver Brandon Ayuk has a torn right ACL. Today, Raiders quarterback Aiden O'Connell was announced with a fractured thumb. He'll go to the injured reserve for 4 to 6 weeks. Monday Night Football tonight, Baltimore's at Tampa Bay at 8:15 p.m. You can hear live play-by-play on the Fan and Team 980 of the Chargers game at Arizona at 8:45. The Dodgers beat the Mets 10-5. Tommy Edman and Will Smith homers. The World Series begins Friday, Game 1, Chavez Ravine against the New York Yankees. For over 25 years, Ace Trim has been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in Virginia, Maryland, and West Virginia. Specializing in full-service interior trim carpentry, we handle everything from supply to installation, turnkey and hassle-free. Contact us at acetrim.com today. Ace Trim, the home builder's trade partner. Byron Kirk on the Fan.
That's good.
B. Mitch and Finley 1067 The Fan. Shout out to the pumpkin roll for Butler's Orchard. All right. You've heard from me and B for an hour. First hour goes fast. Now it's your turn. Plus, we got to check in with the Aquarium boys, what they saw, what they think. Jeff is vacillating between making sense and being nuts. So kind of standard, honestly.
That's every day.
Yeah. Where I'd like to start, though, it is a Victory Monday, and we do need that Ric Flair. Let's go to Jupe. Jupe, what up, buddy?
Yes, sir. Let's all hit the Ric Flair. Woo! Hey, listen, man. The thrasher we gave the Panthers yesterday, I could have sworn James Thrash retired. Jesus Christ, they needed some milk. Hey, I'm going to say this after that win yesterday. This is the point where us fans have to have that confidence. No more being concerned about going against, I'm going to say, at least for trash teams. We've shown that we can put these trash teams away. That makes us a good team right now. We can string some wins together against some good, great teams. Then that will put us in that great tier. Just have that confidence, count our blessings where I can. Jaden Daniels, it sucks that we lost him, but, it looked like it's not too severe. Wait to hear what happens. Hopefully it's not a lingering issue for the remainder of the year. But, man, let's keep this thing rolling, fellas. That's all I got for y'all.
All right, bro.
Thank you, Jupe. I think he's on to a lot there. I love the Ric Flair, and I just think I think we don't know what's going to happen. It's entirely possible he plays on Sunday, and this is all nothing. It's entirely possible DQ comes out this afternoon and says, yo, he's good to go. Chill. But if he misses a game or two, it's not that big of a deal. And I think we've got to keep, what I don't want to happen, and B, I feel like I can see this happening. Jaden misses a game or two, and people are like, oh, you got to reevaluate how he plays. You got to reevaluate how he runs. Like, no, you don't.
No. That's something I don't think we need to be addressing.
Lamar missed the back end of 2 seasons and then won an MVP. Do you want to reevaluate how he plays? Like,
no.
You got to chill a little bit. There's a fella named Moose in Falls Church. Hello, Moose.
What up, Moose?
How do you do?
Hey, guys. Good morning. How are you? Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling, dude. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was an ultimate team effort. They played 4 quarters. I got to split it between the offense and the defense. And also, you got to give credit to the special teams. Got a great kicker. So I'd say 40-40 offense, defense, and then 20% special teams. Tip our hat off to Marcus Mariota. He came in like the veteran he is.
Yep.
People forget this guy was a Heisman Trophy winner. I don't think he was playing with the right teams at the time, the right system. So he's capable of doing what is asked of. At this point, he showed it. He played a great game. The defense, I think, had the best game of the year. Especially
Defense
a lot of those
definitely
guys
had the best game of the year. And
oh yeah, I love the fact that those guys that played with the Panthers, they really brought their A game against their former club.
Well, to your point, also Moose, and
yes.
I want to let you finish. You good?
Yeah, and I was just going to say, let's continue. If Jaden plays great, let's not rush it. Rib injuries can be, somewhat lingering depending on how severe it was. I'm hoping it's just bruised, nothing's broken. And let's not rush him back into it against Chicago. It's not the playoffs yet. So,
yep. Very, very good, smart call, Moose.
I think it was.
Appreciate you, buddy.
I think what he said about Mariota wasn't in the right places, and he's in the right place now. And Brian Johnson was in Philly with him. He knew what he was capable of. Landfield's friend in Minnesota. They didn't win yesterday. But the dude is playing way better than he ever played in his life.
Darnold.
Yeah.
Landfield's favorite.
That's why the Landfield's friend.
So to your point, if a quarterback finds the right
you find the right spot, bro. You can if you get in the right area and they work you in the proper way and they give you the right stuff to do, you can be good. But a lot of times they throw people in terrible situations and expect them to be great. Doesn't happen.
I think you could be totally right. I think Cliff runs some elements going back to that Oregon offense for Mariota, where he was absolutely dominant.
Mm-hmm.
I think the offense they're running, David Blau, Tavita Pritchard, Brian Johnson, Cliff, all these guys, heavy involvement, is so quarterback friendly. And when you can run the ball like Washington is, everything's quarterback friendly.
You run the ball like they run it, everything's friendly on no matter what type of offense you run it. If you can run it.
I mean, they ran for 214 yards yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And about 50 of that was one run from Jaden. But even if you want to back that out, you're still talking about $160.
Yeah.
The coming into this game, the Carolina defense was god awful. Okay. They were last in points allowed, second to last in yards allowed. Offensively, though, since Dalton had taken over, they moved the ball relatively well.
Yeah.
And even on that first drive, until Fowler got the pick 6, they moved the ball down the field.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of thought that would be the version of events we saw, and it wasn't. I think defensively they were really good. So
that running game was non-existent until late in the game.
But what's so crazy is it shows you the impact a big play can make. Carolina gets a kickoff. 8 plays, 61 yards. They picked up 3 first downs on that drive, and they were down to the Washington 25. And they started at their own 14. If you remember, their kick returner made a terrible decision.
Mm-hmm.
Fowler gets the pick 6. The place goes bananas. Nobody's worried about it, right? They didn't have another drive. The next drive was a 3-and-out. The next drive after that was a 2-and-out. Emmanuel Forbes grabbed the interception.
Mm-hmm.
Then they had another 3-and-out. A little bit of a drive before halftime where they went for it on 4th down, didn't get it. Another punt, and then the end of the half. Like, the Commanders' defense for a team, I don't want to act like the Panthers are world beaters. They're awful. But the Carolina this year had scored at least 20 in 3 of their last 4 games.
They didn't do it here.
No, they didn't. The defense always talks about how holding a team under 100 rush yards is their goal. They accomplished that yesterday. They were +2 in the turnover margin. Defensively,
they did things you got to do. They ran it, they stopped the run, and they won the turnover battle. You win games like that.
Yeah. I called in with Doc last night, and I mean this seriously. There is multiple businesses. There are real businesses in the United States of America with the design of telling you how complicated football is, and that the only way you can possibly understand it is by subscribing to this website or paying for this premium content. Like, that's a real business model for multiple businesses in this country.
I think they're lying.
They're not lying, because you can look at things a million different ways, right?
Yeah.
But there is also nothing wrong with saying run the ball, stop the run, win the turnover battle, and you win the game.
Well, that's the only thing.
You could sit.
That's the only thing you need to do. Run the ball, stop the run, and win the turnover battle. You're gonna win most games. I promise you.
As complicated as you want to make everything analytically, looking at passing charts, looking at your heat zones, considering where a hot receiver is and how that changes if the safety switch. Like, there's a million things you can consider. Run the ball, stop the run.
You win games.
You're going to be in pretty good shape.
Damn straight.
Landini, how you feeling about yesterday's game? How you feeling about Jaden? How you feeling about the peach pie?
I didn't have any peach pie because it seemed very messy. It sucks that Jaden left that game, but it doesn't appear that the injury is too bad, so I'm not overly concerned. Going into that game yesterday, I expected an ass kicking. I expected it all week. I wasn't surprised at all about how that went down. Well, I mean, I guess the only thing that did surprise me was the fact that the team honestly looked fantastic with Mariota in there. I thought it was great all around. I mean, everything was amazing, except of course for the Jaden injury. But again, it doesn't appear like that's too terrible.
If Jaden misses 2 games, how big of a heartache is that? Like, how do you think people will respond? How do you think they should respond?
It would suck if he missed 2 games, particularly because the upcoming game is the Bears, and I'm tired of the Bears fans feeling that they need to trash Jaden just because they're upset that he's clearly better than Caleb Williams. So I would like him to go out there and kick their asses. But to be honest with you, in the grand scheme of things, if he misses a couple of games, it's not the end of the world.
Agreed. I'm almost scared to do it. Jeff's got his Skins helmet back on. Jeff, how are you feeling? I physically saw you wearing a wife beater and a yellow ball cap. You looked like you were enjoying yourself yesterday.
I was, JP. I DJ'd a tailgate like right before the game, so I was hammered going into the game.
Oh, really?
I got that vibe just looking at you.
Then
I also, to your credit, or to his disc, I also saw Stallion before the game. He also was hammered. So all the boys were at the stadium getting after it.
Yeah, dude. And like, I had on this sweater. It was a Redskin sweater of a the ticket with the championship game. I was like, I gotta wear this because the thing for Darryl Green. But dude, it was cold when I got outside, and it just heat up during the day. So that's why I was in the tank top. I had the sweater around my neck. It was a great team win yesterday, and when I mean team, it was great. For even the fans. The fans were in it. They were cheering on third downs. Dude, it was the overall vibe. And then, dude, I think this is probably the first game I've been to when they was having like a tribute or something, and the team actually won. So like,
I said that yesterday.
Dude, for Darryl Green to give that heartfelt speech at halftime while we're kicking their butt, and you know how usually with Washington games, we either super hot in the first half, and we kind of burn out in the second half. This game was dominated from start to finish. I was listening to Doc and Linnell yesterday. Doc said it. They're coming out now and putting their foot on the necks of teams that we should be beating. And it feels good. Now, the Jaden thing. Now, when Jaden first had his limp coming up, when he was limping, I'm looking at, I'm like, oh my gosh. And you could just feel like, you can feel the energy in the stadium. Like, it was like a combative energy, I would say. You could feel some people were like, you could feel everyone's morale, like, oh my gosh, what's wrong with Jaden? But they're still cheering the team on that's on the field. But you could feel it. If he missed 1 or 2 games, I don't think it's a big issue. This is something, I would rather him miss the 2 games and we get him back fully healthy than rushing him back out there, you know? Because we've seen, and I'm not even going to bring up that person who so-called started this. I'm not going to bring it, but we've seen
what a joke.
We've seen so many people, so many players get rushed back from injury early and they don't have to, and something bad happen. Nah, let's trust our trainers. Let's trust, what's going on. Let's trust the process and let's get back to it. We're going to come back and we're going to beat the Bears, whether we play, even though I want Jaden to play, because the same thing with Landini. I'm tired of Bears fans.
Now he's on that syndrome, B.
Yeah.
Calling the Bears win on Monday of the week.
Yeah.
All right.
Optimism.
I appreciate
Optimism.
you.
That's a real fan.
It's
A
something.
fanatical fan.
Real something. I do want to say this because you brought up the Darryl Green stuff and how good things rarely happen on days they do these tributes. I've been there for all the tributes lately. And unfortunately, almost all of the tributes have fallen flat in some way. Whether it is just a simple mess up, a complicated mess up, a statue that is not a statue, a photo with porta potties behind it. I love London. It's a friend of the program. They misspelled his freaking name on the Ring of Fame. Like they just botched something.
Listen, man,
all the time.
People try to do big things without paying attention to the little things. It doesn't work like that. If you don't pay attention to the little things, you'll make some big ass mistakes. And we saw a mistake after mistake after mistake. These people really they take their time on stuff and they make it right.
Dude, yesterday really went right. And it went right.
The whole weekend, to be honest with you. I was at stuff starting
how
Friday.
much stuff were you doing this weekend?
Man, look, I was at right down the street at this place. I think it's Zouv, right there by the little, what's that? The Pendry Hotel, which is right there in the wharf.
Yeah.
Right there. I was they had stuff over in the Alexandrian. They had stuff at the Top Golf. Everything at the Line Hotel the other night. Everything was first class, man. It was cool. I was thoroughly impressed. I've seen enough BS to be tell you the truth.
You've seen it there. I will never forget the feeling in that, not to call it a room, but that area of the stadium when they unveiled the Sean Taylor installation. And it was like, it was just this.
Everybody, they like you say, they were speechless. They were.
Right.
They know if they said something, they were going to probably say the absolute worst thing they could possibly say.
And the feeling yesterday was just so different. And Darryl's such a passionate guy. And he said there was never any beef with the organization, but he wasn't a part of the organization. There's a reason he's back now. There's a reason why a guy like John Riggins, I think, will come back around. And you could feel it. It's palpable. And I don't know that makes them a Super Bowl winner now, right? But they have changed. They have altered the path of the organization for the better. And that's really all you can ask for. Now, when you're talking about altering the path of an organization, you got to think about Metropolitan Moving and Storage. These guys, if you got to move in the DMV area, the absolute number one place to call. They are the official and unofficial moving and storage company of 106.7 The Fan. You've heard lots of guys talk about them. They've moved. I know they moved Grant. I think they moved CK. But, dude, I grew up with these dudes. McCarty and John, I've known these guys since high school. It's incredible what they've built with this moving company. They can do it all. If you're selling your house and you need to store your furniture, they got storage facilities. They can come pick it up till you sell the house, then move it into the new house. Say you're going to do work on the new house. They can keep it in storage for a little while, then move it. If you're moving locally, long distance, residential, or commercial, Metropolitan Moving and Storage needs to be your number one pick. They can help you stage your home. They can pack your boxes. They can do custom crates for all that high-end stuff, chandeliers, sculptures, art. They'll even send a moving consultant to your house or office to discuss your move and provide a free on-site estimate. This is great news for people looking for a long-distance mover. They can provide a dedicated truck and crew for your long-distance move. This means no truck space sharing and a pinpoint delivery on the date and time of your choosing. You're talking the best and most efficient way to move long distance, period. Trust me, I've known these dudes, this is scary, but close to 30 years. Next time I move, I'm calling them 301-279-0090, 301-279-0090. Tell them JP Finley told you to call. Check them out, DCMetropolitanMoving.com. Ask for McCarty. Tell them I said so, DCMetropolitanMoving.com.
This update presented by Gridiron IT. Tested, trusted talent. GridironIT.com. Breaking news from the NFL, where Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson is lost for the season because of a torn Achilles, according to Rap Sheet. Raiders quarterback Aiden O'Connell will miss 4 to 6 weeks with a fractured thumb. Still concerned, obviously, for Jaden Daniels and his rib injury. He'll undergo further tests today. Commanders crushed the Panthers 40-7. Sunday Night Football, Steelers beat the Jets 37-15. You can hear live play-by-play of that game on the Fan and Team 980. The D.C. Mayor, Muriel Bowser, has submitted legislation to D.C. Council to buy Capital One Arena for $87.5 million. The city will then spend $515 million on the arena's renovations over the next 3 years. Are you an IT professional looking to move the chains on your career? Gridiron IT specializes in placing top IT talent with the industry's top employers in the DMV and across the country. Visit GridironIT.com and speak with one of their recruiters today. Tested, trusted talent, GridironIT.com. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Just got me on a goose chase trying to find old Redskins gear on Facebook Marketplace. I just messaged, shout out to this person named Pumpkin.
Pumpkin.
Look, guess what the shirt is, B?
Who?
Guess.
I don't know.
Says, I survived Brian Mitchell football camp. And it's $20. He says he's not going to ship it, but he'll meet you anywhere from Arlington to Gainesville. So if you're listening,
he must live in Gainesville, work in Arlington,
something like that.
Yeah, on the way.
How can I find out who the person is? I just sent them a message. Oh, here we go. Pumpkin Holloway.
We got to get that shirt.
We got to get this shirt, dude. We should even hang it up. Pumpkin, if you're listening or any of your friends are listening, your picture is from Bluey. I sent you a message, or just call the show. You can call 800-636-1067. I will pay for the shirt. I will meet you. You know what, Landfill? You've converted me. I was a Wawa man, but the Sheets a little further down, 28, might be my new spot. I can meet you at Wawa, Sheets, or Wegmans in Ashburn, Pumpkin, and I will pay you $20 cash, American currency, for the I Survived Brian Mitchell football camp shirt. Why was that the slogan from your football camp, dude?
We practice 3 times a day sometimes.
How old were these kids?
Who cares? Their parents paid. They're supposed to get good training.
I love it.
When football players were football players.
I love it.
When men were men.
Let's get to these phones. Rusty's in Delaware. What up, Rusty? You got a credit pie for us?
Fellas, good morning. How are you?
We're good, bud.
My credit pie goes 100% to the Washington Commanders organization. And what I mean by that is everything yesterday. I had to work yesterday morning, so I was a little later than normal getting to the stadium. However, everything from entry to exit, total first class. I mean, it's kind of what we've come to expect now. But the play on the field after losing, obviously, your most elite athlete, your most elite player. The play on the field, the way the team rallied around each other, rallied around the head coach, probably around their coordinators. I don't know what message was said at halftime, but they came out fired up like they were down 27 instead of up 27. Top to bottom, the organization just looks so good. And yet Jaden's hurt, and we'll worry about that. Back in 2012, when I turned 30 years old, I matured and decided not to become a fan of one individual guy and become a fan of the team like I was when I was younger. And I made a comment to Brian last night. Brian, you came over to sign some autographs, and I said, Brian, is it time to start believing
I remember that
this team is good?
Yeah.
And I think that that's the message that we really need to work on. I know, JP, in your pod last night, you said you weren't trying to be a Debbie Downer. I kind of feel like there's a lot of downer stuff going on, and I know that it's the story because it's our guy. He's hurt. We got to figure out what's going on. Yeah. And like I said, I know it's the story, but I think that the other story that's brewing is that this is a complete football team, and it's time to believe in them as a team.
I
agree with you.
I want to agree with you. I think I need to see another week of that from Mariota, but I do think they are so, I mean, they're playing together on a level, they're playing complementary football. I mean, just simple stuff like their special teams are elite.
Yeah.
Seibert, another ho-hum, just drilling everything day. You know,
guys, it's been such a long time since we've had this complete game stuff. I mean, all three phases, and everybody talks about all three phases. I mean, these guys are, and it's the Panthers, they're AAA. But these guys are coming together as a whole to where if one guy goes down, the other 10 are like, we got it.
I mean,
Let's
just
go win a
simple. Game. I appreciate the call, Rusty, and thanks for checking out the pod too. Thank you, buddy. Like something as simple as the kicker.
People ever want to question the kicker,
but
just make play.
Leadville is the chief cynic among us. When Seibert runs out there, what's your concern level, or what's your confidence level?
My concern level is pretty low. He's been, I mean, he's missed one since they've had him, and he's kicked like 15 field goals.
Yesterday he had 16 points.
Yeah,
he was 4 for 4 field goals, 4 for 4 extra points.
He just keeps making them.
When's the last time? Honestly, this stat would be remarkable, and I bet it would be low Miller. Honestly, when's the last time they had a kicker have 8 scoring opportunities, convert all of them? Or hell, earlier this year he had 7 and made them all.
Yeah, Low Miller did 5 for 5 field goals in a game. That was it. I remember that.
I think,
and one
they had a game where they scored 50.
We scored 45 in the
2.0
game.
Era.
He made everything, but it was mostly touchdowns in that game.
Let's keep the phone calls going. B is in Haymarket. What up, B?
What's happening? 100% to Brian Mitchell. Let me tell you why. My daughter's 9. I took her to her first burgundy and gold game yesterday. And let me tell you what Mr. Mitchell did. I always tell my daughter, you can tell somebody's character by the way they treat you when nobody's watching. And Brian Mitchell was in line getting his food. I don't know why he's getting his own food, but he was in line getting his food. And he went out of his way, and I know he did. He went out of his way to take a picture with my wife and my daughter. And he didn't have to do that. And my daughter, after that, showed me the picture and asked me, is he in the Hall of Fame? And I said, not yet, but we're going to get him there. And she said, he should be in the Hall of Fame. And I told her, that means he's a Hall of Fame human being to you because you've never seen him put the uniform on to do anything. Thank you, Brian.
Appreciate it,
Thank you.
Thanks for the call, dude. Making people's day, B.
Hey, man. Take time.
Sure. Let's go to Kai in Blacksburg. Kai, you got a credit pie, bud?
What's up, guys? How are you doing, gentlemen?
What's up, man?
Good, dude. How are you?
Doing well. I'm driving to school after a fishing trip with the buddies. So my credit pie would be 50% to the players and then 50% to the coaches because this is a team sport. Everyone played well. Everyone did their job. Let's go. My question to you guys, this is a little off segment, but I wanted to hear your thoughts. So if the trade deadline is November 5th, that means we got the Bears and the Giants. At best, we go 7-2. At worst, we go 6-3 with a loss to the Bears. do you guys think that we should be buyers or sellers? And I know you guys might think, why would we be sellers? But I know that it's kind of rebuilding. We are way ahead of our schedule. But if we are 7-2 by the trade deadline, I think we need to ramp up pieces that could be used in ramping up. We could use a lot of help at cornerbacks. I know Forbes had that pick yesterday, and I didn't see much of St. Jude's, but I'm sure he played well. But they're inconsistent. And if we want to be a playoff caliber team, we cannot be inconsistent at that level of the field. And I wanted to hear your thoughts on if we should be buyers, and if we are buyers, if you guys are Adam Peters at the trade deadline, what calls are you making to make our team better and ready for the playoffs?
All right.
I'll tell you
Fair
like
question.
this.
Thank you, Kai.
Adam Peters is over there right now. Whatever he does, I'm going to be cool with, because I'm not going to sit up here and try to – I don't sit and know everybody that's going to be coming up. You know, Adam Peters knows that. So whatever decision he makes, I'll ride with it.
That's been your stance throughout. I don't think you can be that reactionary. If they're 7-2 versus 6-3, I mean, hell, they could be. So he's saying the next two Bears,
if they're
Giants.
7-2 instead of 6-3, hell, if 7-2 right now, guess what's happening? The people you have on your team are playing great. They're getting better.
Right.
Do you want to mess up the chemistry?
It's also possible they're 5-4.
Yeah.
Like
So
you got to
I'm
allow
saying,
for all
I don't know.
possibilities. I think, you know, I didn't always love this when I heard it from Kirk. And I think Kirk's the one that really made this a widely known kind of
that?
philosophy. No, not you like that. But Kirk would always say he was process driven, not results driven. Right.
Mhm.
And I think quarterbacks and like head coaches, the process is certainly important, but the result should be what's most important. And the result should be winning.
You work on the process to make the results what you want them to be.
Right.
You don't just work on the process just to work on the process.
And I think sometimes talking about the process is giving yourself an out after things go wrong. You're like, well, our process was good. Like, so what? It didn't work.
If it didn't work, that's like that's part of my thing when I come with a lot of the analytics today.
Right.
Don't tell me what they're supposed to do, and then when they do what you tell them, when they try to do what you say, it still don't work. Then why didn't it work? And then they disappear and I won't talk to you again.
Well, and I think specifically here, the process versus the results, I think Peters is going to be process driven in the first, not even full year of running this team. And I think if that process lands him, to me, it's about if you can get a big swing for a player that helps you long term, you do it. I don't know. Cleveland's a disaster. Deshaun Watson just tore his Achilles. Like, they already sold off Amari Cooper. If they put the for sale sign up and you can get an elite talent, Denzel Ward level talent, I'm making that call. I'm checking that out. But like, if it's J.C. Horn or Newsome, or there's other young corners, and it costs you less, but you don't know exactly what you're getting, and you only have the rookie option. Like, I am not advocating a trade for a trade's sake. But if you can get a player that changes the course of your season where you're already playing pretty well, that to me has real merit. Coming up at noon, Jake Delhomme joins the program.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The NBA is back, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action. Because right now, FanDuel is giving all users 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do is catch every tip-off and buzzer beater is place a $5 bet on the NBA. Listen, I'm so happy about the NBA coming back, and some teams I'm excited to be watching this season. The Lakers with LeBron and Bronny. Although I'm not a Laker fan, I want to see how the father-son duo works. Victor Wembanyama in San Antonio, an upstart team like Orlando, and how about the fun title contenders like New York Knicks, Oklahoma City Thunder? Do you want to also see the Celtics repeat? If you're new to FanDuel, just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to get 3 months of the NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. After a 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, folks. I don't like to dive in without gaining information first. I like to know what situations I'm walking into. Sometimes you just got to dive in, B. Sometimes you hear
first.
Yeah, sometimes you hear something so aggressive and egregious that you have to address that problem. I've been told by numerous sources, 2 sources. I got 2 sources on this, B. That Toby Altizer's now a hater. I don't know exactly how it happened. One source told me they used to be in unison, and now they've never been further apart. That source may or may not be named Landfill. I don't know what's going on in the aquarium. Tobo, explain yourself.
Well, I'm not hating anything about Landfill. We just disagreed on Kraft mac and cheese is all, and
that's what the big
kerfuffle was about. We were talking about soup. We were talking about Kraft mac and cheese, and I said I wasn't the biggest fan of Kraft mac and cheese, and Landfill didn't like that.
Okay, I gonna be honest with you, fellas. As you were trying to give me the updates through the glass, I thought this was at least football related. I thought it was like Toby thinks Jaden's out for 3 months or something. And I also like Kraft mac and cheese, but I don't have a particularly strong opinion. Brian, would you like to enter into this debate?
I like the homemade one, actually,
Well, it's now if you're hierarchy, sure, but I still can enjoy the Kraft cheese.
I mean, I'd rather not, but I will.
Although apparently it's like truly fake cheese.
Yeah.
Probably shouldn't be eating fake cheese. Toby, what'd you think yesterday? Were you there? Did you go?
No, I did not go.
Why not?
Oh, man. I kind of enjoyed just sitting back at home on the couch. I've been to the last 2.
Toby might be lamer than me. He's a young
Come
man.
on. I went to 2 games back to back.
I've been to every game.
Back
it up again. Back it up again. You say you lame.
I like my couch, but I'm also 43 with little kids that wake me up early.
And how old are
Toby's
you, Toby?
22.
Man, get out the damn house and go somewhere.
Listen, I went to the last 2.
You're never gonna meet a wife on your couch, Tobo.
Well,
Whoa, maybe he is. maybe maybe I don't know what happens on his couch.
Let me just say, it was nice.
Go to Jeff's house. You might meet some women on Jeff's couch.
Nah,
I don't doubt that.
Toby, don't go to Jeff.
It was nice, though, to watch them play so well. And
such a nice young guy. Keep him that way.
It's just crazy to see this team when they're the better team walking into a game and they go in and handle business, and not just in like, all right, we barely found a way. Like, how many times have we seen a script like yesterday and they lose the football game? And on top of that, you lose your starting quarterback after one drive and they had an out. Like, you could say, well, Mariota stepped in. They didn't have Jaden out there, and still 40-7. So you got to feel real good about them just handling their business when
there you go.
They're better than the other team.
Dude, you know what's great?
Toby, you keeping up on things. I'm with that, though.
When you just beat some team's ass. And that's what happened yesterday. My buddy Dessler was a corner at Ole Miss in the 90s and really knows football, right?
What's his name?
John Dessler.
Okay. That's his last name. Okay.
Yeah. He sent a text last night in this group thread I'm in. Like, who knows what happens with Jaden? Probably doesn't look too bad. But damn, it must feel nice to have a backup quarterback that's 6'4", 230, and a former Heisman Trophy winner.
Yeah.
Like, whatever you think about Mariota, who went 18-23 for 205 and 2 touchdowns last night, ran the ball another 11 times for 34 yards. Most backup quarterbacks in the league, it's like a contest of who?
Yeah.
Everybody knows Mariota.
They know it. And he showed well when he got in there. So one thing about it, everybody gets opportunities. Who's ready for the opportunity when they get it?
And Washington has, by and large, and I'm not trying to take shots, but like most of the dudes that have been here in the post Alex Smith injury are probably best suited for backup duty.
Yeah.
Heineke, I think, has proven to be a good backup. I mean,
Case Keenum and Colt McCoy are literally in a backup quarterback commercial right now.
Right. And those dudes were leaned on to be the starters. Listen to some of the dudes around the league. You know who is, I don't know if he's truly the backup. No, because they traded for the other dude from, they traded for Malik Willis because Green Bay went into the season with Sean Clifford as their backup.
Who?
He was at Penn State and bad. I'm sure he's a nice guy.
Hey, man. A lot of bad quarterbacks back up.
I don't know that, Hendon Hooker can play if Jared Goff goes down, but at least in one game, For one game, Mariota looked quite good. It was a straight turn back the clock situation. And you've got Jeff, just real quick, grab Wendy, ask her what she thought of Marcus Mariota's performance, please. Come on, Wendy.
Wendy, come back
Wendy
here.
said, I'm out of
she
here.
trying to duck off.
She's like, hell with that. Y'all not embarrassing me again.
She working she got a guest here today.
Yeah, she got a guest.
So.
Speaking of a guest, we got one. Jake Delhomme went to a Super Bowl with the Carolina Panthers and is a Raging Cajun. Joins
Cajun
us
in the house, baby.
next. High noon in the District of Columbia. Right now, excited to get to the BetQL guest line. Sports betting has come to the DMV. Don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. BetQL analyzes every game to find you the most profitable betting opportunities. Joined now by Jake Delhomme, Pro Bowl quarterback, Super Bowl quarterback, and a Raging Cajun.
That's right. And that's the reason we have him on here. He's a Raging Cajun.
How you doing, Jake?
What up, Jake?
I'm doing great. What's up, B. Mitch? No, I'm doing great. I am a Raging Cajun, and I'm like Brian. I am a USL Raging Cajun.
There you go,
Times
baby.
have changed. Now it's University of Louisiana, but we go back to the USL days.
Oh, yeah.
You know, what does it say about B. Mitch that all of his former teams are trying to change their names? Do you think it's like they're trying to differentiate from the B. Mitch era?
No, they don't. He's the greatest player to ever wear a Raging Cajun uniform, and people still genuflect whenever they see highlights of Brian Mitchell. That's for certain. He carried that football team for years.
Well, Jake, obviously you had your most success in the NFL with the Panthers. You guys went to the Super Bowl against. I mean, that Super Bowl you played against New England was an all-timer. They came out on the other side, but I'm guessing the Panthers organization means a lot to you. Was yesterday kind of a tough one?
It was, man. The organization means a great deal to me. I started doing the radio in 2019, and myself and Luke Kuechly, we kind of tag team it, and it means a lot. And like I tell people, I bleed Carolina blue, and it's we've been doing a lot of bleeding the last few years. I'll be quite honest. It's been tough, and kind of going into this season. Anticipation. I know for myself, if I'm going to look, I was being unbelievably realistic. I said, I think we can get 5 or 6 wins, hopefully 7. We weren't there yet. We had some good pieces. Did I think it would be this difficult, especially defensively? No, because I didn't think we'd lose as many players as we have. And that's not making excuses. That's the reality of it. And when we line up on Sundays, to be very honest, we're so depleted in our front 7 that it's almost like a make it, take it situation with us offensively. Like we've got to score. And that's and yesterday, nice opening drive, really nice mix of running pass to go down the field. And then the unfortunate interception on the screen that they took it the other way. And it didn't go well from that point on. And that's the reality of the situation. Nobody's come and save us. And that's what we're going to deal with the rest of the year until we maybe get a body or 2 back on defense. It's a tough situation right now.
Jake, we've dealt with a lot of losing around here too. But what went wrong with Bryce Young?
Brian, this is just my take on it. I watched him play all 16 games last year. Well, 16 games. I'm sorry. 1 game he did not start due to an ankle. And I saw a kid get sacked 62 times. But I saw a kid that stayed in the pocket, and he tried. He stayed. He took hits. He got out of 20-plus sacks easily. We had 15 different combinations of guards that played last year. It was one thing after another. Adam Thielen was our number 1 wide receiver, and I don't think anyone anticipated him catching over 100 passes last year. It was just one of those. And so they made an effort in the offseason. We signed a couple of guards to a lot of money. We drafted some receivers. We brought another receiver in, and looking forward to what we could do offensively to give him a chance. And I'm gonna be quite honest. The first game of the season in New Orleans, it went poor, almost as poor as yesterday. Not quite as poor as what we saw yesterday, but it was just that way. And the first play of the game, he was coming out on a pass, and this is all my opinion. And he kind of tripped over the guard, and he rushed the throw, and it airmailed on him, and it was a pick. And it was like, I don't know if here we go again set in or whatnot, but there was it just didn't seem normal for the rest of that game and the next game. And the reason I say that, I saw him miss some passes that I watched with my own eyes in person make last year. He's unbelievably accurate, and his anticipation is really good. Is he sleight of frame? 100%. Yes, he is. But especially when he gets out to the pocket, moving right or left, the kid is deadly, deadly accurate. And I saw him airmail a couple, which I didn't see that last year. And then I saw his body language get affected, especially week 2 against the Chargers. That wasn't him. And to me, it was just someone that, okay, he needs a reset. He needs to sit for a second. To me, that's what I saw. I had that at one point in my career where you do all this work, you stay extra, you do extra, and you're just overthinking. The whole paralysis from analysis type of situation. And I just didn't see him just letting it go. And it was almost like every throw was just difficult. And there was a couple of just even swing passes to the side, right and left, that they went in the ground. It was just one of those. And so I think they did right. They sat him down, and Andy came in. We had a big game beating the Raiders. And offensively, we've done some decent things the last, 4 or 5 games, to be quite honest. And yesterday, I don't think anything was good any way you look at it. But it's just been the situation we're in. And, yes, I understand that where the situation might lead, I'm not sure where we end up. And people, the calling, okay, let's at least put Bryce back in. Let's see if we can just find out anything about him to see if we need to go what direction next year. Because with all intents and purposes, we'll be drafting extremely high next year. So we'll see where it goes. I haven't heard the presser yet from Coach Canales yet on Monday after they review the film from yesterday. But certainly it wasn't good. But offensively, we just didn't give ourselves a chance yesterday. And we've done that the last 2 games. Against Atlanta, we had opportunities late in the fourth quarter to go on a game-tying drive. Against Cincinnati the week prior. So there has been signs. Just yesterday, it just wasn't that day.
Were you, Jake, were you surprised how dominant the Washington defense was? For like you mentioned, Carolina's been moving the ball pretty well since Dalton came in.
Yeah. I definitely was. I thought Chicago, we struggled the most. I think that's a sneaky good football team, to be very honest. Watching that team, especially in the flesh, seeing them in person, that is a big, large, fast football team. I was shocked just seeing them in person. And they gave us fits. But, yeah, I was surprised yesterday. I thought with Jonathan Allen being down defensively for you guys that we could have ran the ball a little more effectively and really and truly keep Jaden Daniels on the sideline. I mean, that's the game plan in essence. You got to keep him off the field. He's so dangerous. And it looked that way the first drive. Hey, we're moving it. We're throwing it. We're running it. We're using different personnel. We're getting different people involved. And then the screen pass returned. And then just nothing going. And then we had the other interception where 13 was able to jump the dig route for Washington. And it just went downhill from there, and just nothing seemed – it was one of those games, and I hate to say it, that happens in the NFL, but there's always some – I don't want to say always, but teams that struggle, it seems like there's always a game where it's just, okay, you got to flush that one quick, and you got to get ready to go because it doesn't get any easier. We got to go to Denver, and that's a team that I was actually watching some film on them last night, and this is no disrespect to them. I don't know a lot of their players because it's like a new kind of regime, certainly with Sean, but man, they play hard and they're talented right now. Yeah, we all know Surtain and a couple of other players on the team, but other than that, it's just nobody's come and save you in the NFL. That's just the way it goes, So we got to regroup quick and see what we can do.
You've seen some games with Jaden Daniels. What's your overall thought on him?
Yeah, Brian, I've been watching him since LSU. I only live 45 minutes from Baton Rouge, and so watching him play, and when somebody makes SEC defenses look slow, which is what he did last year, it had to make you take notice and just watch his progression. Because as a junior at LSU, he threw the ball okay. I thought there was some consistency issues throwing the football. And as a senior, you just saw him take his game to another level, especially down the field type throws and decision making. But he was so gifted and he moved so well in the pocket. It's like not a strain for him. And so you knew he's going to give people fits in the NFL. And in preparing for the game this past yesterday's game, watching some of the film, it's like you're watching a progression. His running is off the charts, okay? But you're watching a progression of him throwing. And the Cincinnati game, I thought he made some great throws, but I thought there was a couple that, he probably could have thrown that. And that's something that, because he's so talented with his legs, that in his mind, if it's not wide open or NFL or like college open, I guess you could say, he's going to be smarter with the football. And that's a credit to him. But as he gets more, then you saw later in that Cincinnati game, he made the throw to McLaurin for the touchdown. You just start to see over and over just a little steps. And I'm drawing a blank on who he played. He threw a touchdown pass. It was in the back corner in the back of the end zone by the goalpost. He just set his feet and he let it go early with air. And it's like, this game seems slow. It almost seems like it's slow in front of his eyes. And to watch the first play yesterday with a kind of a counter, and he takes it and he's like just tiptoeing through the forest, just the way he runs. It's just so smooth. He's so fun to watch. But I've had a close-up look for him the last couple of years, and knew one of my buddy's friends is a quarterback at LSU, and they raved about him in the classroom with him. Just a good guy, works his tail off. And I've got a couple of dear friends that work for the Commanders, and we were texting last week, and he said, Jake, he's been a rock star since he first got here. He said, he's all in and it's all ball. And listen, that's what you want. You hit a home run, and it certainly looks like Washington has done that.
What did you think yesterday? Speaking with Jake Delhomme, works with the Panthers on the radio, obviously took the Panthers to a Super Bowl where they came up one Adam Vinatieri field goal away from getting a ring. Raging Cajun would be. Appreciate you making time for us, Jake. As a former quarterback that probably took some big shots along your career, what'd you think of Jaden when he had to go out? And do you think that's I'm not to ask you to speculate specifically on the injury, but just kind of, if you think he didn't come back in because of the state of that game kind of being a blowout, or if there's more to it?
I would think, to be quite honest, and certainly we don't know anything yet, but I would think a lot was due to the factors of the game, to be very honest. I think had it been a little tighter, you might have seen him again. I'm just glad it wasn't a knee. When he first went down, it looked like he just dragged a leg and he went down. I'm like, oh, gosh, please no. But then when they said it was that rib area, and listen, I don't know what it is, but I've had something like that prior to one of my seasons in Carolina. I pulled a rib cartilage in practice, and it felt like I got stabbed. And I missed I don't think I missed a few days of practice, whatever it may be. It was just one of those type of situations. Now, I don't know what his is, but certainly, watching him smile on the sideline in the second half, and yes, he was frustrated when he kind of threw the ball down or his helmet down whenever he was going out of the game. That's the competitor coming out, certainly. But you would like to think that, they caught it early enough, and it did get traumatized more, so to speak. So hopefully he's back out there sooner than later. And if anything, it doesn't look like it's a serious long-term type of injury.
Yeah, for the people that he runs, okay, and like you talked about how he make everybody look slow. Everyone wants to say, well, he needs to stop running. But like when you look at it, he was stiff arming the guy, and he went to go down, and the guy landed on top of him. That's a freak accident. But I would never take away that ability he has to run the football.
Well, I guess not. I mean, that's a gift. I mean, that's the good Lord's gift that he gave him. Yeah, he can throw it, but he can run it. He can see it. I mean, and he does a great job. Yes, he's gotten hit a couple of times in college. Ole Miss, he got hit one time. I don't know if he just didn't see the guy. I can vividly remember. But other than that, he does a great job of kind of like getting out of bounds and sliding and taking those hits. I think, Brian, it well also. Certain guys, they can take hits. They know how to deflect and not take the full blows, But that's a gift. You don't want to take that away. To me, you don't take that away. And he's going to get smarter, and he'll understand, this is 17 games. I mean, this is not college where it's 12 games and you have 4 or 5 cupcakes in there. This is week in and week out. So, he'll do a good job. And he's proven durable. I mean, this guy's played a ton of football from Arizona State and certainly LSU. So he's proven pretty durable.
He for sure has. Yeah. What did you think, Jake? A guy that in your NFL career undoubtedly has made some visits up to what used to be FedEx Field, is now Northwest Stadium, to kind of what do you think, talking with your friends at Coach or working in the front offices around the league about this Washington team? The buzz is really, really different now. I'm curious if you kind of noticed that or picked up on it.
Yeah, it's real. All along, you knew the fan base and the pride that area, the DC area, has for that football team, and it went on hard times for a while. And Dan Henning was a longtime coach with Joe Gibbs in that era up in Washington, and he was my offensive coordinator in Carolina. And they talked about it, and it's fun, it's refreshing. I know the NFL is going to love it. Just wait till next year. You know how many Monday night football games and Sunday night games they're going to have the Commanders on next year? It brings excitement back, and you can write that in pen, not pencil. I promise you, you're going to have a lot of night games next year. But I think it's great for the league, and I think Dan Quinn what I like the most about it, and I don't know Dan, but we have the same agent, and I'm real close with my agent, and he always talked about Dan, and this was before he took the Washington job, that, you know, he reinvented himself before he got another job. Like, he would, like, find out, okay, I got to change. I got to do this. This is where I thought I had a weakness. And it's something like that. And you just see the energy he brings and how the team plays. And they brought those guys in, and then Washington did a great job of signing Frankie Louvu, who is that same person. That's, you want to talk about energy. I mean, just the energy and the passion that he brings. And it fits with a lot of some of those guys he brought from Dallas with him, and where he had other connections, because you build a culture. And if you have a guy who, pardon my French here, but if you have a turd on the football team, but if he's around a bunch of guys that love football and even it's practice habits and things like that, well, that turd will start to turn the other way, because there's only one way to do it. And when you have a bunch of those, you know, the team coaches itself. The coaches put a plan in place, but the team coaches itself, and it's a standard that gets set.
Totally.
At least the good teams I've ever been on. I mean, it was those teams police themselves, and they're not all these. You hate to use the word, oh, they're such good guys. No. I mean, like, it's there to play. Whether you hang out off the field or not, it doesn't matter. When it's on the field and it's time to play, everybody straps up and does their job.
There you go.
That's what they're building, and
100%.
I mean, Brian and I are there a lot, and you can see it and feel it and hear it. And
well, thanks for letting us know we got a lot of late nights next year.
Well, I promise you, you know it too. Everybody knows it. I can promise you that.
Well, if you use Houston as a guidepost when C.J. Stroud goes off as a rookie, and then this year there's a lot of like excitement and expectations. They had 0 primetime games last year. And the Texans this year have already played on Sunday night. They have a Thursday nighter, another Sunday nighter, and a Monday night coming up for 3 straight weeks 9, 10, and 11. They're in primetime.
There you go.
And they're going to be flexed before the season ends again.
Right.
Exactly.
I think the league sets a max of how many times you can be scheduled in primetime. So some of these top teams, they usually leave a window open so they can flex them late.
Bring them back in there again.
I fear you're very, very right, Jake, and I'm going to be very, very tired. But, dude, seriously, thank you for the time
Appreciate
today. This has been great.
Hey, man, anytime. And, you know, I know it doesn't get said much up in that region, but go Raging Cajun.
There you go, baby.
It gets said a lot on this radio show.
Good.
Oh, yeah. All right, brother. Appreciate you.
Thank you, man. Take
All
care.
right.
Have a good day.
Jake
Bye-bye.
Delhomme right there.
Ils
Awesome
sont partis.
interview. Very, very good interview. When we come back, let's get to a little bit of what DQ said following that game. We'll play the Jaden stuff, but there were other things that happened in that game. First real update I think we'll get is today at 3:30. DQ set to address the media. Frankly, I think it's going to be a pretty non-committal update. Like, yeah, we ran some tests. We got to find some more stuff out. We'll keep you updated as the week goes on. They're not obligated to put an injury report out till Wednesday. They probably won't really tell you much till Wednesday. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The NFL season continues on, and there's no better place to get in on the action than on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. You'll get started with $300 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. You can build a same-game parlay for any matchup on Sunday or even Monday night. Anytime touchdown, over rushing yards, over passing yards, put it all together, put you a small little bet in, and you can win some big money. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Commuter Connections Rideshare. Call 800-745-RIDE. In the NFL, the Commanders beat the Panthers yesterday 40-7. Jaden Daniels left the game with a rib injury. Dan Quinn didn't have any update postgame. More tests set for today. We'll hear more from Dan Quinn at 3:30 today. Brandon Coleman also left the game with a concussion. Other injuries around the NFL, 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk is feared to have a torn ACL, and Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson had an MRI confirmed that he tore his Achilles yesterday. Monday Night Football, 2 games tonight. The Ravens taking on the Buccaneers at 8:15. And the Chargers taking on the Cardinals at 9 o'clock. You can hear the Chargers-Cards game right here on the Fan. In baseball, the Dodgers and the Yankees set to meet in the World Series. Game 1 Friday night at Dodger Stadium. Share the ride to work. Commuter Connections can match you with others who live and work near or with you. Learn more at commuterconnections.org or call 1-800-745-RIDE. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
This is a banger right here. You know who really flipped the script? Shout out to TLC when they recorded like the ladies' version of that 50 years later or whatever. Bet you weren't expecting to hear that today, Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
I did. Matt Essex here. Shout out to Matt. I think he went to the Skins game yesterday. Now, I wanted to point something out. Matt Essex is here, and Chris Russell's show, which Matt produces, doesn't start till 2 o'clock. So Matt is here 90 minutes early. Did want to just check in briefly with my man, Jeff. Did you have a parking issue this morning, Jeff? Something awry?
Nah, man. I told you I know you, JP.
I was going to do it when you said it earlier, but then you tried to call me on it. I was like, I was like, oh, I'm doing it. He just doesn't know when it's coming now.
Nah, man. So
can I just toss a plausible theory out there?
Yes.
My man, Jeff, was DJing a tailgate, and you were DJing an event Saturday night, right? Shout out to our friend Doug. Happy birthday, Doug Riley.
Yep.
And then you're DJing an event at FedEx at Northwest Stadium yesterday.
Yes.
What time did you start DJing?
I started DJing at 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. So you probably got there like 1:30 or so.
Yeah.
Get your equipment set up. And probably drinks were flowing, is my guess.
Yeah, drinks were flowing.
And then the game's at 4. Got out of there at 7:30.
Yep.
Probably wait out traffic a little bit. Watch the Sunday night game.
I have a Jeep. Traffic is nothing for me.
You drive over other cars?
You just drive over the grass?
Yeah, what do you act like you're Bigfoot.
Yeah, like you on off-road.
Hey,
a grave digger.
No, the thing is, when you got a truck, people are like, they tiptoe out of that stadium. Oh, I just get around, and then when they see the truck, they slow down.
Okay.
Yeah. But, dude.
Yes.
First, shout out to Bowie State homecoming, and shout out to the governor because he was in our parade, and I didn't know that until after the show on Friday. Shout out to them for homecoming. But Doug, yesterday.
So hold on, did you go from Doug Riley's birthday party to Bowie State homecoming?
No, it was the other way around.
That's why,
I went from Bowie State homecoming to Doug Riley's 60th, and we had a great time.
Oh boy, how did Doug feel about that?
Hey yo, Doug told me the music was great. Everyone was on the dance floor at one point in time. We had a good time.
Okay,
Doug's cool, man.
The problem that came, yes, Doug is very cool for a 60-year-old man.
Why you
I
gotta
don't
say
know
for
why
a
you gotta
60-year-old man?
qualify it like
That
that.
man cool as hell.
No. You know why I say that? Because when he said, "Yo, it's my 60th birthday party," he was like, "Hey, I don't move like a 60-year-old man do it." So I said, like, for a 60-year-old man, he cool. But
Hey, Landfill, how many times in the last minute has Jeff mentioned the dude's age on air?
Man. What the hell is
that's
wrong
the
with you,
event.
Jeff?
That's the event. What you want me to just say? His birthday? Okay.
Anyhow,
His birthday.
why were you late this morning? No, I don't
Dude.
care about Friday or Saturday or
All
the
right.
governor.
So yesterday, we're loading my truck up.
So
it's a painful experience, dude. We loaded my truck up, and when I go to take my speakers out of the truck, a speaker slides out of my truck.
This is last night.
This is last night. So I'm like, instead of letting it hit the ground, I tried to catch it with my foot because that is an expensive speaker, and it didn't go as planned. It ended up
smash your foot.
Smashed my foot. I was bleeding. I was like, okay,
I'm
I'll
so
be all right.
sorry, Jeff.
I'll be all right. But this morning when I woke up and I stepped out of bed, the pain that shot through my leg was so bad. I said, yeah, let me run, make sure I'm not, I don't got no fractures or anything.
You went to the doctor this morning.
Yeah. They're serious. I even called landfill before I got here.
Landfill, you were aware that Jeff went to the doctor this morning?
That's what he said.
I'm about to say, okay. But yeah.
You seem to be walking around good, dog.
So he just told me it was stiff from last night. It was a fresh injury. So I got the
I'm glad
pumping.
you're all right.
Yeah, I'm good though.
Safety first.
Safety first, last, and always.
Shout out to Jeff.
All right, hey, Jeff heals quick.
Hopefully my juju rub off.
I don't want any of your juju rubbing off on anybody's anything. Now, Dan Quinn spoke last night after the game. I thought perhaps the most relevant, because he basically was like, I don't have an update. Don't ask me for an update. We're not giving you an update. He was polite about it, but he's like, I don't want to keep having to do this. Because what does happen, I've seen this happen with my own two eyes. There are some coaches that are not very firm about their injury updates, so they just get peppered with questions.
All the
and,
damn time.
and then they eventually let something slip. DQ wasn't doing it.
No. It shouldn't have to do it.
I
think the NFL need to come up with something where a medical person can talk to the media and stop asking the coach. They don't know everything going on with that.
You know who actually did that once many years back was Tony Wiley brought out Larry Hess to answer a couple questions just so that we got some real clarity.
Who? I messing with you.
Yeah. I don't know which dude you're messing with me about, but that's fine. I think
I saw Tony yesterday.
Yeah, he was. I thought I saw him on the other side of the field. Number 7, Landfill. This is Dan Quinn talking about the decision to pull Jaden from the game.
Dan, I know you were in the middle of coaching the team. If there's any way to kind of go over the sequence of people that had to be involved in deciding whether Jaden could come back or not, and
Sure.
who finally said he cannot come back today.
Yeah, that's from the medical side, Dave. And so, with Al and the team doctors, so they were very clear in the communication. We warmed him up. He threw some. We took him to the tent. And the next step was we're going to take inside and, get images there. And he'll do some more images tomorrow. But that's the process that it goes through. And the good news that it was really clear. This is where we're at. So we had a couple guys. He went down. Brandon Coleman went down. Dami was able to come back. So that process, just like calling a play, is really important because you have to go, if, for instance, on Brandon, it also goes to the special teams coach, on, PAT and field goal. And so the communication that has to take place on an injury, it goes all the way through. And so we've worked hard at that. It wasn't at a level that we loved during the preseason, and we got better at that as we're going. And so those are all things to grow from. And I was certainly pleased with the communication they gave me tonight, Dave.
So that's how it's supposed to work. The coach keeps coaching, the medical team deals with the medicals, and then they tell you what is or what isn't. And I think for all of the concern and all of the hysteria that happened pretty quickly there, it was handled really well.
Yeah.
And I think there was some serious concern as he walked into the tunnel. What's going on here? Late in that game, he was chilling, and they were up 34-0. There was never going to be a scenario where you put him back in.
No. I think the game played a huge part in how things were handled.
Totally. And I think number 10, Landfill, just DQ talking about playing hurt players and how you balance that with kind of the value of players long term. It's a lot to try to juggle, especially in game. It's not like they have the week to make a decision based on what their medicals tell them. This is all happening in real time. Here's Dan Quinn.
It'd be the same as everybody. Yeah. So if he can go, then that would be the case. And if he can't, then we won't. But we won't put he or any other guys into a space where, they could jeopardize something. So I don't have any information, like I said, medically. So please don't speculate on that.
I think DQ's basically handling everything the right way. I don't know, B, if it's totally true that they would handle Jaden, if he can or can't go, the exact same way they would handle Fedarian Mathis. But I also think it doesn't matter right now. I in game, you're making decisions on the fly based on the medical opinions and where the game is. During the week, things go a little differently. But in the game, you're just reacting, trying to win. And I really think Washington handled everything yesterday very well.
Totally. They did what they could do, and they wasn't going to put their guy out there and mess with him.
A couple thoughts on Mariota from yesterday, and then I want to have a discussion, 1:00, before we go around the league. Where does Washington land in the league? They're 5-2, dude. At some point, you have the crazy fans that want to talk Super Bowl. You have the crazy skeptics that say they haven't beaten anybody. But there's a reality somewhere in the middle that I think is starting to look pretty damn good. Nobody
beat
go
a
anywhere.
lot of somebody. They beat the people that were on their damn schedule.
Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch here. Big changes are happening in the DMV. And just like our upgraded football team, now is the time to upgrade the comfort in your home with a Rude HVAC system. I did, and the difference is night and day. My family and I felt the change instantly. And if you don't have a Rude system yet, trust me, you're missing out. Plus, there are tax-eligible options for you in the DMV. And if you're in Maryland, you might score some utility rebates. Head over to Rude.com, find a local pro partner, and get ready for winter. Always remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
Mace. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. So the early lines I saw were that they weren't releasing a line because they didn't know what was going on with Jaden Daniels. Now, that won't last that long.
Mm-hmm.
If you're looking at next week, Bears coming to town, 425, Jim Nance, Tony Romo. Now, currently, as it sits, where there's real question if Jaden's going to play, Bears are favored at Northwest.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, the West was bumping yesterday.
Yep.
And it would have been bumping if the Jaden situation didn't occur. I think
Totally.
the Jaden situation had enough people kind of on pause.
It was bumping, though.
Do you, I don't want to say care. Are you surprised by the Bears being favored at Northwest Stadium?
No, I'm not surprised with Jaden. No. I'm not surprised at that because I know our defense.
Bears are 4-2 also. They're playing good.
Their offense is playing great, and I think our defense played spectacular yesterday, but hasn't been consistent in that way. So I'm not surprised because let's be real. The way that they start off these bets and stuff is not necessarily just to say what they really care one way or the other. It's going to get people voting one way, then they're going to adjust that to make people. They're trying to make the best be more even than anything else.
I think the Bear, if you want to play the who have you beaten game to Washington, play it to Chicago. Bears are 4-2, and that's what's up. That's the facts. But they have beaten all at home, the Titans, the Rams, the Panthers, and they beat the Jaguars in London. This week they come off a bye. Do you think coming off the bye impacts that thing at all?
Normally teams come. Well, I've worked for everybody. If it was Andy Reid coming off the bye, I put my house on him. I don't know.
It's a pretty safe place to get.
I don't know
about
this. I don't know about this coach and the people he's with now. I don't know about that.
I don't know the answer to this because of the Jaden factor. Jeff, are you pissed that the Skins are home underdogs to the Bears?
No.
Okay. Because of the Jaden questions?
Not even because of the Jaden questions. All right. Last time the Bears came to Washington, they completely smacked us in the mouth. Most of them guys are still there. Granted, we're playing well, but we can't just underestimate them. I think, Caleb is coming into his
hometown.
He's coming into his home. But even he's coming, like the game is starting. You can see that it's starting to slow down for him. Like he's starting to see the field better and things. And their team is, in my opinion, their team is well more put together than ours. And it's fine. We could be the underdogs. I'm not worried about the lines, none of that. Because at the end of the day, the fight that I've been seeing these guys put up week to week to week, it don't even matter to me.
I think this team can care less about what they favorite or not. As I said,
they should never care about.
As I said today, their whole thing is improving the things that they did wrong this week, get that better. If they improve themselves, they have a damn good chance. And if they keep protecting the ball like they are, running the ball like they are, they're going to be in every damn football game they play. We'll see what happens after that.
Can I ask you a question, Brian?
Mm-hmm.
Do you owe me an apology?
About what?
I said they're going to kick the Panthers' ass.
No, I just told you don't say it.
Shut up.
No, I say stop saying it because
I told you the Panthers sucked and they kicked their ass.
Jeff, if we want to say who owed somebody an apology, how many times you said it and they didn't win the game?
The Bear. How about this? Are we at least even for the Bears game last year? I was wrong there. But I was right
and
this
then you
one.
came behind that with the Giants game with DeVito.
Bro, if I may defend myself, it's not my fault about DeVito and 27-0 to the Bears. Like, take it up with Ron and Jack and everybody there.
Hey, you brought it up again because you want to get some crowd, so I got to throw it back in your face.
Okay, but I was right on this one. So now in my guarantee games, I'm 1-2.
Yeah, so you're still losing.
But if I get one more, we're Gucci.
Nah, you just don't do it anymore. Just let the game happen.
When you know it's going to happen, you got to just.
All right, man, ask you a question.
Okay.
Did you go and put a bet on it to where they're going to win by 33?
I did not bet
20.
I did not
So
specifically bet
that's
that.
when you know.
Jeff, you think he owes me an apology, dude?
Hell no.
I was gonna say not really, but I can't lie. I can't lie. As I'm watching the game yesterday and I'm sitting in the West, I said, "Hey, JP did say they was gonna smack them." Because
in that first drive before the interception, what you were thinking?
So I didn't make it in. I was literally walking up.
You were late?
Late for the game again?
Oh, you were late? Did you hurt your foot pregame
Bro,
too?
No, bro. I had to break down. I was DJing from 2 to 4. I had to break down my equipment. I wasn't going to leave that out now. I love Commanders fans now, but I don't trust them that much.
I don't blame you.
But yeah, dude, I was walking up and I just heard boom. And I'm like, they scored already?
Yeah,
How?
that got me. I didn't see the play at first. I was coming up the elevator.
Shout out to the
And
Fat
I walked
Boys.
out the elevator. I'm like, what the hell happened? I ran to the TV. I said, there we go, baby.
Shout out to the Fat Boys. You see Big Boy get.
Wasn't no
see him
fat
give-
boy.
Bro, he's a big boy, bro.
Man, Fowler is not a fat boy.
Fowler's an
sleep.
athlete.
He
He's
is
more of a
not fat.
linebacker than a D lineman.
Yo, you on a D line, you a fat boy by
He's listed as a
association.
linebacker.
Association. Okay, linebacker. You still a big boy.
Yeah, but you said fat boy. There's a difference.
Hey, he was
Yeah.
fat at one point in his life.
You and your cousins. Y'all
Yeah.
y'all
You,
same
you see
people.
him boogie down that
You and your
field?
cousins, same people.
Hurdle and everything. He looked better than Lamar Jackson.
Oh, Lord. You're going a little far now.
Does B-Mitch owe me an apology, Landfill?
Yes.
Man,
do you owe me an apology?
Hell no.
I said they were gonna destroy him.
Does Jeff owe us an apology for being late to the football game and late to a Monday show, which are pretty damn popular?
Yes.
The phones were answered on time.
Well, we don't take calls till 11.
Okay, so he was on time.
Two things can be true.
So you were early.
Two things can be true.
So you were
baby.
early, Jeff.
Early by that math.
Yeah.
Serious question. And we'll open the phones. Are the Commanders one of the best teams in the NFL? It's a real question. Look at the records. Nobody go anywhere.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. The Commanders improved to 5-2 with their 40-7 win over the Panthers yesterday. Jaden Daniels leaving the game early with a rib injury. Dan Quinn didn't have any update post-game. We'll learn more today. They're running more tests today. Dan Quinn set to meet with the media at 3:30. Also, Brandon Coleman left the game with a concussion. Other games in the NFC East. Cowboys have the bye this week. The Eagles all over the Giants 28-3. Saquon making his return to New York. 17 carries, 176 yards, and a touchdown. Eagles now 4-2 on the season. The Giants fall to 2-5. Other injuries around the National Football League. 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk is feared to have a torn ACL. An MRI confirmed today that Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson did tear his Achilles, and Raiders quarterback Aiden O'Connell is expected to miss 4 to 6 weeks with a broken thumb. Monday Night Football, 2 games tonight. Ravens taking on the Buccaneers in Tampa at 8:15, and the Chargers in Arizona to take on the Cardinals at 9 o'clock. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. In baseball, ALCS Game 5 on Saturday. The Yankees beat the Guardians 5-2 in 10 innings. 3-run home run by Juan Soto for the Yankees to advance the World Series for the first time since 2009. NLCS Game 6 last night. The Dodgers beat the Mets 10-5. Dodgers-Yankees World Series Game 1 Friday night at 8 o'clock at Dodger Stadium. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVIPVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
One, two, three, baby, you and me, girl. B-Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. There is a lot of excitement around this football team. It is a lot of excitement to honestly just kind of be able to cover this, work the phones. Like, we've done a lot of bad Mondays. I've worked a lot of bad locker rooms where guys just aren't vibing right. I think we're reaching a point. Now, listen, depending on the injury news, that could impact everything. But let's operate in the world that they are, even if Jaden misses 2 games, which I don't think is going to be the case, but we don't know. Let's operate in a world that it's relatively status quo going forward. If that's the case, how good is this team? You can look around the league.
It's very good.
Look around the league. The 1 seeds in both conferences, I don't think you would say Washington is better than. The Chiefs are 6-0. And people could just say how they don't move it. You know, how unexciting all of a sudden that offense is.
They win when they're supposed to.
If you look late in that game, Mahomes wasn't great. He had 2 picks. But the last 3 possessions Kansas City had, touchdown, victory formation. And they were long-ass drives. 13 plays, 80 yards, touchdown. 12 plays, 80 yards, touchdown. It just breaks San Fran's neck.
Every time you see them.
They're not better than Chiefs, period.
No.
I don't think they're better than the Lions. The Lions went to Minnesota. I think
Lions are good, bro.
Lions are good. They're tough, tenacious, aggressive. Does Dan Campbell perhaps overplay his hand on fourth down decision making? Maybe. I think it kind of came back to bite him in the NFC title game last year.
I'd much rather him be a aggressive person than some passive ass.
What's Coach Thompson's famous line?
I'd rather resurrect a corpse.
No, the opposite.
No, I would rather calm a fool than resurrect a corpse.
Now
I'm with that.
There's about to be some teams here that I think are worth discussing. I think Tampa beat Washington head to head.
Yeah.
To me, that would make Tampa a little bit better. Tampa's playing the Ravens tonight.
Maybe at the moment that they played them, they might have been better.
I think
They may not be
Jaden's much better
point.
now.
Yeah.
Right now, the Commanders would be the 2 seed in the NFC. If the playoffs started today, and they do not, the Commanders would host the Bears in a wild card round game, which would be pretty damn amazing. As currently constituted at 63% probable to make the playoffs at 5-2, your Washington Commanders. Now, what doesn't necessarily help, the Eagles won a game yesterday, so they're just one game behind Washington.
They played one less game too, though.
Yep. Yeah. And well, that bye week ain't coming for a while either.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, so you got next week, obviously the Bears, then the trip to New York, then the Steelers. B, what'd you think of, did you get to watch any last night? Russ playing for the Steelers?
Yeah.
Instead of Fields?
You know, I was so happy to see Russ, that team win instead of Aaron and his group.
Sure. I think it was Collinsworth, I think, said this on the broadcast. Hopefully I'm attributing it to the right person, but I found it interesting. They showed this quote of Tomlin saying, "I'm not here for moral victories. I'm here for championships." And I understand that with Justin Fields at the helm, they were 4-2.
Yep.
Offensively, they're not a lot popped.
Not a lot popped before them offensively.
I know Russ looked rough early in this thing, but the pass game started to go a little bit. He started to give George Pickens some opportunities. He finished the game. The percentages aren't very high on this, 16-29, but he was 264, 2 touchdowns, no picks. That opened up the run game. Najee was really good. That Steelers game in a couple of weeks could be pretty damn fascinating, honestly, because Pittsburgh has the Giants and a bye before they faced Washington. So, one, they're going to be coming off a bye week. Washington, in 2 of their next 3 opponents, gets to play somebody coming off a bye. The Bears are coming off a bye this weekend. It'll be Pittsburgh coming off a bye in 2 weeks. Do whatever you want with that information. But that game looks pretty darn interesting. And Pittsburgh, with Russ Wilson at the helm, had a strong offensive performance. And I wonder if Tomlin's not trying to look out at January, February, and think that Russ has to be his guy ahead of Fields because he's the better passer.
I think that passing thing in a league where it's set up for offenses to be successful, you want a guy who can throw the football.
So,
and at first, like Russ was throwing this little touch passes early, and I'm listening to everybody trying to knock that. You knock what someone does successfully?
All right. Let's try to figure out where we think Washington is first in the NFL and then the NFC. Chiefs, I think, are better. Houston, you got them better?
Then Washington right now?
Yeah.
I think at this present time, yeah.
I think Houston's a year ahead of where Washington is.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh, we're going to find out. That defense is for real. The pressure they get off the edges is for real. Buffalo, I think, has been really good. You got the Bills better. 5-2, same record.
I go with it, yeah.
Ravens, they just beat them head to head.
Yep.
After that, I'm not going any lower. I will. The Chargers, the Colts, the Broncos, none of those teams I can say definitively.
Those other teams got to prove it to me.
Yeah, and they beat the Bengals heads up. So
yeah, they beat them handily.
In the NFC, man, Lions, I'd say yes. Bucks, I'd say yes, just because they have the head-to-head win. The Vikings, where you at on the Vikings? Where you at on your boy Darnold?
My boy? Not my boy. It's Landfield's boy.
Landfill.
I think
the Vikings are 5-1. Are the Commanders better than the Vikings?
The Vikings defense is special, brother.
Flores calling serious heat.
Unfortunately, I think that the Vikings are kind of legit. I know they lost yesterday, but they They played tough against the Lions, who we know are a good team. And I mean, they're 5-1. I think they're legit.
Do you owe Sam Darnold an apology?
I will never apologize to Sam Darnold.
Well, you can't tell me I owe JP one.
The Vikings, I'm sorry, the NFC North as a division, plus 200 point differential. More than that, honestly. Dude, the Lions are plus 62. The Vikes are plus 61. The Packers, 5-2, plus 43. The Bears are plus 47, 4-2. I mean,
so everybody is 4-2 or better?
Yes. As a division, they are 19-6. Now you're counting on my math on the fly, but I'm pretty sure that's right.
5-4, 5-4.
3 5s and a 4. It's 19. 1-1, 2-2. 6, right? Pretty good, Toby. Here's my question then. 800-636-1067. I'm not looking for a number. I'm not looking for a Super Bowl declaration. Are the Commanders one of the best teams in the NFL as of today, Monday, October 21st? Brian.
Yes.
Jeffrey?
I don't know why you asking him. You know the answer is yes.
I was about to say, do you really need to add? I've been playing humble, but we are. And I don't want to hear none of that. Oh, y'all ain't play nobody. Y'all ain't do this. Look, the NFL set up our schedule. These other teams are NFL teams with grown men fully capable of winning an NFL game. And if we are the ones winning, it don't matter who we play. 5-2, if that's one of the best in the league, we one of the best teams in the league. Straight like that.
Tell them about it, Jeff.
5-2 is legit. Landfill, are they one of the best teams in the NFL?
Yes, I think they are.
800-636-1067. Are the Commanders one of the best teams in the NFL? Taking your calls. I think if we know definitively Jaden's fine, then the answer is hell yeah. I think I am not particularly concerned. I don't really care about the schedule stuff because you see things happen every week in the NFL where a team you don't expect to beats a team. You know what I mean? Like,
especially lately, man.
It's a week-to-week league, dude.
That parity is not very far off now.
Atlanta was coming in hot. Seattle goes to Atlanta, beats them. Jacksonville is a train wreck. They win. Denver beat the tar out of New Orleans. Like, it's a week-to-week league. The Rams beat the Raiders. The Eagles were a mess. They beat the hell out of the Giants. The Giants had to bench their quarterback.
The Giants benched their quarterback while the running back
tore him up. I'm not looking for a specific number. I personally, the answer is yes. I think top 10, top 8. For me, the
where were they last week in the
no, I think they were 7 or 6.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
So.
To me, it is how many teams play divisional weekend? 8, right? Because then you get the 4 on conference championship weekend. Could Washington be a divisional round weekend team? Hard for me to say anything, but yes. Let's go to these phones. Nate's in D.C. Nate, is Washington among the best teams in the NFL?
Yes, they are. There are 32 teams in the league. The best teams, you got to at least number down to 8. We top 8 in the league. I mean, and at the end of the day, a little earlier, I was listening. You said something about the Buccaneers being better than Washington. And I don't know if you caught that B. Mitch had to offer a little correction and say, when we played them, they were better than us. At the end of the day, it's all based on spots. It's all based on situational football. I think we could match up with anybody in the league, given the coaching staff that we have and the assignments that they place on detail and how we attack each team differently. Like, got to give that credit to Quinn and Cliff Kingsbury and company, man. They're doing a phenomenal job.
You really do. Thanks for the call, Nate. The coaching staff deserves a ton of credit here. And I think Cliff deserves a ton of credit. This offense right now, through 7 games, first in points, fourth in yards, third.
That first in points is amazing.
Third in first downs. And they are running the hell out of the football. And Cliff tried to tell everybody, and nobody wanted to hear it, that his offense was too static and he runs the air raid, all these things. They're third in rush yards, fifth in rush attempts. Some of that is going to be Jaden. I understand that. But it's not just Jaden. They put together an offensive line with some real nastiness to it. They get down. Yesterday, I was speaking with somebody who I'll choose not to identify. But when Peters and Quinn, when Peters first got the job and then when he hired Quinn, at those press conferences, they repeatedly said, we want to have an identity. We want to be physical and violent.
Yeah.
And dude, that more than anything, and Jaden's almost his own category, right?
That's what they become.
That's what they're showing week after week. And when you have that, and you don't have a good quarterback, you tend to be a very feisty team. You know what I mean? Like you get to 6-7 wins and you cover a lot. But when you have that and a good quarterback, you have the potential to be great. Nobody's saying that's what they are now, but they're on a track for it. PJ's in Reston. PJ, is this one of, not the best, but one of the best teams in the NFL?
Absolutely. I'm trying to even slow my roll, but they're playing so good. It's really hard not to say they are. The thing that makes it easy for me to say, maybe not top 5, but top 8, top 10, is the fact of how great the defense has been playing these last couple of weeks. It's amazing. We really might have one of the best coaching staffs in the NFL, and it just makes me so happy. And I'm just happy for everyone in this area. This is awesome.
Appreciate you, bud. Thank you. I think there's still some question marks. I think yesterday they jumped on a bad team, and then they weren't able to run the football, and it kind of all broke their way.
Yeah, but they took it from him. They didn't give it to him.
Right. Let's go to Benny is in Landover. Benny, what you got?
Yes, I think today, Monday, October the 21st, the Washington Commanders are one of the best teams right today. They proved it yesterday. Quarterback went down, the air went out of the building, and they still ran the plays that was suitable to do what they did to put up 40. Most points scored yesterday. Thank you very much.
All right, brother.
Yeah, dude. When you're putting up 40, it's
kind of hard to knock it.
You're putting up 40 and you've got the most points in the league. It's pretty damn good.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Benny.
How about?
Let's get to our guy Telly is in DC. Telly, what up?
What up, Telly?
Hell to the Redskins. What's going on, fellas? Hey, man, I just want to say yes. They are one of the best in the league. If I want to critique this coaching staff, I think you mentioned that we're third in the NFL in rushing. Well, I want to be first. And if they keep going on the path they're going, we're unstoppable. All the deficiencies that were said about this old line, and I always said, and I said this for years, man, when you run that block, man, it's an attitude. And the attitude translates from the offense and the defense. Shout out to the defense. Shout out to the coaching staff as well, bringing different looks, different blitzes coming from different directions. I'm loving it. And also, last week against B-More, yeah, we let them have that game. We should have stayed in our game plan. Even though B-Rob was hurt, that shouldn't have stopped us from running the ball. We still run the block. Everybody ain't going to be there week in and week out. You still have your identity, and you continue your identity until somebody stops you. Those you Redskins, y'all be easy, fellas.
All right, bro.
Thank you, Telly. Appreciate the call, man. We mentioned it. These guys wanted violent, physical, build the identity.
I like that.
To Telly's point, they really are building that. You see Defensively, it feels like they're coming downhill. Jeremy Chin, he is quiet and pleasant and really just a nice person when you speak to him.
Mm-hmm.
He's a violent ass dude on the football field.
Supposed to be, man.
And B,
I know why people want to play football and have football teams, and you're not be that way.
You talk about building an identity. That's something the organization has lacked for 2 decades.
Mm-hmm.
There was no consistency in building that identity. There was no consistency in showing it. It's easy to say stuff like, oh, we're going to be X, Y, and Z. Prove it on the field week after week, month after month. That changes things. And when you talk about an identity, you talk about the 5-star technicians from Crop Metcalf. We all know that plumbing problems always seem to strike at the worst possible time. It's inevitable. Seriously, plumbing problems only happen in the middle of the night. It sucks. So you should also know that no matter the plumbing predicament or when it may happen, you can schedule an appointment with Crop Metcalf, the 5-star plumbing experts at cropmetcalf.com. Save time, schedule now to have a 5-star Crop Metcalf plumbing technician at the ready to expertly handle any plumbing pickle you may find yourself in. Visit cropmetcalf.com now to schedule. And remember, Crop Metcalf is the one with 5 stars. Crop Metcalf, home of the 5-star technician.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders are 5-2 after they beat the Panthers yesterday 40-7. Jaden Daniels leaving with a rib injury. Dan Quinn didn't have any update post-game. We'll hear more from him today coming up at 3:30. Brandon Coleman also left the game with a concussion. Other games in the NFC East, the Eagles beat the Giants 28-3. Saquon Barkley making his return to New York. 17 carries, 176 yards and a touchdown. Eagles now 4-2. The Giants are 2-5. NFL injuries, 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk is feared to have a torn ACL. MRI today confirmed that Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson has a torn Achilles, and Raiders quarterback Aiden O'Connell is expected to miss 4 to 6 weeks with a broken thumb. Tonight, 2 Monday Night Football games, Ravens Bucks in Tampa at 8:15, and Chargers Cardinals in Arizona at 9 o'clock. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. Over the weekend, the championship series wrapped up in baseball. The Dodgers and Yankees set to meet in the World Series. Game 1 Friday night at 8 o'clock at Dodger Stadium. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Coming up after us, Grant and Danny, they got Jeremy McNichols calling in at 4:30. That should be good. Plus, DQ will be live during their show, so you'll get all the latest updates. Jay Gruden at 5. They got interviews, Jeremy Chin, Dami Brown. Make sure you keep it right here on 1067 The Fan all afternoon, all Commanders, all the time. Kind of a simple question, really. Just, do you think Washington belongs in the top 10? Like, do you think they are a real contender? Have they changed the conversation surrounding this organization? And I think there's no question about it, B.
All you can do is judge them based off of what they're doing now, not what they were, not what you thought about them. They are right now playing as good as anybody else out there. A defense wasn't playing well earlier. Lately, they've been coming along. That's all that matters.
Living, breathing organism.
When you look at it and you put their numbers against everybody else's, yes, they are playing as good.
Defensively now, last week they were 22nd in both points allowed and yards allowed.
Mm-hmm.
Now moved up to 15th in points allowed, 16th in yards allowed. It's top half of the league.
Hey,
both of them.
Moving in the right direction, brother.
Our guy, Commander Tequila's on the line. Or is it Commandante Tequila now? Hello.
Whatever he is, he don't know how to paint.
Hello, sir.
The paint supposed to be on his face. It was all over his shirt.
Wait, what?
It was, but somebody was
He had a
joking
Joker
when they were
looking
looking
on
at
his
me
face.
the way they were eating. You know?
What
I have
happened
no
to
idea.
you? Maybe I need somebody else to explain this to me. Commander, did you paint your face?
Yeah, I painted my face like a Joker because I was hoping that it would be something really good and wild just to make this game exciting. I was really happy, excited because this team here, this organization, is just so unique that came all together. Like everybody's working with each other. Everybody's doing their job. Everybody's doing the communication right. Offense and defense, from the staff, from the ownership, coming down. You know, it's like a blessing because everybody's doing their job. You know, it's like, wow, it's going to go off, you know? That's what I'm seeing. Even last week's game was great. You know, even this coming week, as long as everybody doing their job, doing their homework, keep doing their studies, keep doing their filming, working, and and working with each other, hey, we got a great chemistry, a really great chemistry with everybody working together. That's leadership and teamwork.
Thanks,
you know?
Commander. I like it. I got a question for you, Brian, and anybody else that saw it. He painted his face like the Joker from Batman?
Yeah.
Why? And what
So
did he
I
look
saw him, and he kept doing this here to me. I walk over to say what's up, and I noticed he must have painted his face, then put his shirt on.
It's all over.
And look, he had paint all over his shirt.
Did you see him yesterday?
And I don't
Jeff?
know if he used the right type of paint.
You just used like paint.
It looked like that flaky paint.
Nah, I didn't see
Where did you see him?
Over by our show. He came over there, and I'm trying to do TV, and I'm looking at this dude with his face painted like a Joker doing this. Look. What the hell is going on? And then I had to look close. I said, oh, hell, that's Commander.
So Daryl Green's doing his media availability, and we're all just kind of there, asking questions, and it's crowded. And he did it right in front of the 28, but on the backside, so it kind of looked like 82. And there were fans on the other side of it. And this one dude, Daryl Green, is talking. And this one dude had a B. Mitch for HOF hoodie. And he was like showing it to me, and I was like, cool.
He told me he had you sign it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have learned in this world, if people ask you to sign something, you just do it. I'll never understand why somebody wants me to sign a B. Mitch for Hall of Fame hoodie. I did it.
I signed mine right next to yours.
You know what I do? You know what I have started to do? Because I feel like this is fitting. Whenever people give me a hat to sign, or definitely a helmet, sign right by the ear hole. I feel like that's my spot. Let's go to.
I will start looking at people's helmets and stuff.
You see my goofy ass signature, and I've tried to start writing "What up" so that people can know who I am. Wayne is in Bowie. Wayne, talk to me, dude.
Hey guys, hey B. Mitch, I got the foundation. Take it to the house. Restaurant waiting for you.
So, God, we haven't heard from Wayne in a minute. Great to hear Wayne.
Hey man, props to you, B. Mitch. I heard the speech that you gave at Darryl Green's reception of the Key to the City, and that was a nice speech, man. And I enjoyed listening to you, me and my wife. Props to you for that. Also, I wanted to bring out a few things. Last year, people saw Ron Rivera and Del Rio not coaching, but a bunch of dummies on the sideline, not teaching. One thing I like about Dan Quinn and his staff, because people were saying on the outside, this is a trap game. He said, no, it's not about that, and we're not going to be a roller coaster. It's about us, and it's about us getting better. And so I appreciate that. And one indication of their getting better, and not too many people talking about it, Emmanuel Forbes, they got an interception. What do you think about that? In other words, they saw something in him that they didn't see in the Jahan Dotson, because I ain't seen Jahan Dotson on the field with the Eagles in a while. So, hey, take it to the house, Steve Mitch. Love you guys.
All right, man. Appreciate
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate the call, Wayne.
All right.
Wayne got some energy.
Yes, he does.
We need Wayne and Commander Tequila to go drink it sometime.
No. we're not allowing Wayne to get around that.
Who knows whose face gets painted?
Commander, boy, who? I'm like, dude, you got the wrong type of paint on your face. What?
Commander, tweet me a picture of your face.
Oh, man. I'm sure he took one.
We do have this guy. Jeff, you want to respond to my guy? Chasing Leaves on Twitter says, it's nice having a record of 5-2. Congrats. But there's still work to do. The Redskins have only played two good teams, Tampa and Baltimore, and they lost both. You want to handle my light work, Jeffrey?
You only play the people that's on your schedule, right?
That's not our fault.
You play the people on your schedule, and you can't worry about that type of thing. If they had gone out there and just lost those games, you would think better of them. They won the damn game they were supposed to win, right?
Okay, I need a question. I need to understand everything here. Is this guy, is he a Commanders fan or is he not a Commanders fan?
More than likely, he's not.
He's
a
a
Commanders
nameless,
fan.
faceless
Okay.
egg on social media.
If he is a Commanders fan, dude, we have no control over the schedule. Enjoy it. Embrace it. We're winning. If you are a hater, shut the bleep up. Y'all was not count. Nobody other than the quote unquote Ashburn syndrome having fans had us at 5-2 this season. So now that we're doing it, I don't want to hear we ain't play anybody because it would be a whole different thing. Oh, y'all would be laughing at us. Y'all be doing all this if we would have lost. If we were 2-5 right now, oh, the Commanders curse ain't going nowhere. Y'all thought just because you got a new owner, all the noise. Man,
What
shut
would have
up.
happened in the past? They would have won 13-12 in a game like that. They beat them 40-7. In the Browns game, they beat them 42-14, right?
Cardinals was 42-14.
They are
Browns
handling
34-13.
Yeah, so they are handling the people that they're supposed to beat. They are kicking their asses. Okay, so I'm appalled when they get these idiots from these other teams that because their team is not beating the team they're supposed to beat, they mad at your team because you're beating the team you're supposed to beat. Makes no sense, right?
I can't lie. I now know what a lot of, other fans around the league felt about us. Because for a minute, we were that fan. Man, y'all ain't beat, especially to that team in Texas.
Yeah.
Y'all ain't beating nobody. So I get it. I understand it. But just stop. We don't want to hear it. Go get the word out. Washington is back up.
You heard Jeff. When we get back, we got to make some bets, and I may have stumbled into a true breakthrough on one of my penny stocks. Apparently, the hearing aid market just changed. We'll give a live status check on INND. I was unfamiliar with this. If you're unfamiliar with the origins of this song, which is probably the most highest played song at like middle school dances and bar mitzvahs across the United States, Whoop There It Is in the 90s was everywhere. Go check out Peter Rosenberg's Instagram page for the story of what that song actually means. And then you'll realize it should not be played at middle school dances across the United States. Jeff, do you know that story? It's pretty incredible.
I know it's something we can't say over the air.
Yeah.
Whoop, there it is.
Yeah. Imagine something that very rarely makes an appearance and you go, whoop, there it is.
Oh, yeah.
And at certain clubs in Atlanta in the late 80s, early 90s. And use your imagination.
Don't need to use your imagination. You know what it is.
The Gold Club. Look up the depositions. I'm excited.
Depositions or definitions?
Well, no, because remember the Gold Club had this like huge trial where like Patrick Ewing and everybody got dragged in.
Oh, a lot of people in there.
Yeah, it was a lot of folks.
Oh, yes, indeed. Kept my name out all that joint.
We got a serious ball game tonight that I'm excited to watch, and it's actually a doubleheader tonight. Ravens, Bucks, and Chargers, Cardinals.
All right.
One of these games I am fired up for. One of them is kind of late. That's a straight shout out to the West Coast. Enjoy that joint. Landfill, you ready to make some bets? Let's do it.
Gather around.
Damn, Landfill didn't hit us with the I was waiting for it, Landini. New week, new us. Jeff hasn't hit a bet in like 3 weeks. How long's it been?
Oh,
dog?
whoa, stop. Because I hit a bet last week. I hit a parlay.
When?
I told you. It was bittersweet because the Guardians came back and won.
Yep.
And
how excited are you for the World Series? Quick World Series talk.
I was so excited that I tweeted Landfill, we back up. Now, am I a little nervous? Yes. But
y'all have two hitters. They have Ohtani.
Yeah.
Or they got Mookie Betts.
But the thing is,
they got some hitters.
Oh, I know they do.
The thing is, closing wise, we always seem to let teams back in it.
That kid Weaver doesn't seem to me like a World Series closer. We'll see.
Yeah,
but yo, the way Stanton's hitting, Stanton, Judge, Soto, and for Soto to hit that in the
clutch.
Oh, dude, that hurt. It shouldn't hurt anymore. It still hurts. And dude, everybody wants to tell me it was the right move to trade him. No, it wasn't. What if you still just had him? The right move would be for ownership to recognize a generational talent and pay him. That would be the right move. Anyway.
They wouldn't gonna do that.
Tonight, will be my second team parlays. I'm taking the Ravens and the Chargers.
Who are the Chargers playing again?
The Chargers are playing the Cardinals.
What's the spread? You taking money line? You taking spread?
I was taking the money line. I could take the Ravens money line because they're minus 190. Just had that thing up. Oh, my bad. There we go. Oh yeah, and I'm taking the Chargers minus 118.
Jeff loves money line bets. What do you got, Landini?
I'm taking the Cardinals plus 1.5.
Okay. Well, don't hate that.
Cardinals and Ravens.
So I'm alone. I'm a man on an island with a system. Bucks are good. Bucks are getting 3.5. All of America's betting on the Ravens. The money and the tickets are all on the Ravens. Give me the Bucks plus the 3.5.
Give me the money line.
What's that?
Give me the money line.
You took the money line at 186 or whatever it is?
Whatever it is, it ain't 200.
Yeah, you're just under it.
No, if you're under it, you're under it.
I'm saying you're just under it. I got it. I see it at 190.
Yeah.
We're agreeing.
I have 9 steps in between.
What?
91, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
One of your most remarkable abilities, and mine too, is the ability to argue over something even when we're agreeing.
I'm just letting you know.
You're saying it's under 200. I said, yeah, it's just under.
Yeah,
we're agreeing.
You're saying just under, but it's under. 199 is just under.
Terrific. Grant and Danny coming your way next. They got a packed football show for you. Check out Jeremy McNichols going to join the program live. Thank you to everybody that listened to us. Thank you to everybody that called in. Thank you to Jake Delhomme. That was an awesome interview. I really enjoyed that. Get on the Odyssey app
Raging Cajun,
and
baby.
make sure you check that out. It's high praise of Jaden Daniels. High praise of Jaden Daniels. We are back tomorrow. Great and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. Oh, yeah, beer.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is sponsored by Verizon. In the NFL, the Commanders are now 5-2 on the season as they beat the Carolina Panthers yesterday 40-7. Jaden Daniels leaving the game with a rib injury. Dan Quinn didn't have any update post-game. We'll hear more from Dan Quinn today at 3:30. They're going to run some more tests on his ribs today. Brandon Coleman also left the game. He had a concussion. NFC East games yesterday, the Eagles beat the Giants 28-3. Saquon Barkley making his return to New York with 17 carries, 176 yards and a touchdown. Eagles are now 4-2, the Giants 2-5. Some updates on some injuries in the NFL yesterday. 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk is feared to have a torn ACL. Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson had an MRI today confirming the torn Achilles, and Raiders quarterback Aiden O'Connell is expected to miss 4 to 6 weeks with a broken thumb. Other injury news, the Dolphins are designating quarterback Tua Tagovailoa to return from injured reserve. Adam Schefter saying he's tracking to play next week against Arizona. Monday Night Football tonight, the Ravens taking on the Buccaneers at 8:15, and the Chargers taking on the Cardinals at 9 o'clock. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. In baseball, the World Series matchup is set. It's Dodgers-Yankees. Game 1 set for Friday at Dodger Stadium at 8 o'clock. Phones weren't made to be broken, but life happens. So when you break your phone, Verizon's got you. Trade in any phone at your local Verizon store in any condition, guaranteed, and get a great deal on one of their best 5G phones with unlimited ultimate. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
A happy Monday, a victory Monday on Grant and Danny. Welcome in. Thanks for making the show part of your day on the Fan. The Commanders have won again. They are 5-2, and we will be discussing the game, celebrating an incredible home performance throughout the day with you here on G&D. Great guest lineup today includes Jay Gruden on the show at 5 o'clock for his normal Monday appointment. We'll also have Jeremy McNichols calling in. He averaged 6 yards a carry, 42 yards on the ground yesterday. He's been magnificent, Danny, in his role early this season. I'm excited to talk to him because he's good on special teams, too.
Yeah, he's been tremendous.
He will call in at 4:30 today. We also have interviews for you with Jeremy Chin, who had 4 tackles and helped out a defense that nearly pitched the first shutout for Washington since 1991 as they dominated the Panthers. And you'll also hear from Dami Brown coming up at 2:45 today. Dami had a nice 23-yard catch from Marcus Mariota, who was fantastic off the bench. We'll talk a lot about Jaden Daniels' injury and where we go from here, if he plays against the Bears, if he doesn't. But I got to tip my cap to everybody involved yesterday in this operation. You play a bad team at home, good teams are supposed to handle bad teams at home. And not only did they do that, they just completely destroyed Carolina 40-7. This does not happen around here. This does not happen for this team, Danny, where you are in multiple home games in a row, not using your important players in the fourth quarter because the game is already over. What an amazing thing we're witnessing from this Washington Commanders team.
Wild. Just absolutely wild. I mean, you touched on some of it. Everything's so weird. Right? I mean, as I'm watching yesterday, it's kind of with, bittersweet joy, if that's even a thing, not knowing the extent of the injury to Daniels. And they're just dismantling an inferior opponent. Carolina's an embarrassing train wreck. They should be relegated, but there's no such thing. So they just have to go and pick first or second again. But Washington dominated in every possible way that you could dominate. They have already won more games than they did last year. They have already won more games than they did the entirety of last season. I can't stop thinking about that. I can't stop thinking about Daniels getting hurt. I can't stop thinking about how good every element of this game looked for Washington. I said, I went on the pregame show with Dat and Day and Linnell, and they're like, "How do you feel? Like, a little bit nervous?" And I was like, "Honestly, I'm not," which is not like me. I don't really do that. I live very nervously, especially when it comes to sports. But what they've shown is if you're an inferior team, you're going to get the bleep kicked out of you. Come on by and catch these hands.
They won by 33.
Yeah, and it could have been way worse.
They have not. That's true. And that was with them taking their foot off the gas for the entire fourth quarter. They have not won by 33 points in 9 years until yesterday. They are 5-2 for the first time in 6 years. That was the Alex Smith 2018 year. Although there was nothing about that 5-2 start where they're checking the ball down and doing very little offensively that felt like this. So I will be dismissive of 2018 and tell you that those two seasons don't really belong in the same sentence. This is the best scoring team in the NFL right now. I mean, think about this. Think about Washington. We're talking about the Commanders, the old Redskins, the football team. That group, 31 points per game they are scoring right now. They are excellent offensively. They are an elite offensive operation, a well-oiled machine, clinical. They are number one in the NFL in scoring differential. I'm going to say that again. Line up 32 teams. Who has outscored their opponents by the most points? It is 5-2 Washington. That, by the way, is the metric in every sport, run differential in baseball, point differential in the NFL, that I use to sort legitimacy. When you and I are doing a power rankings, I don't necessarily just look at the wins and losses. The first category I look at is scoring differential.
It tells you who's 5-2 is more impressive. This team's 5-2 or that team is 5-2. You're +5. It means you're like Minnesota. Was it last year, the year before, where they won 1 million close games? They deserve credit for that, but everyone knew they weren't as good as some of the top teams.
This is just so refreshing and exhilarating. It's been amazing for this last 2 months. And how quickly this is happening is staggering right now. To go from a bottom 5 NFL team in everybody's preseason rankings to now the goalposts having moved so that when you do another impressive Sunday thing, when you blow another team out, people are saying, well, you're not playing anyone. It was a month ago that you were the no one. It was a month ago when you were the Panthers, you were the Browns, and now I'm not impressed by your 30-point win over those teams. I'm not impressed that you got to rest your starters in the fourth quarter. But a month ago, you were telling me I sucked and I was on the same level as those teams. So I will have none of that discussion today, frankly. It'd be one thing if you're beating Carolina 17-14. You top the Browns like the Eagles did last week, by 3 or 4 points. You beat them 13-10. This is 34-13, and you stopped playing with 20 minutes to go. This is 40-7. 40-7. That is Alabama against Troy. This is ridiculous what we're seeing. So let them say whatever they want to say about who Washington's playing. Because the fact is they're not just winning against bad teams. They're destroying bad teams. That's what really good teams do.
That's the summary. I mean, it began, Cincinnati wasn't playing particularly well. So they won this back and forth game that was thrilling and riveting and awesome. But out of that, in the wake of that Giants game, right, where they won, you could argue because the Giants kicker pulled something pregame and things went differently, but they were trailing deep into the second half. Wasn't until a fumble punch, I think, that they ended up driving down and taking the lead. Nothing but field goals. But you now look in retrospect, and those were building blocks instead of one-offs. And what usually happens here is any good action, like you win a close game, a hard-fought game, and everyone says all the right things, but there's no progress made. Right? Anytime the groundhog emerges its head from subterranean levels and goes, oh, this is what it's like out here. There is a predator. There's an owl or a giant hawk streaking above to tear you limb from limb and send you back down into your hole again. That's not what's happening. They are building.
Yeah.
Like there is legitimate progress being made. Players are playing better than they were 2 months ago. That's to me a lot. It's all refreshing, honestly. Just that this whole thing is damn fun, but just kind of digging into the nuance of how and why and where you're seeing continued improved play instead of one time someone has a nice game. That's cool. Now this is what you expect.
Yes.
Right. That really to me is the most remarkable turn about all of this.
What players are playing worse football now than they were a month ago? You can't find them.
Mm-hmm.
What areas of this team are going in the wrong direction, not the right direction? You can't find them. I love so many things about yesterday. I don't mean the result, I mean the process. They got the ball back with 2 minutes and 22 seconds to go before the half, and they were already up 20-0.
Mm-hmm.
And they had their backup quarterback in the game, and the ball was at the 8-yard line. You remember that?
Yeah, of course.
This was such an easy run the ball a couple of times, try to get a first down, and maybe if things go well, go get a field goal spot. Nothing's ever been more easy than that, by the way. Backup quarterback, shadow of your own goalpost.
You're dominating.
2-minute warning. Let's not give them any momentum. And that is not how they think on this team. That is not how Dan Quinn wants them to think. That is not what Cliff Kingsbury does. They told Marcus Mariota, let's go get a touchdown. And they did. 92 yards on 8 plays, and he lit up a bad Panthers defense on that drive, and it changed his entire day. And I thought philosophically that was the tell for what was the second half. They didn't do anything differently without Jaden Daniels.
Yep.
Marcus Mariota, 18 of 23 for 205 and a pair of scores. That is a Daniels stat line. By the way, he ran 11 times, probably more than I would have.
A lot more than I would have, yeah.
A Daniels stat line. They didn't miss a beat. If you look at the EPA per play, that category we always talk about with Jaden leading the NFL, Marcus Mariota yesterday in EPA per play, Danny, turned in the 8th best quarterback game of the season. I would imagine a few above that are Daniels. But my point is, that was the Jaden Daniels performance. And I think there's this perception on the outside in, like this is just a one-man thing. It's Jaden Daniels, and all the receivers are terrible, and he makes all the running backs a lot better, which he does. And the line stinks, but he makes them better, which to an extent he does. But no, this is a good football team. Can we please acknowledge that the line is good, that the Terry McLaurin was outstanding with Mariota throwing to him, that Brown making plays and the other Brown making plays, and the line who gave him the second most time to throw in the National Football League yesterday, 3.5 seconds, and the 17th best pressure percentage, among the teams right in the middle of the pack yesterday, that they played their butts off for Marcus Mariota. And while Daniels was on the sideline, and hopefully he's back very soon because he's special and unique and he's the best in the building by a mile, they didn't miss him. They punted once. It was the same thing they've been doing. Cliff Kingsbury, take a bow.
Yeah, just mauling teams. I mean, at one point, I think they had 132 total yards and 130 were on the ground. Just to show you that they're able to do that, even without the other kinds of threats. But I want to go to that 2-minute drill super quick, because their initial plan, having Carolina actually makes a good play. Punts it deep. It's at the Washington 8 to start the drive with 2:22 to go. I actually do believe they were going to hand it off a couple times and let's take our 20-point lead to halftime. The first play, they run at 2:22, 3 yards. Let it get the 2-minute warning. They're not hurrying up.
Yeah, that by design, you're just, let's get to 2.
Let's get a little bit of space.
Less chance for them to have the ball back with time.
Mariota off the right end for 4 yards. The next play, they don't run for 40 seconds almost. They can't help but get a first down, and then they went, you know what? Carolina's not calling timeout, desperate to get the football back. Let's take this foot right here. If you can see on the YouTube video, I'm pointing to my right foot. Let's put it on their throat. We're already kicking their ass. Watch this.
Yeah.
Once they got out of the shadow of their goal line, it went from, we'll go to halftime up 20. It's, well, why don't we go to halftime up 27? And that, we can do that. We have that gear just in case you get frisky. Just in case you have any idea this is going to go differently at any point this afternoon, you're wrong. You're here because we're allowing you to be here. You're going to receive the business. I could not have been more impressed by that drive. That was unbelievable.
27-0 at the half. They got to 34-0, by the way. That was the first time since, you guys remember the 3-touchdown game by Chris Cooley in the 05 winning streak at home.
Most fun I ever had at that stadium.
They led the Cowboys 35-0, I believe, at one point in time.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the last time they had a lead of that large. We're seeing things we haven't seen in decades. And I just like everything about how they operate. Yesterday, as an example, it's smart stuff. Like Brian Robinson only had 12 carries. Jeremy McNichols had 7. He's your third running back.
Yeah.
Austin Eckler only had 4. They don't want to overwork Eckler because they want him healthy for the duration of the year. And internally now, they're probably setting their eyes on maybe having to play into the playoffs. So let's not overwork Brian Robinson, who scores a touchdown every week. Let's work McNichols in, who's going to be calling into us at 4:30 today. He had 7 for 42. So collectively, you run the ball 27 times for what was right around 130 yards with 3 running backs. And then Mariota ran all over the place. The 2 quarterbacks combined for 14 carries and another 84 yards on the ground. That's how you get a net rushing of 214. If I was going to pick any nits, because I love how they called the second half, I love how Kingsbury does not play the run the ball and run clock game. They were still slinging it when they're up by 30. I thought that was awesome. Big 12 Kingsbury just wants the next touchdown. Sign me up for that. My only gripe, and this goes back to the very first game of the season when they were doing this with Daniels on the goal line. I don't understand why they're running quarterbacks and taking shots when they're up by 1,000,000 points. You've already lost one in the game.
Yep.
You're going to go to your third quarterback here?
Yeah, I didn't love that. What it felt to me, and you could call me crazy pants if you want to.
Crazy pants.
It felt to me like we're normally, if things were equal, we would just keep handing it off to get the clock running. We actually need to get Mariota some work. That's what it felt like. We're just going to run our offense because we need the work on our offense. And this is they're not posing any threat to us in terms of a pass rush or disrupting. So I want, you saw a few throws from Mariota that just weren't really on target or either late or a little bit off
right when he
in terms of rhythm. Yeah, when he took over. So it said to me like we might need him. We don't know right now. We don't know if this is just today, if this is a month, if this is IR, God forbid. But let's get him some work in a lower stakes environment.
I totally agree. They went tempo in the second half at one point, and I thought, why on earth, with this score, are they going tempo? Tackles made, they're getting to the line. And I was actually talking, Kyle and I, in the press box about this. And we're like, you know what? They might have to use it against the Bears. And let's get him some work doing this, is their logic, perhaps. Like, they don't know what the status is. So, yeah, I think you're right, because he didn't play a lot and well in the preseason. And then he was hurt, if you remember, at the start of the year. So there have been plenty of reps missed. I'm not sitting here and going to pretend like Marcus Mariota, starting against Chicago, should be expected to go out and post a 132 quarterback rating. That's a really good defense. And if Daniels misses the Bears game, people are going to be totally bummed. Number one, because your franchise quarterback misses a game. But having talked to so many fans leaving the building yesterday, to the extent that I wasn't even aware, there is this online back and forth between Bears and Commanders fans about the draft picks at the top of the board that I didn't even know about. I don't really understand, frankly, because why does Caleb Williams matter? Seems like your guy's doing pretty well, and vice versa, but whatever. I guess there's this huge kind of exchange between the fan bases in this countdown to next week. And obviously it will be a gigantic bummer after they change the time of the game for the national audience and the chance of a 1 versus a 2 and Williams against Daniels if Daniels can't go. But the real bummer for me is going to be, I have circled that game for several weeks, not because it's number 1 against number 2, but for me because I think that is the best defense they've played all season. And I thought it was going to be the truest, best test offensively against a really good defense, which is the antithesis of what, say, Carolina is. Baltimore, not even a really good defense, although they played pretty well 2 weeks ago. But this was the game where the Bears defense is the real deal, and I wanted to see Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury in the offense against them. And if you don't get to, I think that's going to be tough. And if Mariota comes out and struggles and plays in that game, we're just going to say, oh, well, they had their backup quarterback, when really maybe something got found out about the offense. So I do hope Daniels plays, because it would be a blast for everybody at home. And I hope he's healthy, and we'll get more into him in a minute. But man, oh man, does 3 straight home wins and a couple of blowouts in the process change the experience and the vibes in the stadium. I mean, leaving, people were just on cloud 9 last night.
They have played 3 home games and have played better each time they played at home.
Can you imagine thinking that they were going to do better than they did against the Browns?
Yeah. No, first of all.
We were in Leesburg on Friday, and we had all the listeners jumping on mic to give us their predictions. And they were basically just topping each other one after another. 34-13, 37-10, 40-10 or whatever. And each time you and I are kind of laughing like, this is just
how
hilarious.
Fun is this?
Like,
and it was actually worse than all of them.
And not one person correctly predicted how bad the beatdown was going to be.
Yeah. Yeah, I had him winning by double digits. It's not even close. I guess I was right in that regard. But it was, 20-something less than I thought. But thinking about the big picture here, and that's what I'm very focused on. I love beating Carolina. That was awesome. The Ron Bowl. We have the feet, be where your feet are trophy, I guess, for now. But big picture is all I really care about with this thing. And individual moments are nice, individual games are nice, et cetera. I care about Daniels and the high ceiling and where this organization could go in the future. But for them, one of the big picture things I was thinking about was you were trying really hard to convince people that it's different. You're trying really hard for a reticent fan base that didn't show the enthusiasm and zeal and gusto earlier on this year that you would think. You draft a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback that is the baddest dude in the Valley with $1 billion smile who shows up at 4 a.m. and is outworking everybody. He's probably on his VR headset right now looking at Bears defensive alignments, okay? you have every reason for excitement, and it wasn't really there just yet. It wasn't. People were hesitating to buy in. Well, you know a great way to get people to buy in is you reward them. And here's your reward. You go to Nubs West Stadium and you watch them win by 1 million again and again and again.
Yeah.
If you were a paying customer yesterday, I bet you had a great time. And now you build fans, right? It's the other stuff you do your best to control, the make it easy to get in and out, all the parking stuff, every complaint that we all have. I think a cable broke yesterday on some fans.
Well, here is the symbolism. I want to talk about that cable because it happened right in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
So it was literally in front of the press box. Now, this is not a FedEx Field Northwest Stadium's a bad place bit because it was a TV cable.
Mm-hmm.
CBS hangs before the game.
Sure.
It came down. Not really the stadium's fault. But this cable falls, and there is this embarrassing moment where it falls on the crowd, and everyone's kind of lifting it up and messing with it and trying to figure out what to do and calling for help and security and whatever. And as this is happening, this is not an exaggeration. We're all in the press box looking at this like, oh, my God, this cable fell. Look, this guy's got it on top of him, and what's going on? And you could see in the front row of like all the beat writers, they start like tweeting and, here comes the cable fell at the stadium.
Yeah, the Tom cable fell down.
As this is happening, Dante Fowler picks off Andy Dalton and is returning it for a touchdown. And it sounds like, oh, that's funny. That's poetic. You're exaggerating. I mean, quite literally, as they're typing out that a cable just fell on fans and whatever, they now have to delete their tweet so that they could talk about the fact that Dante Fowler just returned an interception, 67 yards for a score, and the Commanders' defense has them on the board with a 7-0 lead. And if that is not apropos and symbolic of what playing good football and that winning environment can do to put some lipstick on those blemish problems that they have, right? To mask those deficiencies, where literally you have spun the narrative in front of my eyes from stupid stadium to crowd goes crazy.
Raucous environment.
By the way, you know what happened in the crowd? They lift up the cable and they kind of start jumping around and dancing with it. And now the cable was just something to celebrate with. And they start hanging it back up. And it was like nothing ever happened. But if on that play they give up a long touchdown and you're angry, now the cable being resting on your shoulders probably is a little more annoying. See what I'm saying?
Of course I do. Of course I do. It's another indignity that you suffered.
Just amazing. But we should get into the Jaden Daniels injury in detail and what this now means for this week. I do want to point out that we're going to take Dan Quinn live. He talks at 3:30. This will be the most official first chance at a true update on Daniels. We'll see if Quinn's willing to say whether or not he's got a chance to play against the Bears on Sunday. And you will hear that press conference live and first right here on The Fan. So make sure you're listening a little over 1 hour when he speaks at 3:30. We're Grant and Danny on The Fan.
3rd and 9 for Carolina. Dalton on the move. He tried to throw it to his own man. He threw it to the other team. Intercepted by Fowler, and he's gonna go. Touchdown, Commanders.
Iron Eagle on the call. CBS yesterday. Dante Fowler with a pick six. Grant and Danny, welcoming you back on the Fan. By the way, I saw some people calling it a thick six. That's not fair to do to Dante Fowler. I think a thick six has to be an interior defensive lineman or a fat person running down the field.
Like, you need to report eligible. You know what I mean? Like,
okay. I mean, but defensive players don't do that.
But you know what I'm saying? Like the kind of guy that would have to.
I get it.
See what I'm saying?
I know this. It should look like me running with the football. That's a thick six. Dante Fowler's an athlete.
Yeah.
He quite literally jumped over top of and like on one leg juked Andy Dalton. That's not a thick six. A thick six is like I'm carrying the ball with both hands and it feels like I'm doing exactly what I was told to do in 3rd grade when I first held a football. Like that's a thick
like
six.
Jaden Daniels' first touchdown pass. Thick six.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But Dante Fowler balled out, by the way.
Had a day.
The latest of the Adam Peters additions to be great on a Sunday. And we need to do something. I show meeting real quick. When I mention Adam Peters, there should be a chime or a sound or like maybe like a Ben Johnson alert, but an Adam Peters alert or something, because that guy needs more attention and credit and flowers for being great and not just handsome. He put on a freaking clinic this offseason. This happened overnight.
Yeah.
Like people are sleeping on how insane what we're seeing is. But this Dante Fowler play that he made over and over again, the pick six was awesome. How about his 4th and 1 play, Dan?
Yeah. Knife through the line of scrimmage. Like it was like prime LeVar Arrington. You know what I mean? I'm going, who is this?
That's perfectly said. Like
who is this?
Penn State jumping over the line, LeVar Arrington. He had another play where he was giving chase and he's so fast.
Yeah.
But Dalton, if you remember, was like rolling to his right. They had this throwback screen set up for Leggett at the top of the TV, basically. Right. And he had to airmail him because Fowler just came untouched and was about to drill him in the ear hole. The entire first half, I thought, was everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, so the consistency has always kind of been the elusive thing for Fowler. He's had some great games, but regardless, that was one of them yesterday. You look at the stat sheet and you go, okay, obviously the touchdown's going to stand out, but only a couple of tackles, 1 sack, 1 TFL. No. If you know, you know.
Impactful.
They couldn't do a whole lot because of him.
All right, so Jaden Daniels, here's the bummer. This is kind of the thing that made everyone uneasy. Even though they're leading 17-0, 20-0, 27-0, 34-0, there was this feel at the stadium. You'd have to tell me if you were feeling it at home. But there was this feeling in the pit of your stomach like the game wasn't going great, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because they were doing everything you could ever dream of, and their offense didn't miss a beat. I mean, they had one of their most efficient stretches with Mariota at quarterback that they've had all year. They just kind of picked up where they've left off without Daniels. But you know that that's not sustainable without their superstar, most valuable offensive player. And he is the entire point this year. He is the entire franchise. So him not being on the field because of injury, when all we've talked about is durability and the slenderness of the frame, and he took a shot earlier in the year. He's played 3 home games. He's missed time in 2 of them, where he's come off the field and someone else has had to go onto the field. Driscoll trots on, Mariota trots on. I don't know that this issue's necessarily going away. That's the nerve-wracking part of this, because he's going to take hits. But at the end of that 46-yard run to open the game, he went down really awkwardly. And sometimes he goes down really awkwardly.
Yes.
It's not the traditional like dive forward or the traditional slide, which he couldn't have done there anyway. That was a fall forward situation, and he kind of just drops down onto his butt, and he gets crunched from behind and folded up. But it is fair to say he goes down awkwardly, correct?
Yes.
Like regularly.
Yes. And this was my concern then, and it's my concern now. And that, as good as it's gone, and it has gone real good, yesterday was a reminder. That's how quick. This could all go away. And again, I hope he's fine. And by all accounts, it seems like this is not, he's got to stay in the hospital overnight and super serious. And again, I'm not a doctor. I have no idea. We're going to find out more today. But that reminded, again, it's for those of us, and this is a lot of you listening. I hate to bring it up, but there's no way to avoid the comparison. You were there for 2012, man. You remember The first time there was the concussion against Atlanta. Then he played the next week and did something incredible. Then the injuries happened on the scrambles or on the design keepers or whatever you want to call it. And this whole joyride we were on got ripped away from us. It's hard not to remember or feel some of those parallels and have some of those feelings come bubbling up to the surface yesterday on this amazing play to go from yes, oh God, right? Because you could see it. He didn't come out of the game right away. He clearly wasn't comfortable. It took him a little bit longer on the TV copy. I don't know what it was like for you guys in the stadium or in the press box to be able to see it, but there were clearly a couple plays that were run where he is kind of wincing and grimacing and doing that thing where he kind of fidgeting his uniform, but not in a comfortable way, not in like your normal type behavior. Then that run to the left where he just sort of has a guy, you would think he'd put him on skates or outrun him or something. He just sort of gives a half-hearted fake and just kind of glides to the ground gently like a feather. And you're going, something's wrong here. Like this is not normal. Then, a couple minutes later, they finally start to address it on the telecast, whether spotter found it or something like that. And then it begins. Then you go blue medical tent. Then he's slamming his helmet. And it's just, oh my God.
First thing I want to say that's not to make this kind of the most important thing we can say is, by all accounts, they avoided what seems to be a very serious injury.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the thing that I heard in the locker room, every player I talked to who had talked to him said he was very upbeat and positive and was saying, essentially, it's an aggressive timetable, hopefully, is what I got out of it. That's number one. Number two, right away, you could tell they didn't think this was going to be some type of season-defining or season-altering injury.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you never know until they do more of the testing today that was scheduled, and Dan Quinn's going to talk at 3:30. But I also want to point out that as he walked off the field after the game, you'll see me doing this on the YouTube chat if you're one of the several hundred people watching us right now on YouTube, on the 106.7 The Fan page. But he basically walked off the field doing the I can't hear
jumping
you,
jacks,
pump the crowd up, jumping jack arms, going into the tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
You're not doing that if the rib is really bothering you a whole lot, I don't think. Also, by him being on the sideline, I kept waiting for him to come back out of the tunnel and walk out on the sideline, because if I learned anything about injuries, not a doctor, in my 4 years on the beat, if it's pretty serious, you're not going back out on the field. They don't want you anywhere near the players that are running over to the sideline. They don't want you having to move around any more than you have to. You stay in the trainer's room. They plop you up on the table. They get you in the shower. They get you out of there as soon as they can. You get the treatment. Your family comes down. The fact that he was out there again in street clothes, standing there, walking around, hands in pockets, talking to guys, was also a tell to me that this is closer to pain management than he broke his rib, right? But we just don't know anything until Dan Quinn speaks at 3:30. And it's still possible he could miss time, even if it's not overly serious, because you want to be extra careful. I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but I'll be unpopular this week. I would treat the Bears game as less important than the Giants game that follows as a divisional matchup that's more important for where you're going this year, and just making sure he's 100%, even if that means he doesn't get to play in the game everybody cares so much about, which is him and Jaden Daniels this week. Be 100%. The way you play, there is no 75, 85%. Now, you're going to run. You're going to take weird hits. You're going to be involved in our read option game. It's not like you're some pocket passer who's just going to get the ball out and you can go 34 dropbacks without being touched. That's not what he is at this point of his career and how they use him. So there's big decisions they'll have to make this week. But I think a lot of those things bode very, very well. The only time I was really scared, and I don't know, you tell me what you saw at home on TV, but I saw one shot where they were showing him take warm-up passes. And after he went back out on the field out of the blue tent and grabbed his helmet, trying to talk them into letting him play, before Mariota took his first snap after the Forbes interception, he takes one throw, and immediately it was like a pitcher who knows his elbow's cooked, right? He immediately grabs his rib, very obvious pain, writhing, and he rips off his helmet and slams it down. And that's where I thought, oh no. And that's when they walked him back to the locker room. But pretty much everything that's happened since then has made me feel a lot better.
Yeah. This time. The big long
Agreed.
And again, I'm not ripping anything you're saying. I think you're 100% right. I think your assessment is right on.
You're talking about from a 10,000 foot view. The knock was the frame, the size, the durability.
Yes.
And he came off the field with a rib thing. Probably lost his air, but hitting the sternum in the first home game. And this is the third home game, and Marcus Mariota played almost the whole game.
And we're going to miss because his frame and the way he went down on a great play. right? Like I addressed this a million times, but some of his, you look at some of his highlights of these electric, unbelievable runs at LSU. They always end terribly. I don't mean like fumbles and turnovers, but they always end with this, with him going down in a way that is not natural for human beings to go to the ground. And that's what scared me throughout. And that was my only reservation about drafting him. Still obviously would, and I'm glad they did. But
so let's just say, like, okay, we'll give you the stamp of approval this time. I'm being your wife here. Like, I hear your concerns.
I hear you.
What is the point then, really? Like, what would you do differently? Or is it just, we all need to acknowledge that this is going to be like this, or there's going to be plenty of games where he doesn't finish it?
Yeah, I think it's probably one part, the rational side of, I'm just going to be at the edge of my seat at all times. Anytime he's out alone, when he's running, when he's moving, I'm just going to sit there and hold my breath and be terrified.
Easy for me to say is just a fat dude watching. He should cut that outside.
100%.
Not only would he have a 90-yard touchdown run if he went to the sideline and scored, which would have been awesome. Can you imagine how much different today would be if he played the whole game?
That's his RG3 is going to outrace everybody moment.
That's the one I've been waiting for. I keep saying this is coming, and he hit the 50-yarder, but the 90-yard touchdown almost happened. But also, I need them to keep rewiring his brain and keep training him outside. Sidelines your friend. You don't need to cut back toward the defenders. Heat-seeking missiles, angry, violent people that want to hurt you, that want to tackle you.
Yeah, that's where the horde is coming from. It's World War Z. They're the zombies.
Don't go inside. Zombies there. Go outside.
Mm-hmm.
There's cars. There's gas stations.
Yep.
There's food.
Mm-hmm.
Like, get to the GD sideline.
Yep.
And he was kind of tasked with that on that run where I go outside, where I think he scores anyway, or I can cut back inside and we'll see what happens. And if he goes outside, worst case scenario, he gets 25 more yards and he angled out of bounds. That's the one rewiring thing that I want to keep doing. But the fact, Danny, in a very small sample in one game, that they did not miss one beat. Like, they had a drive that was bad, and Mariota clearly was off target on his first 3 throws. He went 0 for 3. But the way he finished, after that, he was 16 of 20 for 205 yards and 2 touchdowns, and had what is considered the 8th best quarterbacking performance of the entire season by anybody via EPA per play. It shows you Cliff Kingsbury's got something going here.
He's got something happening, yeah.
It is time to give him his roses, that this is bigger than just they've got an awesome athlete at quarterback, which is the biggest piece of the puzzle. Don't hear me wrong.
Right. They couldn't do it with me back there.
Mariota comes in, and they just went out and scored 40 more points. Again.
Yeah.
On a bad defense. I don't think they would have done that against the Bears. But what do you guys make of the injury? What was your feeling as you were watching the game? A blowout win made you feel good. Not knowing about Jaden Daniels was the opposite of that. We are busy today. Jay Gruden at 5. We got Jeremy McNichols calling us at 4:30. You'll hear from Dami Brown coming up next segment right here on The Fan. At the top of the hour on Grant and Danny, we'll give out game balls to the best and gassers to the worst. So if you want to line up to help us do that, you can do so at 800-636-1067. MGM National Harbor listener lines open. Marcus Mariota had a strong passing day. Receivers stepped up for him. Dami Brown made a nice 23-yard catch to get him going on the 92-yard touchdown drive. I found Dami in the locker room after the game to talk about yet another Washington blowout win.
Dami, you guys hang 40 for the second time. Scored 38 or more 3 times. We haven't seen stuff like this around here very often. How good is this offense right now?
Man, I think we're very good. And, man, I don't think we always put our best foot forward, but we definitely go out there and want to do the things that we want to do, put up those points. You know, you can see we hurt ourselves a couple times on a couple like false starts and things like that. But at the end of the day, you know, we still have that same goal.
Jaden's on his way to Rookie of the Year, and it's been incredible. I don't want to take away from that. But I think there is this perception like it's kind of just Jaden making plays. Today with him out, Marcus comes in, and you guys don't miss a beat. What do you think that shows?
Man, you know, that shows the grit and the integrity that we have. You know, I think a lot of times, you know, some people think like if somebody go out, things will fall off. But with us, you know, it's not going to fall off. We always want to be on that same foot. You know, with Marcus coming in, you know, we already had confidence in him. You know, we didn't have to second guess or, you know, try to build confidence within him. You know, we already had it. So at the end of the day, you know, we put trust in him to be our QB1 at that time. And, you know, we got our offense going.
The 23-yard completion that you caught and got up the field on, from our angle, like there wasn't really a lane. I mean, it was right over top of a defender. Ball just kind of ends up at your face mask. I mean, are you the primary there, or like were you expecting the ball as you came out of your break? That was probably his best. Like,
I think he just went through that progression through his read. I don't think I was the primary or like the number one read, but I think he just went through his read and he trusted me and he threw the ball up.
Last thing, whether or not Jaden plays next week, it just seems like there's a lot of confidence that you guys can continue to do some of the things you're doing. Like, what changes in terms of the week, the prep?
Nothing changes at all. You know, we go out there and we prepare like how we always have. And at the end of the day, you know, we want Jaden out there, but if he isn't out there, you know, we still gonna go through that week and put our work in and go out there and play that game.
This is the first time you've seen this stadium like this, too. Last couple of years, you're like, really? This is it? I mean, it's different right now.
It feel like a home game now. You know, the past couple of years it didn't feel like that, but yeah, we're on a good road.
That is Dami Brown. Danny, you got to give your guy a little bit of credit. That was a terrific play. The 23-yard completion, and maybe I overtalk about it because of my angle, but from where I saw the play developing it basically in the corner of the end zone, there was no lane. It was traffic. And Dami doesn't really see it all the way in. It just kind of hops up on him. Catch, gets upfield. Doesn't get many opportunities, but he is making the most of the very limited chances that he gets.
Essential that continues to happen, right? If the easy model is just to have star to the left, star to the right? Two great receivers. You know, your A.J. Brown, one side, Devontae Smith, the other. Or, you know, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, now Jackson Smith and Jigba. Or Chase and Higgins. I mean, you know the tandems. If you don't have that, then you make it up by everybody doing something. So we've had a Zacchaeus week, we've had a Noah Brown week, we've had, you know, a couple big Dami Brown games or moments. So you're going to get limited opportunities. You're not going to be a featured player where you get 5, 6, 7, 10 targets a week. So you got to make the most of when it does happen. And a lot of this is thankless for this receiving core, right? There's a lot of blocking. There's a lot of you know, for the dominant run games, you don't get big gains without those guys holding up and even, you know, winning their one-on-one blocking matchups. And he's done a great job in that regard for sure.
Their offense right now is masterful. And there'll be ebbs and flows. I will be here to tell you first when they have a week where they don't get it done. And their defense yesterday was awesome, and they'll get their roses, and we will talk about them as well. But if you would have told me before the game, Jaden Daniels is going to get hurt after their first drive and they'll get a field goal on it, how many points are they going to score? I just said somewhere between 17 and 25 would have been. And by the way, if you score 25, it's a really good number. Now you bake in a defensive touchdown, which had already happened, right? So there's 10 there, but you go out and score 30 more with Mariota, and it was a casual 30. They could have scored more. There were a few times where they kicked where they would 1,000% go for fourth downs in competitive games. They have all year long, and they haven't missed a fourth down, by the way. There were times in the fourth quarter where they did very, very end of the game because Cliff Kingsbury had his foot on the gas, but where they did hit the brakes a little bit and slow their roll. It's just it's a blessing, if I could say that.
That's what it is.
To be a fan of the must-watch team in the NFL offensively right now. 31 points per game, number 1 in point differential. All right, next, game balls to the best, gassers to the worst on Grant and Danny. We'll fill up the phones at 800-636-1067, and we are getting ready for Dan Quinn at 3:30 and a Jaden Daniels update that you will hear right here on The Fan.
Struggled against it all year long.
Another run. Robinson, not going to stop him. Robinson, touchdown, Commanders.
CBS's telecast of a 40-7 whooping of the Panthers at Northwest Stadium yesterday. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Commanders have a bright future, and it's time for you to plan yours as well. The exclusive sponsor of this show is the law firm Condori and Murad. They'll help you update your last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorney today, kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you so you can get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Dan Quinn's press conference and an update from the team on Jaden Daniels in that presser at 3:30. So make sure you're listening in 1/2 hour. We've got Jeremy McNichols calling in at 4:30 today and Jay Gruden on the show for his weekly Monday breakdown at 5 o'clock. I want to see from Jay's coaching perspective if they changed anything at all when Daniels went out and Mariota came in, because it did look like the exact same offense to me.
Yeah.
And this is why when they knew they were going to draft Daniels, and we didn't know it yet, but they pretty clearly did, they went out and they signed Marcus Mariota. Daniels is better at everything, I would say. He's got a better arm strength. He's more explosive and dynamic and prolific as a runner. Like, they had similar college careers, if you remember. Mariota at Oregon was a Heisman Trophy winning, dual threat, like, awesome player. It seemed to me like he just kind of kept calling a lot of the same stuff, where you put a team in a bind with quarterback mobility and you went back to the well on a lot of the same looks with Mariota in the game.
The fact that you didn't have to dumb it down, even though Mariota has missed so much time and doesn't have the first team reps, obviously, that Daniels has. I mean, and rightfully so, by the way. You want Daniels to soak up as much as humanly possible. I mean, he should be featured morning, noon, and night. But the fact that they were able to kind of, after a really initial slow start for Mariota, just to, again, as you said, hit the ground running, was a real testament. So I get there's a value in that.
We're live all over the DMV on 106.7 The Fan, and in Richmond on AM 910 FM 105.1. You can watch us streaming in high def on YouTube at the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page throughout the show as well. There's a lot of ways to celebrate the 5-2 start and get in on the action with us today, including on social. We're at Grant H. Paulson, Twitter and Instagram. Danny is at Funny Danny. Let's go to game balls and gassers. There's a lot more game balls, I would think, than gassers today, frankly. But let's go get some game balls here, Darius.
How about Dante Fowler Jr.? Have a day, young man. The pick six to get things moving. As Carolina, by the way, good plan, good design to start the game. A couple really neat bits of misdirection, some really good running plays. Everyone was focused and worried about Chuba Hubbard in the middle. Well, how about a couple things on the outside? Oh, wait, it's ruined because Dante Fowler was a fly in the ointment there for a touchdown just to get things rolling.
Whoever was behind the planning, coordination, execution of Darrell Green's celebration, I do not yet take for granted that things go as well and seamlessly as that did and are done with the class and respect that was. Every single element of the lead up to the Darrell Green celebration, starting earlier in the week with his media tour, through him getting a key to the city from the mayor, to the halftime presentation with Adam Peters and Josh Harris on the field, Harris getting a massive pop from the crowd as he addressed everybody and welcomed Darrell Green out for his remarks, to the family being bussed in, joining him on the red carpet. Just a very well done event. It felt big leagues. It felt like a professional organization having an important celebration. And I'm not that far removed, and neither are you guys, from Sean Taylor's family being rushed out to the stadium as a distraction and standing in front of urinals. So I guess porta potties.
Porta potties.
There are probably urinals in there, but porta potties is what I was looking for. It was a very, very odd situation, and we are nowhere near that anymore. And for that, I say kudos to everybody involved behind the scenes for putting on a great show.
Marcus Mariota, that's obvious. Came in and played really well. It could have gone differently. It could have gone poorly, in fact. And we wouldn't be sitting here talking about, wow, they didn't miss a beat and give Kingsbury his flowers. Could have been turnovers. Could have been bad plays. Could have been a bunch of different things that might have happened, but they didn't. Stepped in, 18 to 23, 205 yards, averaging 9 yards per completion for a couple of touchdowns, only sacked the one time, a 132.8 quarterback rating. Yes, please.
Terry McLaurin, when he was needed to help his struggling quarterback out and get him going. He stepped up big time on the 92-yard drive before the half that got Mariota in rhythm. 6 catches overall for 98 yards for Terry. That is a 102 catch pace over the course of a season. That is a 1,665-yard season. 6 for 98 might not sound like a monster game. That's a really significant performance. Again, especially when you're up by 1 million and not throwing it a ton in the final quarter of the game to your number 1 wide receiver. So I thought he played really well, caught all 6 of his targets. Not only were there no drops, but there were contested catches. He was bailing guys out occasionally in terms of balls that maybe weren't placed perfectly. I thought he was excellent.
Well, Mikey Sanders still. You noticed number 0, didn't you? Led the team in tackles, had a tackle for a loss, broke up a pass. He is physical. You know what he's not afraid to do is hit. I don't know how long that's going to last. I don't know if, there's a Derrick Henry around the bend that gives him a truck stick here, there, everywhere. But he comes flying up, attacks downhill, and lays wood on folks. Really, really impressive young player. I thought he played great yesterday.
Frankie Louvu is really good. I love Frankie Louvu. I don't have a whole lot new to say about number 4. Those of you that were around in the offseason when they were making moves know that this is my favorite addition they made. I just thought, even if he didn't make a lot of plays, which are a given, what he's going to provide as a heart and soul guy in the locker room was going to be a game changer organizationally. But he is so competent, no matter what you're asking him to do. Dropping, moving around, coming downhill and thumping and stopping the run. I love him as a pass rusher. If they wanted to employ him as an edge all the time, just rushing off the edge, I believe he could go get 14 sacks. I really think he's that type of pass rusher. He had another one yesterday to take over the team lead at the time in sacks on the season, but Frankie Louvu all day, every day for me.
Brian Robinson, speaking of thumping, how about that?
He's good.
How about that? You could see when he gets the football, there's a little bit of shoulder slump from the opposite team. Carolina yesterday, oh crap, it's number 8. No one's real excited to tackle him. Think about just even on the touchdown. That's a microcosm. Contact was made not at the goal line, well in front of the goal line. There are 2 individuals whose job it is to stop his progress. Did they? They did not. He goes right through them as though they're not really there and is able to strength his way, to body lean his way, to effort and endeavor his way into the end zone. Just a powerful, frustrating to play against dude. Glad he's ours.
Cliff Kingsbury. So wait a second. I got to go out for 48 minutes of football, and I got to coach up offense without Jaden Daniels, the one-man band, the guy that supposedly is the only straw stirring this drink. I'll tell you what I'll do. We're going to go hang 420 yards and 6.7 per play on a bad defense. We're going to go out, and we're going to run the ball for 214 net, and I'm going to have the exact same passing efficiency and success with Marcus Mariota that we've had all year long with Jaden Daniels. Because my scheme is really good, because I've got a good thing going right here and right now for whoever's on the field. You want to challenge me with Jeff Driscoll? We'll keep moving the pill. Tress, you go have a seat. This offense is awesome, and Kingsbury deserves a lot of credit.
Marquise Haynes and I believe Lonnie Johnson from the Carolina Panthers. Those are the guys that tackled Jaden Daniels and broke his rib, or whatever they did whatever they did to his rib. Hurt his ribs, hurt his midsection. That's what caused the hit. That's what caused the problem. That's what's got me all in my feelings in a very weird way. Well, I didn't want to do that yesterday. All I wanted to do was watch my team beat your team. And we got to do that, but you kind of ruined it. You sort of ruined the vibe. We still had a good party, but you guys got rid of the music at 8 o'clock and then turned all the lights on. It made it weird. So, yes, to you guys.
You were bummed, by the way, for a little while. On the text chain.
Down.
And I get it. Before we got the update on Dan, there really hasn't been one. We'll get an official update from Dan Quinn. But I will say, before he came back out or looked okay on the sideline, like everybody else, I think we're all in the same boat. You're kind of nervous and wondering, did he crack a rib? Is this a 3 or 4 week thing? What's going to happen here? But they're still moving and scoring, and you were kind of whatever. What's going on?
Seriously, yeah. And not to trivialize it, but that's how I was feeling. I'm glad they won. Obviously, it's way better they beat the hell out of a bad team than the other
come
alternative.
The end of the season when he's back and healthy and they're scratching and clawing for whatever seed
100%
they're trying to get to, this is going to matter.
Yeah, it was certainly important. But to me, this was this is not to get too deep on it, but Sunday morning a couple weeks ago, I got sideswiped with both my kids in the car. Everything was fine. Everything was awesome. We were having a great morning until like that. Now, everyone's fine, so it's not like nowhere near as that dramatic, and it's not like life altering. People have their lives altered all the time. But that was my reminder. That was it can all change in an instant. That's how fleeting this all is. This era of good feelings and good vibes where it's like, can you believe how great this is? I can't believe it. Can you believe it either? Me neither. What's the greatest part? Let's compare notes about what's so great. One play. Just gone in a microsecond. And that wait didn't feel very good for a couple hours yesterday.
Let's hit the phones for the first time on G&D. Remember Dan Quinn in about 15 minutes with an update on Jaden Daniels. B's in Haymarket. What's good, B?
What's happening, fellas? Hey, game ball goes to the offensive line and the organization. I took my 9-year-old daughter to the game for her first game, and she got to see 4 things, and I got to see it through her eyes. She got to see me have a conversation with a well-dressed man, and, we shook hands and talked for about 45 seconds. Who's that, Dad? Oh, that's the owner of the team. She got to stand behind a future Hall of Famer in line who took time out of his schedule or his day to take a picture with her and my wife. She got to see me and her high-fiving people in the stands. Dad, you know him? Nope, perfect stranger. At the end of the day, and the fourth thing was the traffic wasn't that bad. At the end of the day, she got to experience one of the best days of her life. And she'll be a Burgundy and Gold fan for life now. I have no doubt in that.
That's the
cool,
goal.
dude.
I mean, that's what we're looking for. Remember the guy at the golf course we were at the very start of the season said, should I take my kids to the Giants game or the Panthers game? Because I really want to make sure my kid sees a win, the team play well. I'm trying to hook him on the Commanders. I hope he chose the Panthers.
Yeah,
game.
we told him Panthers. That's your best bet. Even if either they're better than the Giants, they just don't play them great.
Right. I hope they were at that game and he's listening right now and the kid is now hooked. On that offensive line, I want to give them a little credit.
Mm-hmm.
So yesterday they did an outstanding job in pass protection. In terms of PFF grade, they all graded out as plus. Wiley, Allegretti, Cosme, Coleman, Dieter, Lucas. Now, Brandon Coleman, who was playing well on his 3 pass drops at the time, did end up having a concussion, and he did not finish the game. At center, Dieter played 5 snaps for Biotish, who came back in. So they were, banged up for sure. But they gutted through it. And if you look at it, Wiley did not give up a single pressure, 28 dropbacks. Allegretti gave up 1 hurry and 28 dropbacks, which is harmless. Cosme gave up 1 hit on the quarterback and 28 dropbacks. Cornelius Lucas did give up the only sack of the game, but that was one of just 2 pressures and 26 dropbacks. It was another brilliant game by this offensive line, and they have done a really, really good job. And again, my Adam Peters siren or whatever we're going to be doing, like kudos to this front office, he and Newmark, that built this thing.
They found good fits.
Richard, Front Royal, you're on the Fan. How are you?
Good, guys. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
I have a game ball for Adam Peters for hiring the correct coaching staff and putting all the players into place so that when we lose our amazing franchise quarterback, we don't lose a single step. And a sarcastic gasser to Cliff Kingsbury for potentially stealing away Tressway's Pro Bowl nomination this year.
Tip of the cap. That's good.
Yeah, that is a gas. You take a gasser.
Can he go as a holder? Can Tress go as a holder?
Let's get Tress to just. Do they have holding in the flag football games? Are they even doing any of that?
I'm going to say yes, but I can't prove it.
Okay. How about we just have Tress go and play some receiver?
Let him go.
Let him, or quarterback, Puma. Let's rage. He's done that once or twice, throw a pass in a game.
There was once, by the way, sorry, I know we're jumping to the call, where on a punt, Carolina started creeping in. Did you notice this? I could have sworn I saw Tressway glance to the right. So it would have been the top of the screen. It looked like Carolina had a punt block on. So they initially were mugging up, double teaming the gunner on the high side of the screen. One guy comes running. The second guy kind of threatened to. And I was wondering if there's like some sort of automatic check or something like that where Tress thought about it. Of course, he punted it away. It was nondescript. They were up by 30 at that point. But I'm going, if they Puma here also, I'm not going to be able to contain myself.
There was only one punt. So it
would have been that punt.
It must have been on
it was
that
the
punt
Mm-hmm.
of Tressway because he only punted once.
One time.
Just more than his average for the year.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Sean on Grant and Danny. How are you, buddy?
It's another day, my friend. How about you?
Good, dude.
Well,
it was my first live game in 24 years, and I want to give my game ball to the crowd, the fans of FedEx Field. Well, I'm sorry, Northwest Stadium.
Thank you.
It was 37-0, and barely anybody left. I looked around. We were on defense. Everybody was still standing. I'm not used to that. I don't know what's going on, man. It's strange.
What is going on? I mean, it is wild. They are not just winning. Like my buddy said, I was actually walking out of the game. I met up to ride back in the parking lot with my crew, and as I'm walking over there, a buddy I know comes up to me and he's like, "When's the last time they were 3-0 at home?" I said, 2005. He's like, "It's just weird coming to the game, seeing them win, leaving happy." I said, "I don't even think it's really that they're winning, though. Like, they won the Giants game. I don't know that you left that Giants game necessarily hugging strangers."
Yeah. You're
It was
glad they
good.
won. It's great.
Exactly. It was
But
a
you're not
win.
convinced that you're now witnessing something.
Week
yeah.
2, Daniels of his career, and his second half was awesome, and there's real ascension. So, like, there was optimism. But this is not just winning. This is dominating. This is what the best teams in the league have done. Not consistently, because even those teams don't consistently dominate. But think about if you've been to Northwest Stadium now throughout the course of this football season, what you've seen. Okay, the Giants game, the first game, is tight. They hang on 21-18. But the only other home games are 34-13 over the Browns, where they pull all their starters at the end of the third quarter. The game was over at halftime, by the way. And this, yesterday, 40-7. Their largest margin of victory since 2005. Excuse me, 2015. They beat the Saints, I think, similarly by 33 in the Kirk Cousins perfect passer rating game, if you remember. But, like, yeah, he's right. It's weird. I don't know either, man. I don't know what to tell you.
If you went the last 2 times they played at home, 74-20 is the combined score over those 2 games. What? Like, there's no analysis to follow.
Yes.
That's the information. Do with it what you will. I'm going to just shake my head in that like goofy smile bewilderment, like Andy Dufresne after he got beers for his coworkers.
And someone wants to say somewhere, they're playing bad teams. And to that I say, go away, idiot. Because it doesn't matter. They're not winning by a point. They're winning by 40 and 30 and 25. Like, they're crushing bad teams. If they were winning 10-7, then you could say, oh, they're not very good. They beat the Panthers 10-7. They beat them. They outscored them by 6 times what Carolina managed. Go away.
Yeah.
And I would reiterate that a month ago, that same person was saying they were the Panthers, for the record. Now, it's not impressive when you beat the Panthers 40-7 because they're only the Panthers. See those goalposts? They're not where they were.
I can't see them anymore.
Ago.
Where'd they go?
They just keep moving.
Oh.
Bears in town this weekend. So for the first time, back-to-back weeks where you'll be at home at Northwest Stadium. And with Chicago coming to visit the Commanders, a potential Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels showdown. I hope we don't get robbed of. We'll get a little more intel on that from Dan Quinn when he speaks at the bottom of the hour at about 3:30 right here on the Fan. So make sure you are listening when we come back so that you get that press conference. Somebody wanted to give Emmanuel Forbes a game ball for his first interception of the season. Second of his career. It was actually a good football play.
I thought so.
Now, you could say it was a bad ball. It wasn't. Going back and watching it.
Receiver just quits, it looks like.
Andy Dalton expects him to kind of get across the face of Forbes. He keeps running upfield. They saw 2 different things. And Deontay Johnson, who did not practice all week, which is not lost on me, didn't run the route correctly. But even still, Forbes has his face to Dalton, kind of zoning, flat-footed, jumps on the ball. That's why they drafted him. Make a couple of plays, and the bad stuff doesn't matter as much.
Yeah, that was just a good play. Like, you take advantage of their mistake. That's kind of what we're doing here.
2 takeaways. 0 turnovers again. +2. They do all of the good football team stuff. It's almost like they're a good football team. They never punt. They win the turnover battle.
Yep.
They get the ball back with 2 minutes, and they trust themselves to go score with a backup quarterback. They don't put their foot on the brake at the end of the game. Bad team comes to their place, and they send them home in shame. It's almost like they're really good.
Huh. Would you look at that?
Grant and Danny. Can't wait to hear what DQ says in a few minutes right here on the Fan.
it, the city's feeling it as well.
And number 5 is a big reason why. It's Daniels on first down. Huge gain for Daniels. Chunks of yards for Daniels. A double dose.
Charles Davis and Ian Eagle is heard on the call on CBS in that highlight. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are awaiting the start of Dan Quinn's press conference imminently. Should be any moment now. We'll get the latest right off the bat on Jaden Daniels from DQ. So make sure you keep it right here on the Fan for that. Just got a message in to Instagram at Grant H. Paulson for me on Twitter and Instagram at Funny Danny for DR on all things social. Zach says, what do you think we will do at the tight end position? I really like Bates, but he does not do much more than block. He's not a big-time receiving threat. My response is, number one, John Bates is an unsung hero. That guy blocks his butt off, and he's a big part of why they're good in the running game.
Yeah, it's whisper quiet. Yeah.
Jay Gruden in 90 minutes at 5 o'clock today. Jeremy McNichols, by the way, calling in at 4:30. He could attest to this, I'm sure. But one of the reasons they're so good at running the ball is not just the Daniels element, as we saw when he was out of the game yesterday. Their tight ends are great blockers. Sinnott, who caught his first touchdown, first 2 catches, Bates, and even Ertz. I think Sinnott's going to have to show more and show that he can be a receiver in the second half of the season, or else maybe there will be a need for a pass-catching tight end next year, to be clear. But I think from a blocking standpoint, Bates ain't going anywhere. And Sinnott's not going anywhere because those guys are weapons in that regard.
Yeah, and then you do just enough in the passing game in terms of leaking them out. You got a touchdown to Sinnott here this week for his first catch, but you do just enough to keep teams honest as well, right? Just so they don't sit on it. They've been doing a great job.
All right, let's get to the podium, see what Dan Quinn has to say about Jaden Daniels as we've been waiting for the update all day long.
What's up, everybody? And I know the most important thing everyone is waiting on is Jaden's health. And so I'll start there and I'll update you with what I have. That's what we discussed last night. The status for Jaden, we'll put down as week to week. As you guys know, it's a rib injury, and we'll take him through, all the steps at practice and assess how he's doing and keep working it through that. We're hopeful he can play, but we'll also make sure to take every precautionary step and do it smartly for the player and the man. And so I want to make sure I gave you all the updates that I had, and so it's not going to be something that's going to knock him out for a long term. And so, like I said, we're going to list it as week to week. And like I said, hopefully we'll play this week and we'll take it every day of it all the way through. So glad to open up with you guys and get rolling.
Okay, go ahead, Nikki.
Are you able to say what exactly he is dealing with?
Rib injury. And so the injury just kind of fell awkwardly on the opening play. I think you'd asked me that last night, Nick. I want to make sure I got back to you on that as well. So it was the opening play. He was able to finish out that drive, but it was the best, call to wait it out. And like I said, we'll see where he is, going through the steps at practice this week, and we'll make a decision as we go. But literally, we're not going to miss one step of this, all the way through. It's really important to get it right, and we will.
Medical stuff aside, I know that doctors have their say in all of this, but for you as a coach, what do you need to see from him this week to make you comfortable that he can?
Yeah, and I think he's such a unique player that I want to make sure he can be him fully in his own way, and the movements, the throwing, and all the stuff that would go with that, as you can imagine. So I know he'll do everything he can, but I'll trust my eyes and certainly know him well. So. Like I said, we'll take it every step of the way.
John Kahn.
Yeah, just kind of playing off that. Is this a pain management thing? Is it more restrictive on his throwing? What will be the biggest challenge for him with this?
As you're going through it, like most times when there's like a core injury, John, it's more just the movements and all that goes into throwing and playing the position. So for him, going through that whole process, will be an important one for him. So. Any of the time it's with the core, it's with the movements.
And then for decision making, you said you go with your eyes. How much will you also rely on him and where he's at? And do you almost have to temper some of that because you know how he'd want to be out there?
Yeah, that part we all know from all of us that know Jaden. He is at his core a true competitor, and we wouldn't expect anything different than that. But we'll really trust our eyes, the medical staff. And like I said, we're going to make sure, John, we assess this every day and make sure when he's able to be him fully in that space, then we'll let it rip. But we'll just take it, as we're going through the whole week. We got practice to assess and movements and going through it. And then each day we'll have a better update.
Head coach Dan Quinn addressing reporters live in Ashburn says that the Commanders are hoping Jaden Daniels can play. They'll be thorough in his recovery this week.
So, Dan, to some degree, this is why you guys go out and get a Marcus Mariota, somebody who has this experience. Does the fact that he has the same sort of, or not the same stuff, but like has that mobility, was that ultimately like a big factor to have somebody who has a similar style? I guess it came before Jaden, you know what I mean? Like somebody that has a similar style to what you were looking at.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Ben, on that. And I think what it also shows is like, we take that part, really important. We hate that these, types of injuries happen, and, God forbid when they do, you want to make sure you're absolutely, ready to deliver in that space. And Marcus is that type of player. And as much as you don't want those injuries to happen at any position in the NFL, we know it does. And so for him to step into that space, it was an important win. Certainly not a great one with, players being injured, but it was an important one. And on the sideline, you can see the support that Marcus got, from his teammates. And I think that goes a long way of being ready and all the things that happen when no one's watching, the staying after practice, going through a 2-minute to get ready. And sure enough, it happened right before the half to go down the field on a 2-minute. He literally had done that on Friday, Ben, post practice with a bunch of guys and going through to get full speed reps. So it's funny how those things, come up and you're ready and you're able to deliver. So that's Marcus, being ready when called upon.
And I know this isn't necessarily a plug-and-play operation, but the fact that you guys were able to maintain the efficiency and that you've had throughout the year, what does that kind of say just about how the offense is running right now?
Yeah, I think it shows there's a lot of confidence in the plan of what we would do and how to feature the players of doing the things, that they do best. And so I wasn't surprised to see Marcus perform well. We've all seen it. What I thought was really strong, Ben, was this is a guy that missed a month, of being on IR at the start. And so for him to battle back from an injury and get back into the reps, that took work to do that. And so he got some playing time early in one of the games. Can't remember which one right now, but that was important to get going. And then this one to get in for almost the whole game. So I think Jaden, left after the first drive. So that was a big deal.
Sam, will this situation prompt you guys to reconsider at all the role of design quarterback runs in the offense?
It would not. On this one, Sam, that Jaden ended up getting injured, it was honestly more like a scramble. There was a lead blocker outside. He was, 30, 35 yards down the field. So, no, that's not the type of design run that we would move from.
Is the coaching point to him on that? Like, is it okay that he cut back in the middle of the field, or what is the coaching point, I guess, to him, if there is one at all?
Yeah, he was really trying to work off the safety at first. And so to cut across his face, he was trying to go score. And so as he was getting down the field, I thought from the design standpoint, it was good. And he just, kind of fell awkwardly on it. So it was not a function, Sam, in this particular case of, running in the A gap and, getting hit by a defensive tackle. It was a down the field run that in a lot of ways would have felt like a scramble if you just saw the second half of the play, not the first half, if that makes sense. You're welcome.
David Aldridge.
Dan, I am assuming that part of your evaluation of Jaden this week will involve him trying out different types of pads and wraps to see what he's comfortable in terms of throwing motion and all of that.
Not as much, Dave, on the pad. He already has, a specific one. In this instance, it's really going to be more of the rotational part of things and to see how that part would go and what it looks like to make sure he can have all the movements down. He's got a pretty secure padding. It seems smaller, but it's like where it protects over the ribs, like a lot of the quarterbacks have. It's protected strongly there.
I guess I was wondering if he would try a flak jacket on or anything, or if that would even be a help for him.
Not in this instance. The one that he has good protection. It was really more a function of, like kind of being torqued in a different way as opposed to an impactful play. Like an impact play, not an impactful play.
Scott?
Hey, Dan, you guys are calling this a rib injury. Can you expand on that? I know some fans are worried that maybe the rib's broken, bruised. Can you kind of expand on that a
Sure.
little bit, Dan?
The best thing, Sam, I can say, Scott, excuse me, for the fans, this is not something that's a long-term issue, and that's why we listed him as week to week. And like I said, we're hopeful he'll play this weekend, but we're not going to miss one step, as it goes through it.
How's his demeanor today? Is he already like, I'm playing on Sunday, coach? Coach. Can you kind of explain that?
I think you can probably figure that one out on your own, Scott, from being around Jaden for one day. But yeah, he was doing great today. Same way last night, and but that's really how he's wired.
Andy?
Charlie, did you call on me?
Yep.
Making sure.
Yep, that's you.
Hi, Candy.
Dan Quinn meeting with the media in Ashburn right now, talking Jaden Daniels' health. They're hopeful he can play on Sunday. Let's listen in for a couple more moments.
I think Friday, Candy, was a really cool demonstration of that. So we finished our practice on Friday, and after that, they went over to get more 2-minute work in. And so it was Kaz and Mitch and Bryson and others, and they honestly went right down the field. So I think it speaks one to the importance
as they pivot now onto the rest of the team in the game. We could cover that part. 40-7, they beat up on Carolina pretty good. There was a quote that came out of Dave Canales today talking with the media where he said the film was humbling. That happens when you play these 2024 juggernaut Commanders.
Yes, it does.
You're going to be humiliated. You're going to be humbled. But how about that? That is great news. Everything was trending in the way of it not being long-term or significant, but they're hopeful. I didn't think Dan Quinn would even say that today. They're hopeful that he can play Sunday against Chicago. I'll give Dan Quinn another game ball for just being honest.
How about that?
I mean, they could have come out today and done this let's wait around all week and pretend bit. He didn't say outright he's going to play. They don't know yet, but they are hopeful that he will be able to.
Yeah, the week to week is more significant than day to day, and a lot less significant than it's going to be a IR stint, right? I mean, this is you've got to be patient with these sorts of things when it comes to ribs. Everybody that's had a rib injury knows it takes a while. It just does.
Should they do anything different with how they call plays or what they ask of him if he plays against the Bears? We'll get into that next, and a quick double play as well on Grant and Danny on the Fan.
on his week to week. As you guys know, it's a rib injury, and we'll take him through, all the steps at practice and assess how he's doing and keep working it through that. We're hopeful he can play, but we'll also make sure to take every precautionary step and do it smartly for the player and the man.
Dan Quinn called Jaden Daniels week to week, but what he actually described is day to day, frankly, which is to say he said they're hopeful he will play on Sunday and not miss any time. He also said that they're going to be really thorough with the recovery, and I think you have to be, not only because he's a rookie quarterback in the face of the franchise, and we know what happens when you aggressively allow that young player to make decisions for themselves, but because they are 5-2, they are playing a conference, but not a division game. And then they get into some division part of their schedule with New York after that, and Philly not long from now either. So if there's such a thing as being extra careful when you say 90% or something, it's just math in terms of tie-breaking metrics and what matters the most. The games after the Chicago game matter a little more, but if he can play, they're going to let him play. He's just got to prove that he's healthy, not bothered, and can be himself.
Yeah, the last part's the most key thing. And again, we've gone through this before here, haven't we? No need to further reference that. But in terms of a rib or kind of that part of the body, if you ever had an injury, I broke my ribs in 2019 actually, and the amount of time it took, even once everything was healed, I wasn't healed. You know what I mean? Like, you still feel it. You still, like, you're horse around with your kids and it'll sort of grab at you. And that's, like, obviously I'm not athletic and I'm old, and he's playing NFL football, but you can imagine it might be a little bit more difficult to do that activity where people are hitting you and crunching you and, tackling you, and you got to be able to count on your body. No questions asked. That really is an essential pain management thing, where sometimes you talk about a muscle rehabbing where you don't have the ability to make it fire, where, like, you tell your pulled muscle, go, and the muscle doesn't go because it can't fire. This is a comfort, pain management. Can I be myself? Can I not favor anything? Can I not favor it as I'm trying to run, throw, do everything I need to do to be on the football field and be himself? So it's interesting that he said the part that threw me, because week to week says we're going to be patient, we're going to be cautious. The hopeful he might play this weekend part, I went, oh, wait a minute. That's interesting.
So I'm not surprised that they are hopeful he can play based on the fact that he was back on the sideline. If it's a serious injury, that doesn't happen. Based on the fact that he was kind of showing the fans as best he could walking off the field after the win, that he was fine with the arms being hoisted over his head, kind of waving to them. That was telling. I'm just surprised that Quinn gave as much information he did. And I find it to be really refreshing and awesome, frankly. And I thank him for his forthright candor, because the fans were all locked in. Everybody wants to know in town, is this kid okay? And I thought he kind of met the moment and didn't do coach speak and didn't keep secrets and say, we'll see, we can't give you anything, we're going to keep. No. Just come out and tell us what's going on. And it sounds like they're hopeful that he can play. So that's really, really good news. I just think that I would need to be 100% certain, because there is no I'm not running today in Jaden Daniels' game. There is no I'm not going to get hit today chip in his brain, I don't think. When he plays football, he plays football. It's backyard quarterback. There's a lot of from the pocket efficiency and success because he can sling it. But when he leaves that pocket, there's a street ball, let's go make a play thing that I just think is part of the beauty, but is also worrisome if you're not completely healthy. And that's where I need to be sure, because I don't think if I'm putting him out there, Cliff Kingsbury, we're calling the game how we call the game. There will be zero situation where he plays and Cliff goes in going, all right, I'm tearing these pages out. We're not running the read option. We're not having him do nakeds on a 4th and 1. Can't call this. If there's a single play you feel like you don't want to or can't call, he shouldn't play. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I tend to be way more cautious than a lot of folks to the point of irritation, I think, when it comes to.
I think a lot of people just want to see the Williams-Daniels match.
Well, yeah, but just in general, when the whole franchise is on your shoulders, sorry, if they get linebacker right in 3 years, that's great. He matters. I don't do if he's at any further risk than normal. I don't care what we had this debate a million times. I don't want to rehash it again, but not you and me. I mean, everybody. the difference between cleared and himself.
Yeah.
If he's himself with no limitations, and I mean none, then he plays. Like my default right now is that I am not even going to let him think about playing against Chicago, right? Like that there's got to be a huge mountain climb threshold beaten where I have no doubt in my mind, he's got no doubt, and everybody's hunky-dory good to go. But like the percentage for me right now, if I'm in charge, it's very low that he would play this weekend.
But to the reality of the situation, right now, I feel like he would play. I feel this moment after Quinn just spoke like it is more likely that he starts against the Bears than he doesn't. And I don't know that I would have felt that way before he spoke. Real quick for our double play, I want to bring in Clary to talk about the vibes at the stadium. He was our show representative at Northwest Stadium for the 40-7 whooping of the Panthers. So, Ryan, how was it?
It was awesome. Like, going into this, I mean, as a kid, I would go basically, probably at least 4 games a year, really, back when I was younger. And we haven't really been back. I've only been to a Commanders game, or Redskins game as well, probably like 4 times over the last like 6 seasons, really.
You guys had season tickets until when?
Until like 2009, maybe, I believe.
Okay.
But I went back and it was awesome. Like, the fan experience was really cool. They made a ton of upgrades that we can obviously see. I mean, one thing that I really kind of took away from it was the space. They had a ton of space in the concourse, in which I don't really remember that. I mean, luckily enough, I sat in the 300s in the club section. The club section was awesome. The food was pretty good. I mean, it's stadium food. It's a little pricey, but again, I was telling you guys before the game that I will pay however much it is just to get a decent burger or chicken tenders, whatever it is, if my team is good, and the team was good yesterday. So I thought
the burger tastes a little better when they hang 40.
Exactly.
40 burgers taste the best.
Yeah. The 40 burgers are delish.
And one thing I will say is concessions move really quick. Like, I went in between a
That's what I was
series
gonna
there for a
ask.
TV timeout, and it moved like within 2 minutes, about 10 people ahead
I don't know
of
if
me.
they have these on the club level. The game changer that I have seen at the stadium from my own eyes so far is, though, in most stadiums already had this, but they didn't for some reason. Those speed markets, they installed them everywhere. Walk in, grab your beer, grab your chips, grab your hot dog, whatever, scan and get out. Those are just a no-brainer, but they do seem to have been a game changer.
They do. And walking around the concourse before the game, I mean, I saw everybody was taking advantage of those. And I thought that it was really cool because, again, this was not something that you would get in the previous regime. Like, you'd get a long line at Johnny Rockets. You wait 40 minutes for 2 chicken tenders, pay $20 for it, and your team would also stink. And you are still paying the price for pretty hefty concessions there, but still, the experience was fun. Like, I told Grant before the show today, I actually want to go back. And in previous years, I would go to FedEx Field or Northwest Stadium, whatever we're calling it nowadays, and I would never want to go back. It was awful, but I can say now I do actually want to go
You're
back.
like, I went, I did my thing. Now, this year you go, wouldn't mind seeing that Bears game.
So can you separate because again, when they're playing good football, it's awesome. Can you separate that part from the stadium experience? You see what I'm saying? Like, obviously they won, so everything tastes better, but
I think it's mostly the winning part too.
I mean,
honestly, for a lot of people.
I think it's part of the experience overall.
Hmm.
I mean, like, if the team is good, like, I will wait in a line because you're expecting to wait in a line when there's a ton of fans there. And it's a little bit more fun when it's only Commanders fans as well and not Eagles or Giants or Cowboys fans. But it was an incredible experience, and kudos to the organization, man. Like, they have turned it around. They really have.
All right, let's go blitzing next. We'll get you the latest on the NFL and the Commanders on Grant and Danny. Remember, lay of the land ahead. You'll hear from Jeremy McNichols, running back, who averaged 6 yards a carry again yesterday on his 7 rushes. He's calling in at 4:30. We got Jay Gruden on the show at 5 on the Fan. Jeremy McNichols joins the show in 25 minutes at 4:30. Our buddy Jay Gruden with his breakdown of the film of yesterday's 40-7 win over the Panthers coming up at 5. You'll also hear my interview from the locker room with Jeremy Chin at 6 o'clock right here on Grant and Danny. Your football team is rolling. Occasionally, though, there are parts of the operation that aren't doing as well. We know folks around us may have lost a friend or a family member. The exclusive sponsor of our show can help. The law firm Kandori & Murad. They'll guide you through difficult probate administration processes. They will help bring clarity and closure to a loved one's estate. Schedule a free consultation with their probate estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that G&D sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We're live on the Fan all over DC on 106.7 in Richmond, AM 910, FM 105.1, Odyssey app wherever you are in the country. And, of course, the video of the show is available every day live on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. Let's get to our Beltway Blitz. We'll start Commanders, then hit the Caps, and we'll finish on the gridiron again. Our buddy Kevin Sheehan joins us to kick things off. Kevin, we got to start with the big update for people that are just jumping in the car, getting out of the office today. Dan Quinn basically described a day-to-day injury, but then called it week-to-week. That's not important. What is important is that he said that they are hoping that Jaden Daniels can play against the Bears, while they will be very thorough in helping him to recover this week. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think that was the important part of what he said. You know, it was kind of answering a message, you know, what message he would give the fans. And he said, it's not long term. And we're hopeful that he'll play against the Bears. I don't know if he will or won't. But I think, you know, the relief is this isn't a several week thing. If, you know, you take what he said and sort of that message to the fans that, you know, if he misses the Bears game, that might be it. But I'm no doc. We'll wait and see, but I'd love him to play Sunday if he's healthy.
Yeah, I just have too much emotional baggage with stuff like this, Kevin. I mean, it was supposed to be day-to-day or week-to-week, whatever we're using for McCaffrey, for Rashid Shaheed, or, you know, a number of guys who we're not going to see for some time. So, but this doesn't sound like those. This isn't like an ACL or something like that, but still, I'm very nervous. And the other part, though, for me, and I want to get your reaction, was I have so much emotional baggage, again, kind of referencing that, from 2012, where all I saw was this incredible athlete alone in the open field, getting hit, folded up, you know, going down like Gumby during claymation, sort of falling down a mountain. And here we go again with kind of this injury. Should he play? Should he run? And sort of the same debates. I just can't unpack all that stuff. Just want your thoughts.
You need to pour yourself a drink and relax. You got way too much emotion and too much baggage going, Danny. There are lots of solutions for your problem, many of which can be discussed off the air. But I did hear the question during, I think it was Sam who asked the question about, you know, the runs and would they rethink the runs? No, they shouldn't. And his answer was no, we would not. He actually described the play as, you know, kind of like what would happen on a big scramble play, which, you know, kind of made sense to me. Look, this offense is elite right now. And one of the reasons it's elite is the quarterback's part of the running game. It's making it so much easier for the running backs, for the offensive line, for their play action game. I don't want to see any of this, you know, eliminated from what they're doing. I still, and, you know, all of us have watched football for so long, I still would contend that you've got a better chance or as good of a chance to get hurt in the pocket, you know, by, you know, a defensive lineman or your own lineman, you know, rolling into your leg than you do when you've got vision on an open run. I love what they're doing offensively, and, you know, you don't want to see him get hurt. This was a concern, obviously, with drafting him. That was the only concern that some people had because of the frame. And, you know, he does have to be responsible in the open field. And I think up until I think he's been pretty responsible. I don't think he's been reckless. He was reckless last year because his team so desperately needed him to be reckless. They were so bad defensively at LSU last year. But I like what they're doing offensively. And we're just going to have to live with the risk just like you've got with a lot of players.
I totally agree with your thoughts on the offense and not changing anything and living with the risk wholeheartedly. I'll disagree a little bit on the in the pocket, out of the pocket thing. I think that's true for our guy, you know who, and for some other pocket quarterbacks. Not for this guy who weighs 203 pounds and falls awkwardly. I mean, there's just people can argue all they want to. They're wrong. He falls awkwardly. He does weird things at the end of plays routinely, and he has throughout the season. But I'm not going to sit here and be petrified every time he leaves the pocket. I guess the one thing I'll say, though, Kevin, is like in that specific play, and it's easy for me to say as a fat guy on his couch, he's got the sideline or the middle of the field, and he opts for the middle of the field. And forget for a moment that he probably scores on a 90-yard touchdown if he chooses the sideline. I just want to get to a point where he chooses the sideline, where they drill that into him. You see Mahomes does this bit all the time where he like straddles the sideline for 17 yards waiting to get either a 15-yard penalty or not. I'd like to get to a point where he doesn't cut it in toward the danger area of the field as often. That's all.
The first part is, has he fallen awkwardly this year? He has. Is that who he is and has been? He hasn't been. He's not been an awkward faller as a quarterback. He wasn't at the college level. And we've seen him go into a pretty smooth slide when he's gone into a smooth slide, or very, very adeptly get out of bounds to avoid a hit.
He's shown that he has that, but he also has shown a bunch that he falls awkwardly too.
I think there's a couple of occasions where he's fallen awkwardly. Yesterday he was tackled awkwardly. He didn't fall awkwardly.
Well, he was going down onto his ass on purpose. I don't think he knew the other guy was coming from his right shoulder.
I think he cut it back because he thought he could score.
I agree.
I thought that was the opportunity that he thought, and we've seen that play before last year, but we don't have to get into that. I think that there's a lot they can do to sort of, decrease the possibility of taking a big hit in the open field, or even emphasize the couple of times where he has gone down awkwardly. I don't think that's been a massive problem through 7 games. I would disagree with you, but there are a couple of occasions, including in the very first game against Tampa. So yeah, they can work on a lot of those things, but what I don't want to see is I don't want to see that incredible dynamic playmaking and his vision as a runner sort of quelled at all. This is a big part of what he is now. I think he will be. Look, he's got a frame that he had a rib injury last year in a game against Missouri. He came back in and played and led them to a comeback win, and he was running and taking hits. So we may see the occasional injury. Hopefully we don't see a serious one, and hopefully we don't see this become, a consistent problem. But I don't know how you coach out of him the style, and you weren't arguing that anyway, the style of quarterback he is and the style of offense they have, which, has
is
produced
the best in the league.
very high level.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
It's so fun.
Kevin, thank you as always, buddy.
All right, boys.
Kevin's the best. Check him out. Kevin Sheehan Show. Let's keep it moving.
Hit that Capitol Center. Yeah. Sorry about it. While you're doing something else, the Caps put up 6 goals against the New Jersey Devils, had a huge lead, gave it up, but still won in overtime, Japes.
They have won 3 straight games. They have 6 points in those 3 games in regulation, the first 2 games, and then in overtime against the Devils. Some notes on their season so far. Ovi scored his first goal against New Jersey on Saturday night. He is 40 away from tying, 41 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. Tom Wilson has scored in all 4 of their games so far this season. They lost to the Devils, then they beat the Knights, the Stars, and the Devils. Wilson has a goal in the first 3 games and 2 goals in the 4th game. He has 5 goals through 4. Absolutely incredible so far, and it's been fun to see him sniping. So he got his shot working.
So I don't think he ends up with 100 goals, but still it's been refreshing.
It's not a bad pace.
It's been awesome.
Right? This is a much better hockey team than they were last year offensively. They added a ton, and on every single line, they've got new pieces. You've seen Mangiapane score his first goal. Taylor Radish score his first goal. We had a fight from Delhomme on the 4th line, who's a new player. Logan Thompson, their netminder, has mostly been really, really good dating back to the preseason. They look awesome. It looks like the national media that said they were not going to be very good is wrong. And I know it's only been 4 games, but they do have wins against a Vegas team that is a club a lot of people think could get to the Cup. Dallas team that a lot of people think should be the favorite for the Stanley Cup, and a New Jersey team that's the best in the Metro and is off to a roaring start This has been ultra impressive.
It's going to take a little bit to get used to, though, to your point. I was had a stand-up show Saturday night, was listening to the call from Walton and Company, and he's like, "At Shaw, here's Stu Ham and McElrath." And I'm like, okay, which team is that again? Who am I? Okay, that's right. Those are Capitals. Like, it's going to take a minute, I think, for some of these new faces, but it's not taking them that long to fit in, it seems like. They hit the ground running on all four lines, to your point.
13 goals and 3 wins in this 3-game winning streak. They're off tonight. They've got the Flyers tomorrow right here on the Fan at 6 o'clock. And then the Flyers in D.C. at Capital One Arena Wednesday night at 7:30. Let's keep the Beltway Blitz moving. Back to football and to a man who sat right next to me. Enjoyed some Sunday pigskin together, some fellowship and revelry in the press box. Our buddy Mitch Tischler of Monumental Sports. Mitchell, where to begin? I guess let's start with the Daniels update. I don't think that could have gone any better, to be honest. I know the words week to week were used, but really the description was day to day. And for Quinn to come outright on Monday and say they're hopeful that Jaden could play on Sunday, that was kind of what I wanted to hear.
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as kind of coach speak goes when it comes to player injuries, that's about as good a news as you can get. But you got to remember that this coaching staff and this front office has been playing the injury game pretty conservatively. If you go back to training camp, you think about all the time that Andrew Wiley missed with a lot of kind of questionable updates. Same with Brandon Coleman. You know, you look at Marcus Mariota being put on IR when he first, hurt his chest. This is a group that has been relatively conservative when it comes to kind of getting guys back on the field. And when you're talking about, rookie superstar quarterback, I think he's going to have to be at 100% or pretty dang close to it if they're going to roll him out there on Sunday against the Bears.
Mitch, and I don't want to speak for Grant here, but we both kind of agree that it's actually a big deal that they can beat up on bad teams, which they have done. We're not used to saying that. Maybe once a season they would do that in years past, but they've done that here a couple times. If you went to the last 2 games at Northwestern Westfield, east of the city, you've seen 73 points or 74 points, I guess, whatever it is, and they've only given up 20. They're destroying bad teams. That means a lot. What do you think about that?
Absolutely, it means a lot. And for Commanders fans to sit there and not be impressed by what they've seen over the first 7 weeks outside of, Jaden Daniels, you look at this defense is shutting people down. I mean, they almost had a shutout for the first time in, 30 plus years. This was the Commanders team that at one time, was the team that was getting beat up on by all these other guys. And, now they're starting to turn the page. They're starting to flip the script on them. And you can only play the teams that are in front of you. They can't go out and play the 49ers every week, and they can't play, teams that are, looking at winning, real football games in January and February. These guys are going out and winning the games that are in front of them, and they're kicking the snot out of these teams. I think that's a big step forward for this organization. They might not be quite in the echelon of the Ravens, but they're proving that they're not in the echelon of the Panthers, and that's a big deal.
Mitch, what do you make of the fact that with Marcus Mariota coming in, their offense did not miss a beat?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think part of that we have to give credit to the Carolina Panthers and, the lack of defense that we saw from them. I think you give credit to Cliff Kingsbury for calling a good game and keeping this thing moving. But ultimately, that credit goes to Marcus Mariota, who, came out of the gate. He was 0 for 3 and then finished 18 of 20 for 200 plus yards. In the second as the game moved on, it was important to see him go out and run this offense efficiently because, quite frankly, left hand up, I was one of the people that thought that it was a little crazy to keep Marcus Mariota because what we saw in the preseason wasn't particularly high level play or good play out of him. But to go out there on an NFL Sunday and prove that you're still a guy that can go out and win games is important, and particularly if he's going to have to go out here and play for a week or two while Jaden comes back from that rib injury.
I have such a hard time quantifying this defense because they've shoved it on some really bad offenses a couple times. Then, of course, struggled against some of the better teams, but everybody struggles against the Ravens, and everyone struggled against the Bengals offense. How good is this defense right now this minute, Mitch?
I think they're middle of the pack, which I think if you are being realistic with yourself is pretty good. I mean, this is a group that I think has a lot of holes in it, and this team is going to do a lot to try and, patch those up as this season continues and as the quote unquote rebuild continues. But I mean, ultimately, we're in a situation with this team, almost like we were just talking about beating up on bad teams. Whether your defense is good or bad, they have to be able to dominate from time to time, particularly when you're playing a team like the Panthers. That offense looked a lot like what Commanders' offenses have looked like, the past few years, kind of trying to nickel and dime your way down and get first downs and not make it look too bad at the end of the day on the scoreboard. And this defense stepped up and got stops when they needed to. They got turnovers when they needed to, and they basically put their foot on the Panthers' neck early in that game and didn't give them a chance to believe that they were going to step into Northwest Stadium Field and get an upset on Sunday. And that's an important step.
Northwest Stadium Field.
Northwest Field Stadium.
Rolled right off the tongue there, Mitch. Well done. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, guys.
See, dude.
Jeremy McNichols has crowbarred his way into the rotation at running back. He played so well when he got his opportunity that they still gave him looks yesterday, and he got 7 carries for 42 yards, and his rushing total for the season climbed while his yards per attempt continues to look like he's playing in the Big 12. He's going to join us next on Grant and Dandy to talk about the 5-2 Commanders that he has been a very key part of over the last month. You're listening to The Fan. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Jay Gruden will be joining us in 30 minutes for our weekly appointment with the former head coach here in D.C. Watch the film, get into the bottom of what they did well on offense. The Commanders hung 40. This is the second time they've done that at home. This is the third time already they've won a game with 38 points or more scored. And in fact, how about this stat I saw floating around online today? They have now outscored and beaten opponents by 21 or more points on the season 3 different times. They did that 3 times over the last 10 seasons total. From 2014 to 2023, Washington had 3 such games in those 10 seasons, and they've already done it in almost half of their games so far this year.
Crazy.
What we're seeing is amazing. But one of the guys behind this offensive operation is on the line to help explain it to us, and that's 28-year-old journeyman Jeremy McNichols, who has found a home here in D.C. with the Commanders, and he is playing great ball. He is on the BetQL guest hotline. Bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app and visit BetQL.com. Jeremy, congrats on another home win and a 5-2 start, man. Thanks for joining us.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you guys having me.
Pleasure, man. Congratulations on everything to this point. It's been a blast watching. I can't imagine how much fun it is for you guys playing football right now, though.
Oh, it's so much fun. I mean, we're having so much fun out there, and just the energy and the crowd and the city rallying around us. It's fun.
Did you guys know before the season started that you were going to be one of the best offenses in the league? It's one thing to hope it. It's another to know it. And if the answer is yes, when did you guys start to piece that together that you were going to be really, really good?
I think just back in OTAs when we all got together and just seeing each other evolve and see the coaches just believe in us first and foremost, and then we started believing in each other back then. And you just look to your left and your right, and you just see talent, and good guys that can go out there and play good ball. And just our system and how everybody fits and all the pieces fit. I think we believed back then when nobody else believed in us. So. And that's what was just preached to us. Like, we can go out there and beat anybody.
Jeremy, to me, there's a lot that's so impressive. Obviously, the yards and points are pretty impressive, but there's an attitude and a mentality that just comes through watching the games. It feels like you guys are all unselfish. Whereas you look around the league and there'll be a time where a receiver doesn't get enough passes thrown to him, so now he's got to be separated from this guy, or something like that. And it seems like it doesn't matter whose number is called. You had 3 touchdowns over the span of a couple of weeks, and are in the game for big blocks, and receivers are all kind of chipping in that same regard. It seems to be this kind of team attitude, and it's not just fake; it's a real deal where you guys feel like you're really unselfish.
No, it's real, and I think we're all just at the point where we just want to win, And you look at a guy like Terry, that's been in here for a long time, has been very successful in this league, and you just see the way he works and his unselfishness and just what he does on the field. You could just tell he wants to win, and him being one of our leaders and being here for a long time and being a foundation, and you just look at him, and that says enough. A guy like that is just so unselfish. You want to rally around a guy like that, and then everybody else just does the same thing. So yeah, I just think we just want to win any way, anytime, anywhere.
Jeremy McNichols, 7 carries, 42 yards yesterday for the Commanders as they beat the Panthers 40-7. On the season, Jeremy is averaging 6.6 yards per carry. I want to go back to when you got your first opportunity, because you weren't on the field really on offense the first couple of weeks. I think you got 1 carry against the Bengals. B-Rob was still healthy in that game. But it was at Arizona the following week where you break out. When he was unavailable, you had 2 rushing touchdowns, ran for about 70 yards, had that long 27-yard touchdown. And since then, there have been 3 games, and you've been heavily involved in the game plan every week. Take us back to that time. We were all kind of worried that there would be no Brian Robinson involvement and no Austin Eckler with a concussion, I guess, that first game. And you just picked right up where those guys had left off. Did you know going into the Cardinals game how big your role was going to be?
No, I didn't. They just said be ready. And I think that's been preached since we all got back together back in April. Next man up. It's a 70-man roster. Everybody has to be ready. And I just think that's how we go about our business every single day and every single week. You know, we got games every single week, so we got and we have to go 1-0 every single week. And whoever's up for us, we expect them to come in and produce and help us win by whatever their role is for that week. You know, it could change, and just being ready, knowing the plays, knowing the scheme, knowing what we're trying to do for that week and what we're trying to accomplish. And I think just top down, that's just how we go about it.
It's one thing when Austin's out to get that workload, or when B-Rob was out against the Ravens to be involved. But yesterday, with those two guys healthy and on the field, you got the first running back carry of the game, I think. You hit that 9-yarder pretty quickly on the first drive, and you were involved. 7 carries, more than Austin had. They're right there with B-Rob. But it seems like that's the plan now. You've proven something that they want to keep you involved. What does that say to you?
However I can help win. That's just, I'm a very unselfish player, and I just want to win. I don't care how we win, what I got to do, you know, playing teams, running the ball, blocking. It just doesn't matter to me, man. And that type of mentality, I think, spreads and shows in the type of player that I am, and I want to continue to be for this organization and for this team. So for me, just continue to be ready for whatever moment comes up in the game and weeks ahead.
Jeremy McNichols with us here on Grant and Danny. Jeremy, you've been around the league a little bit. You played for Kyle Shanahan, a 10-6 Frank Reich team in Indianapolis. Played for Mike Vrabel, who I think is a really good coach. And as I said, you've experienced a few different programs to this point. What makes this staff, this coaching group, different maybe than some of those other stops?
Just our brotherhood is preached, is taught, is just instilled in us. Is this game is bigger, is bigger than the game. It's a brotherhood. It's the love we have for each other from top down. It's the work, knowing that when you look to your left and your right, that you want to play for those guys when you're out there. It's just a different feel that you have here. It's a different appreciation that you go out there every single Sunday and just want to win for your squad and win for the city. A big part of that, you know, is the fans coming out as well too, and just showing us love and giving us energy to want to change this thing around. You know, it's a historic franchise, and a lot of us do know what's been here in the past, and being able to come and change it and make it better. That's what makes us different. Playing for each other and wanting to go out there and win every single Sunday.
Yeah, I know that you're new here this year, but you've been in this stadium and you've been around the block. You are a student of the NFL. It is night and day different out there right now. When you talk to some of the guys that have been here, what kind of things are they saying about what they're getting from the fan base on game day? Because as someone who's been at almost every home game since 1999, this has been really refreshing.
Just the energy. Energy is new life. It's new. It's fresh. It's winning. It feels good. You know, it's a place that you want to come out there and work hard for and win for and put it all out there every single Sunday and empty the tank out every single Sunday. You know, it's just a different change. The culture is different here now. It's just, you just want to win. You just want to play hard. You know, I know these fans have been through a lot throughout the years, and, you know, they're used to winning. Yeah, it's a winning tradition, and I think it's preached throughout the league. So I think that's just what a lot of the guys have been saying, and I think we're heading in the right direction with, you know, our staff and DQ and AP.
Jeremy McNichols, a 2017 fifth-round pick, 162 overall, back then by the Bucks, was bounced around, now found a home in D.C. He has been awesome this year. Did you ever, like high school or anything, did you ever play a different position than running back?
I did, yeah. I used to play receiver in high school and a year in college.
You never played defense?
Here and there. I wasn't. I like to get in the end zone. So.
I love it. The reason I ask is you have been a massive hitter on special teams this year. You had a nice tackle again yesterday where you drill a guy. But Danny, I think Eckler, we do a weekly segment, just so you know, Jeremy, with your running back mate, Austin Eckler. He'll be on the show tomorrow at 5 o'clock. He's on with us every week. but he has kind of singled you out a couple times, but generally the whole kick coverage team. Like, you have been bringing the lumber on special teams. Have you always played teams that way?
Yeah, it's an important part that goes kind of unnoticed, but it's one of the most important parts of the game because that's a transition phase, right? Like, we're kicking the balls, touchdowns been scored, and it creates so much momentum. And being able just to be out there and be able to run down on kickoff or cover a kick or get a big return for our offense, you could just see the sideline. You could see just the energy can shift so fast, and just being a part of that. And it's not just me; it's the other 10 guys on that field that want to go and change the game as well. And it's preached to us every single week that we got to go out there and hunt, and we got to go out there and eat, and we got to go out there and put our defense and our offense in the best position possible, because it's a very important part. A lot of times special teams is only highlighted when it goes bad. If a punt return, we give up a punt return or we give up a big play, but why not us? Why not us go get a turnover? So I think that just mentality we go out there and play with on teams. Like, why not us? Why can't we change the game? It's a play. So let's go out there and play the hardest. Let's go play fast. And, just play physical every single time we touch the field.
So, Jeremy, we mentioned Austin Eckler. He'll join us tomorrow. You've got 3 touchdowns and he's got 1. What trash have you already talked to Austin Eckler, and what would you like us to pass on to him tomorrow on your behalf?
Oh, no, man. It's no trash. It's all love, man. It's all love. We brothers. We in the same room. Like, I root for him every single Sunday. Like, I want him to do good every single Sunday. I've been a big fan of him since we came in the league together. So he's had a great career, and I hope the best for him. Like, every single Sunday we root for each other. Like, I think we each other's biggest fans in that room, like coaching each other up, helping each other up on the sideline. Like I said, we all just want to win on Sunday. So it really doesn't matter who scores or who gets the touches. It just, did we get the W at the end of the day? And I think, and you can pass that on to him. So
we will. He's on tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll tell him.
Yeah, it's nothing but love, man.
Although if you have any kind of funny, embarrassing stories we could mention, we'll
just pass those on too.
Yeah, that'd always be fun. Last one for me.
He's a great teammate.
He's been a lot of fun to have on the show.
Yeah,
last one for me. We just heard Dan Quinn about an hour ago update us. He says you guys are hopeful that Jaden can play against Chicago, and he's going to be, he said week to week, but there's the chance he could play. I guess, number one, have you talked to Daniels, and what kind of mindset was he in, and how is he feeling? And number two, what's your thought with the Bears looming, with or without Daniels on kind of how that changes things?
I haven't talked to him too much about any type of injuries or when he's playing or anything like that. But whenever he's ready to get out there and give it his all, and he's healthy to ready to go, then that's up to him and our staff to decide. But I know he wants to be out there. I know he loves this team. I know he's a key part for us, and he's a key leader for us.
What was the moment like when he did leave the field when he was injured? You guys didn't miss a beat and were incredible, and still went on to put up a huge number of points. So he obviously responded very well. But what was said, and what was kind of the vibe in that moment, knowing that he might not be available the rest of the day?
Man, I mean, it's just a testament to our team, man. It's just, we know if one of our guys go down, that the next guy got to step up. And, just to have a guy and a leader like Marcus Mariota in our building and on our offense that knows what's going on, gives us the utmost confidence. And that just goes from top of the roster down, Hey, we got to cover for somebody, but at the end of the day, we just got to get these wins. And that's our goal.
Jeremy, you had a couple of stints in San Fran that intersected with Adam Peters, who's done such a good job as the first-time new GM here in D.C. How well did you know AP before signing here? How much of a factor do you think that relationship was in bringing you here?
I don't think it was too much of a factor. It was just going to the best spot and the best opportunity to be able to continue to play and accomplish my dreams. And, I think this is the best spot for me. Just, a new team, a new scenery, just something new. And, he's been awesome, and he's been doing a great job. And, I think he's going to continue to do that.
Jeremy, great to catch up with you, man. Continued success. Congrats on all of it. And it's been a blast, buddy. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
You got it. Jeremy
Thanks,
McNichols
Jeremy.
of the Commanders, who are 5-2, and they have yet to lose 3-0 at home. They got another home game cooking with the Bears this weekend. Joining us here on Grant and Danny, we thank him for his time. Jay Gruden at the top of the hour, a little over 15 minutes away. Looking forward to that conversation. Let's give you the latest on the Jaden Daniels recovery plan as it's been laid out next on G&D. Back to Grant and Danny. Thanks to Jeremy McNichols for joining us. You are listening to The Fan. They've got 3 running backs they use now. We've talked a lot about what a good year Brian Robinson's having and how dynamic Austin Eckler is. He had more juice left than people assumed coming into the season. But if you look at it right now, Robinson averaging 4.7 a carry. Eckler averaging 5.9 yards per carry. Jeremy McNichols, 6.6 yards per carry on the year. By the way, you throw in Jaden Daniels, there's got to be no other teams in the league with 4 ball carriers with at least 25 attempts who all average 4.7 or more.
Golly.
There's just no way. It's been utterly dynamic.
Yeah, that laboring power back is averaging 4.7 yards a pop. Unreal.
Not that laboring.
Yeah,
to be
suppose
honest
not,
with
yeah.
you. I mean, that's kind of the book for people that aren't big Robinson guys, but he looks dynamic when he heads off left tackle, has vision, cuts back to the right, and gets 9, which he did whenever he wanted to yesterday.
Yeah, he runs with some burst and power. Yeah, the running attack is unbelievably good. There's no other way around that, right? Where, I mean,
and I always am quick to say it's it's a product of Daniels' mobility because you're defending 11 on 11, but he didn't play for 48 minutes yesterday. And I know the Panthers are horrendous and it wouldn't be this way over 17 games. They kept running the ball at the same rate. Mariota, with his feet, gave them the Daniels element. Remember when he started for the Falcons in Washington?
Yeah.
A few years ago, they almost beat the Commanders.
It's Daron Payne's pinky that won the game.
Exactly. Like Daron Payne batted a ball at the goal line stand at the end. In that game, I bring this up because he ran all over Washington. He had like 2 or 3 carries for 10 or 11 yards on little read options. He can do that, and I think having to respect that is not a whole lot different. It's part of why they still had a lot of success running the ball, and I think that's why he's their backup.
Yeah, it certainly is part of it. But I guess the way I always you always want to quantify we think about blame pies in years past. Now this is credit pie, which is very, very weird, but it's so delicious. So why is Austin Eckler running for 6 yards a game? I'm sure part of it is Jaden Daniels. I'm sure part of it is. It can't be all of it. It's not why he's running for twice what he was last year. You know, Brian Robinson career high. It's not 100% because Jaden Daniels is there. It's part of it. It's an ingredient. How significant an ingredient? That's for really smart people to decide. But it's not 100% simply because they've got a really athletic quarterback and a really good scheme. There's a lot going into it where tight ends are blocking really well. These guys, the running backs themselves, are actually running effectively. You look at the blocking of at the receiver position, some of the creativity in the running game. The offensive line, I think, deserves a ton of credit. To me, run games are less about an individual running back and more about all those other things. And then you can kind of plug the running back in that fits what you're trying to do. And they've done that really, really well here. There are 3 guys with complementary skill sets that really seem to fit that design, where you'd prefer a guy with maybe remember Chris Rodriguez, for example, last year looked great at times with, sort of a smaller Brian Robinson, a lot of burst, running with physicality. They said, thank you so much. You can sit down on the practice squad. We've got guys that fit what we want to do, and it's working.
Dan Quinn, speaking about Jaden Daniels today, said he is week to week. The quote was, "We're hopeful he can play," meaning the Bears game, "but we'll also make sure to take every precautionary step and do it smartly for the player and the man." Quinn said they'll take it through the entire week, evaluating him as they go. Clarified that Daniels did indeed injure his rib on the 46-yard run, which I think most of us knew if you rewatched the game last night and did any homework on that. The Commanders' first offensive snap was when he hurt that rib, but no crack, no break, it doesn't sound like. He's not going to wear any more padding or a flak jacket or anything. It's more of seems like a discomfort thing. Maybe, I don't want to start diagnosing what was pulled or what happened, but very, very good news. And it certainly seems like he used the words, "We're hopeful." Like they think there is a chance that Jaden Daniels can play against the Chicago Bears in that highly anticipated matchup, not only of a really good Bears defense and the best offense in the league in Washington right now, but the number 1 pick, Caleb Williams, and the number 2 pick, Jaden Daniels. At the top of the hour, when you hear from Toby with an update here on Grant and Danny, we've got breaking pretty huge Wizards news as they continue to form their roster of the future. A massive extension given out to one of their players. Toby will have that right at the top, and then you'll hear from Jay Gruden as soon as we return right here on G&D. special teams touchdown this weekend.
Oh.
I think a non-offensive touchdown, which is why I have the local 53 hanging 37 on the Carolina Panthers.
Quad, 3rd and 9 for Carolina. Dalton on the move. He tried to throw it to his own man. He threw it to the other team. Intercepted by Fowler, and he's going to go. Touchdown, Commanders.
The defensive touchdown, 37 should have been 40. I apologize.
Yeah, what are you doing getting the score wrong?
I was off by 3 points.
You get it right?
We had a great Friday out in Leesburg.
That was a blast, my friend.
That was so fun. Next time we get out there, Jay's coming with us. They'd love Jay out there.
He would have done real well.
He'd eaten some shrimp with us. I know he would have.
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk to Jay Gruden in a moment. We are Grant and Danny. Welcome back. Everything is going swimmingly on the football field. There's nothing to worry about there, but there are times in life where our loved ones struggle, especially as they get older. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Kanori and Murad, can help you through that process. Managing healthcare, financial power of attorney, even securing a guardianship if need be for a family member. Schedule a free consultation with their elder, law, and estate planning attorneys today. Go to kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. But it is time to welcome Jay Gruden onto the show right now for his weekly appointment with us on The Fan.
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, Ted Britt Ford and Chantilly in Fairfax, your F-150 headquarters, Ted Britt Chantilly Lincoln, and Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling, home of Ted Britt for Life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbritt.com.
Jay, how about the Commanders? They won a game by 33 for the first time since you were coaching them back in 2015 when you guys pummeled the Saints at home and Kirk had a perfect quarterback rating. This is becoming commonplace around these parts now. They're 5-2. They're the number one offense in the league in scoring. They're number one in point differential. I think it's time to say they're pretty good.
I think so, and they did it with their backup quarterback, which is equally impressive, if not more impressive. Marcus came in off the bench, was prepared, was ready. They protected him, and he did a great job. And, of course, the defense continues to impress. So, yeah, it was an all-around dominating performance against those Panthers and Andy Dalton.
What's that like in game when your starter goes down at QB and you kind of have to scramble and you want to give the backup a bunch of information, but you also don't want to put too much pressure on him. Walk me through the machinations there when the starter goes down.
That depends on the backup. Marcus is a great backup because he's a veteran guy with a similar skill set to Jaden. He can run, so you don't have to really change your game plan. You still have all the zone reads, the quarterback design plays, RPOs. Marcus can do all that, and he's a veteran. He's a pro. So he's a great backup to have in case something happens to Jade, and he proved it Sunday. If you have a young quarterback that's your backup, you're a little bit shaky. You don't know what he's good at. You don't know what he's comfortable with, so you're a little bit more conservative. But I don't think Cliff was conservative at all. He proved that on the drive at the end of the half when they went 8 plays for 92 yards and a touchdown to go 20-0. He just let it hang out and let him roll. And that's the benefit of having a veteran like Marcus.
I was going to say, not only that drive, but late in the game when they were up by 1 million, I think it was might have already been 37-0. It was 30-0 maybe. They're throwing it. They're dropping back, and Cliff Kingsbury just kept stepping on the gas pedal. But you could also see he's just operating with so much confidence right now, calling plays. You've got your backup quarterback. You're up 20-0. There's 2 minutes to go in the half, and he's going for another, not just field goal, but a touchdown. What's that like when you're in that kind of place where you just feel that good about your guys on the field making you right?
Exactly. It is a great feeling. Sometimes you don't have that feeling because you don't have any linemen that can block. Fortunately, Washington has a very good offensive line. They're playing at a high level now. The addition of Tyler Biadasz has been awesome. Cosby's playing great at the guard. The tackles are protecting. And you feel better as a play caller. Hell, these guys aren't rushing. They're not getting home. They're not hitting the quarterback. So let's just keep dialing them up. What the hell? And that's a great thing to have. Now, if you start, playing against guys like Myles Garrett, some better pass rushers, which already played, he's proved they can block them too. You might taper back a little bit. But this offensive line, Bobby Johnson and these guys are doing a great job.
Yeah, what are you seeing in terms of run blocking? And obviously having a quarterback as athletic as Jaden Daniels, and I guess Mariota by extension, certainly helps. But it's not just them. The straight runs, too, they're thumping people and moving piles, and there's holes there to be had. What are you seeing in this run game that makes it so good?
Yeah, they're versatile in what they do. They have the passes off the runs, the RPOs, the screens off the runs. They, had a good RPO. They hit the snot and the flat off the same run look with the guys going back. They got a really good conceptual run game that is hard to defend because there's so many different levels you have to defend. You have to defend the receivers on the flats, quarterback on the keeper, the run, the power runs on the inside. And Washington is strong enough up front to move people and create holes. And Brian has great vision. Eckler has great vision. These guys are finding holes. But the creativity Anthony Lynn has produced with the run game coordinator and the Bobby Johnson, like I mentioned, and obviously Kingsbury's influence, man, it's a tough offense to stop because you don't know who the hell's got the ball, where it's going. Is the quarterback keeping it? Is he handing it? Is he going to throw a flat route, a bubble screen? They got it working on all cylinders right now.
I was just watching some of their film analysis you were just getting to on the Commanders. You mentioned Biotish already in that answer, but what have you seen from him? It seems like he's the guy that jumps out at you on film, or is there more than just him that pops out?
I love that guy. He's tough. I like his name. I don't even know if I pronounce it right. Biotish. I like his name. He's tough. He's a catalyst in there, and I love good, tough centers. It makes a big difference. He's communicating, especially when you have a young quarterback and a backup coming in there. Your center has to do a lot of work, but the rest of the guys are feeding off him. I think Cosby's playing really good at guard. I don't think you can give enough credit to what they're doing at tackle. They've gotten a lot better at tackle too. So all around, they're all playing good. And the addition of Ertz has helped, and the tight end presence has helped in the run game as well. I've mentioned that many times. So yeah, they're all good.
Jay Grid with us here on Grant and Danny. Jay, how would you handle Daniels' injury this week with, respectfully to like a linebacker or a safety or somebody, playing with some discomfort? That's not that big a deal to me. But franchise quarterback, different story, at least the way I would do it. But again, I'm not qualified to do anything other than maybe talk to you. But how would you handle it as a head coach here in terms of Daniels coming back?
Yeah, you got to really be in close communication with the trainers. What's the long-term deal if he gets hit again? How's Jaden feeling? What's his flexibility like? Can he get the torque on it necessary to throw the deep ball and the deep outs and all that stuff if he's having discomfort? Discomfort's one thing, but lack of flexibility is another. If he can't make the throws that he shouldn't play. But if he can play with a little bit of pain and he still has the flexibility to rip it down the field, and what the hell, if it's just a rib, you got lots of ribs. You'll be all right.
If he is, say, 90% or so, do you play him, or does he have to be 100 because you're 5-2? It's not a division game, yada, yada, yada.
I think it depends on Jaden. Obviously Mariota will be ready to go, and you probably have to dress 3-quarter. I don't know how the third quarterback thing works anymore, but I'd be talking to Jaden. If Jaden feels like he can go, and then keep an eye on him early in the game, I'd probably limit some of the quarterback design runs and his own reads and stuff like that, although that's what makes him very good. But he'll know how to protect himself. He probably won't break any tackles or anything like that. But I'd leave it up to Jaden and the trainer. The trainer says, hey, he's not risking anything long-term. He's just going to play with some discomfort. Jaden says, I can do it. I'd let him go for a series or two, see how he feels. If he's ripping it, then let him roll. If he's struggling, then I'd probably pull him and make sure give him another week to heal.
So that's interesting, because that's actually where I was going next, and you kind of answered this. But I said to Danny earlier in the show, if Cliff Kingsbury has to tear any pages or concepts off of his little IHOP chart, or if he has to call anything differently because Daniels isn't quite ready to do something, be it nakeds on a 4th and 1 that they like, or some type of read option or whatever, then I'm not playing him. Like, if he can't be himself, then so be it. It will wait a week. But it sounds like you might be willing to go, let's play in the pocket a little more. Let's not run around as much. Let's be ultra careful and play him. That essentially you would kind of create some new rules this week if need be.
Yeah, I wouldn't totally take the handcuffs off him. I would trust the fact that he would know how to protect himself, being that he's, been in this situation before. He's had injuries before in college and missed a few downs here and there. And you can't limit his ability to run the ball, because that's what makes him special. So I think if he feels like he can run, he'll have his ribs all padded up and protected. He'll be fine. But if he's sore and he can't throw the ball, it doesn't have the flexibility, then like I said before, you got to play Marcus, because the Bears defense is pretty good. They got guys that can run all over the field. Montez Sweat, we know that. He can track people down. He runs the 4-3. So it's going to be tough to get a lot of quarterback runs anyway against this defense. It'll be more conventional type stuff, I believe, in play actions.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to get to. If it is Mariota against this Bears defense, probably the best they've faced, most complete anyway, over the course of this season, what would you game plan in terms of getting Mariota going, if it had to be Mariota?
Similar, just what they've been doing. They've been so successful through the first 7 weeks of the season, what they do and their ability to do different things out of different formations and create matchup problems in the run game and in the pass game. You just continue to do what you do. I don't think you hold back on Marcus. He proved that he can handle the offense. He's got a good grasp on it. Obviously, you want to feature the run game a little bit more and try to get some powerful runs up the middle, like they've been doing, and try to keep the defense fresh and get them off the field. But I just keep everything pretty much the same with Marcus. He's proven he can do it.
Would you expect a Mariota-led offense against the Bears to be able to thrive? They had such a good performance against Carolina post Daniels injury, but that was Carolina's defense. I wouldn't give them much of a chance for Mariota to shine or for the offense to be really good against that Bears defense. What would be your logic on that or thought on that?
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be a struggle. I think it's going to be a close game. It's going to be a low-scoring game. You have to accept that. Don't turn the ball over. Let Tressway punt and back these guys up, and hopefully Caleb Williams turns the ball over a couple times. And it might be one of those games of 17-13. I don't envision a game where you're scoring 37 or 40 points like you did last week. This is going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight up front. The offense and defensive line are going to get after it. Who can protect their quarterback better? All the similar stuff. But let's kick field goals. Let's punt when we have to, and let's try to force the young quarterback in Chicago, Caleb Williams, into some turnovers, which he is prone to do from time to time.
Jay, I was actually wondering this over the last couple of weeks, and I think now may be a good time to ask you, with maybe them leveling up again in terms of opponent difficulty, at least when it comes to an offense. How much of your play calling when you were doing it was almost geared towards, yes, I want to win this game, I want to play well here, but also I want to make sure I give a couple looks so that this team I'm playing in a couple of weeks, for example, might have to worry about something, and then maybe that's the time you go against type, or how much three-dimensional chess were you playing as a play caller, and how much do you think they're doing?
I think they're doing a lot, and you have to do some. You want to be as off balance as you can, personnel-wise, formation-wise, all that stuff. Give different looks. Run similar concepts out of different looks. Big thing we always used to say is, make the same play look different. And, you might run inside zone, but you might run it with a sifter. You might run it with a screen on the backside or a flat stick combination on the backside, but still inside zone. You know what I mean? A different RPO with a different formation. It could be with two backs. They did a couple formations with Eckler and Brian Robinson in the formation, and Sanat and Ertz in the backfield. They're doing a great job of giving defenses different looks, looking very complicated, but you really watch the tape, they're really not that complicated. They're just being creative in the way they're using everybody.
Jay Gruden on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Their defense is a lot better than it was start of the year. Seems like they got some really good players. Frankie Louvu. You look at the back end. I like what they're getting out of Quan Martin at this point. But overall, it hasn't all quite come together the way they were probably hoping for just yet. I mean, if you're saying low scoring, 14 to 17 kind of game late with a few minutes to go against the Bears, are they good enough to win a game like that at this point?
I think they are against the Bears. I know the Bears have gotten better the last couple of weeks. They put up some points, and Caleb's getting a lot better. He's more comfortable in the pocket, but I still think that they're going through some growing pains as well offensively. So I think they can get some stops. I'm surprised how well the front's playing and stopping the run. Hubbard had a couple good games coming into this game. He didn't really do anything. They're stop and run. They're playing pretty good defense. Their coverage is getting tighter. Hell, Forbes even had a pick yesterday, didn't he? That's awesome.
Second in his career, man.
So they're playing better in the back end. They're getting more confident. You can just feel the confident level. I know they're not playing great teams, but you still have to produce on field to get confidence and gain momentum moving on to your next opponent. I think that's what they have right now. They're flying to the football. They're getting good rush. Luvu's doing a good job playing on the line of scrimmage. He's playing good at linebacker, so they're mixing people up and creating different matches on defense, just like they're doing on offense.
Feels like this weekend, and just football at large here, Jay, starting Thursday even, it feels like there were more blowouts this weekend than we're used to seeing. It almost feels like almost every game comes down to one possession, even if a team comes in, on the way to a top 5 pick going up against the 5-0 team or something. But there were a number of double-digit runaway victories this weekend. Why do you think that was?
I don't know. Maybe the teams aren't very good. There weren't many. I can't remember the ones you're talking about. Houston was a good game. Detroit was a great game. Cleveland, Cincinnati, probably Cincinnati is just, or Cleveland's just a dumpster fire right now. They're awful. New England looked terrible against Jacksonville in London. They had a short trip out there, and Jacksonville stayed a week or two out there, so they had a little bit of advantage. And then Buffalo pulled away from Tennessee. They just. Tennessee couldn't get out of their own way. But, I don't know. I don't know. I think a lot of times when people get ahead, the other team tries to feel like they had to come back right away instead of sticking with their game plan and become one-dimensional and start turning the ball over, get up field position and sacks, and it becomes a blowout.
What'd you think of Drake May against the Jaguars? Second career start for him.
I'd be happy with his performance, really. Second start, I think he's doing good. I think he's shown a lot of poise in the pocket, toughness, even though they're having to come back and he's having to face stunts and twists and blitzes. He's sticking his foot in the ground and delivering the ball. So I think there's a lot of upside with Drake. Obviously, young, he's getting better and better. They just got to play better on defense. They can't let Jacksonville run the ball 17 times and eat up the clock in the game. So they got some issues at New England, but I don't think Drake May is one of them.
That's a badly coached team, by the way. Gerard Mayo is their head coach. He was a position coach. I don't think he was ever really a coordinator because Belichick did so much defensively. But he was kind of the coach in waiting. They didn't really interview anyone outside the building. It just seems like a bad situation where, I don't know, I would not be very confident in him if I was a Patriots fan.
It's weird because last year they were a top team against the run, and they got a lot of the same players. I don't know what the hell happened. I don't know. They're coached different, obviously, because the same players have on the field were number one against the run last year. This year they can't stop a dive up the middle. It's brutal. So a lot of issues going on in New England, but I think quarterback, whoever has that job next year, if it's Mayo, at least they have their future. It's a quarterback position, which is important. They just got to get the defense right.
I think you're a big Brock Purdy guy, aren't you?
I like Brock. I mean, I'm not like he's like I'm not as high on him as a lot of other guys are, but I do like him as
a top 5 guy in the league. But I think you and I are kind of like you're like me maybe, where I see him as he's better than he gets credit for the people that think he just is a passenger basically, but he's probably not a superstar. Is that fair?
Yeah.
He stunk yesterday, 3 picks. I mean, what do you make of San Francisco right now? They're 3-4. They can't beat the Chiefs. We know that. They didn't yesterday. Purdy played poorly. And I don't know. The weapons aren't there, and they just don't look the same.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I know firsthand when your weapons get hurt and you're playing backups. Instead of Deebo Samuel, Jawan Jennings, and Brandon Ayuk, you're playing Chris Conley, Ronnie Bell, and some other rookie from Fresno State. I don't even know. It becomes a lot more difficult to function. However, some teams are doing it. Chiefs are doing it with, a variety of different guys at wide receiver. So you just got to figure it out somehow. I couldn't figure it out, but it's difficult when your star players don't play. With your highest paid players on your offense don't play, it becomes very difficult. That's kind of what happened with San Fran, McCaffrey to 3 wideouts.
JKC is the only 6-0 team, only undefeated team in the NFL. So if they're not your 1 seed, you feel free to chime in and say why. But if they're the 1 seed in the NFL, who's the 2 seed? Who's the second best team chasing Kansas City in your mind right now?
Detroit.
Yeah.
Detroit is awesome. They're awesome. Their offensive line is powerful. They have receivers. They have backs. They got a quarterback that is playing at a level that nobody's seen before. These last 3 weeks he's perfect passer rating 3 games in a row. This is sick. What they're doing on offense is ridiculous. Detroit. And defensively, I hate that they lost Hutchinson. That's going to hurt them in the long run. But offensively, they're going to be able to move the ball on anybody.
How many teams in the NFC? I'll take you through them for the sake of the exercise. But would you say right now are definitively better than Washington? Or you would say, like in a playoff game at this moment, you'd be surprised if the Commanders beat them. It wouldn't be a toss-up. All right, ready? So we'll say Detroit because you really like them, it sounds like. How about Minnesota?
Yeah, it'd be tough. Their defense is pretty damn good. Didn't look good yesterday, but Minnesota's pretty good, both sides of the ball. Yeah, I'd say Minnesota give them a tough matchup.
All right, so we'll say that they're better than the Commanders. Are the Packers 5-2 better than the Commanders?
That depends on Jordan Love. Which Jordan Love is going to show up? I think their defense is pretty damn good. So I'd say right now, yes, but that's close.
Okay, so there's 3. NFC East, Eagles or Cowboys?
None.
Okay.
None.
How about the NFC South, Bucks or the Falcons, who had a tough one yesterday, got blown out by the Seahawks?
Well, the Bucks already beat them, so you got to say the Bucks. And the Bucks, with the experience they have with Todd Bowles and Vita Vea on defense, and Levante David, and then of course the wideouts, Godwin and Mike Evans and Baker playing the way he's playing. I'd say Bucks right now, but I think that can change if Washington continues to improve on defense. They're going to have to.
All right, so there's 4, and then in the NFC West, Seattle, San Francisco, either of those teams?
San Fran, if they get everybody back, yes. Seattle, no. Rams, no. Definitely Cardinals, no. We already beat them. So San Fran on paper, if everybody's healthy, they're a better football team. But right now, with all the injuries, they're not.
So we're saying top 5-ish in the NFC. I mean, why can't they win their first playoff game since I was in high school?
Why can't they? They can. I think they can, and they will. I think they're and they have a favorable schedule moving forward. The NFC East, I've mentioned this before. I mean, obviously Dallas will probably play better, but they're not very good on defense. And Dak's not he just doesn't look the same, and they don't really have a running game. And Philadelphia, Saquon's going to be a major issue. That's the only one I'm really, really worried about. The Giants are really, really struggling. So I think it's between Philadelphia and Washington to win the division. But I think both will go to the playoffs.
Jay, always awesome. Look forward to it every Monday, man. We'll talk to you next week.
All right. Thanks, guys.
That's our guy. Love learning from Jay Gruden each and every Monday at 5 o'clock on Grant and Danny.
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Tedbert Automotive Group, Tedbert Ford and Chantilly in Fairfax, your F-150 headquarters, Tedbert Chantilly Lincoln, and Tedbert Chevrolet in Sterling, home of Tedbert for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at Tedbert.com.
Are you surprised by how well this offense looked without Daniels and how sharp Marcus Mariota was? We'll get into that next on Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Offensive line, excellent job picking up the stunt by Carolina to give him the time.
Mariota tosses, touchdown, snagged by Ertz. Commanders pouring it on.
That's Ian Eagle and the CBS broadcast of Sunday's win over the Carolina Panthers. It's just funny to scroll the box scores on the top of NFL.com looking for Washington, Carolina, and to see a 40-7 where the Commanders are the team with the 40. I've been scrolling before and had to find the 40 plus to single digits.
Yeah, I've been 40-7 before. I know what that's like.
Again, 3 times in 10 seasons before this year, they won by 21 or more. They've done it 3 times in the last month and change. New territory. Yesterday, they score 40, 30 with Marcus Mariota at quarterback, and they continued to operate at an elite level offensively without Jaden Daniels, without the guy that has changed this entire thing seemingly. And a lot of people, I feel like, would tell you mostly single-handedly that he makes the line better, true. He makes the backs better, true. He makes the receivers and tight ends better, true also. Small sample against a terrible defense. And maybe that's the whole point, Danny. But for 3 quarters plus of Marcus Mariota yesterday, they were the exact same offense. They were the number 1 scoring offense in the NFL like they've been all year. They were the number 1 team in scoring differential like they have been all year. They were unstoppable. Mariota's EPA per play yesterday would rank 8th in any quarterback performance of the season. So every quarterback start of the year, there's 2 in every game. However many games have been played times 2, that's how many QB outings there have been. His performance yesterday ranks 8th in EPA per play. It's basically right there with all of the best Jaden Daniels performances. This is a career backup, essentially, who started off a little rocky in his first series.
So we have this this thing that we do, not just you and me, I mean football fans in general. When someone gets relegated to backup duty, we get in our minds that, like, Marcus Mariota stinks. That's not just him, but anybody that's a backup. And that's not the case, right? Now, I know what it looks like over 17 weeks. I'm not getting the 8th ranked quarterback in EPA per play. I promise you. If Marcus Mariota started quarterback here for 17 weeks, he would not be the 8th best quarterback in terms of that ranking. Regression would happen. But in a small sample against a terrible defense, he ran wild and was awesome.
Right. And just to be clear, I think you understand, but someone might not. It's not to say he ranks 8th among quarterbacks in the stat. His game,
I know.
Game score. I know you know.
Right.
His game score ranks 8th among all the quarterbacks. So, like, if he has a stinker against the Bears, it's not like he's now 14th. My point is, everyone's played games. 7 quarterbacks have had more statistically impressive outings than Mariota did yesterday. I just think it's a Cliff Kingsbury take a bow day.
It is.
It is a, can we acknowledge this dude's kicking butt and taking names?
Without a doubt.
And I think whenever we do that, people view it as some disrespectful thing to Jaden Daniels, or, how could you dare not say it's all Daniels? This is a lot Kingsbury too. Like, this offense is awesome.
Yeah, so the comps I've used previously for excellent rookie quarterbacks, right? The guys that have had these ungodly seasons over the last handful of years. Justin Herbert was ridiculous as a rookie. Ridiculous. Their offense didn't do this. Their offense wasn't like this. Their offense wasn't hanging 40 on bad teams per week. They weren't blowing teams out by 30 a game with Justin Herbert slinging it around the yard. That was as impressive a throwing rookie season as I've ever seen. Whenever you watch him, he's doing something, you go, oh my God, that's jaw-dropping. Go back to Stroud last year. Excellent. Nobody's saying he wasn't excellent, but the offense wasn't like this. It can be both things. And you know what? It happens to be. You get an excellent quarterback with all the future in the world and a staff led by Kingsbury and company, where they've added, some important pieces, guys like Anthony Lynn, guys like Johnson from Philadelphia. It's kind of this melting pot, this sort of perfect amalgam of philosophy, execution, keeping teams off balance, always a step or two ahead. Even if something goes for little or negative, it now feels like that's actually probably on purpose. They probably just set that up, if not for this week, for 2 weeks, for a month from now, or for later on today, where they'll come back to a certain look. If you go, Daniels could have kept that. Why didn't he keep that on not like an RPO, but like a read option keeper potentially, where the running back batter's in the line for 1.5 yards or 3 yards or something like that. Oh, he was so open. They know everything it now seems to have a plan. It's not just, all right, let's try. It's none of that. It's thoughtful. It's all really, really, really well designed and excellently executed.
How much better do you guys feel about this team after the way they played post Daniels getting hurt yesterday? I think that's an interesting question. 800-636-1067. Because I think it's a two-part answer for me. Like, it is such a small sample, and it is a terrible opponent. I don't mean that the Panthers as a team are really bad, which they are. I mean that the Panthers as a defense are really bad, which is even more the case. This weekend, here's a good example. They play the Bears on Sunday evening in FedEx Field at 4:25. In that game, whether Jaden Daniels plays or Marcus Mariota plays, I fully expect that their offense will punt more than once. It's going to be a 3 or 4 punt day. There's no such thing, it seems like, for this offense as like a 5 punt day. Punting's down in the NFL anyway because you're starting closer to midfield, because people go for more 4th downs across midfield than ever before with aggressiveness, because kickers kick more field goals from deeper than they ever have before. So there's just more drives that result in field goal attempts and going for 4th downs and turnover on downs or whatever. So punters are, going from punting whatever it is, 6 times a game to 5, and next year it'll be 4. That's the trend here. But if it's not Daniels and it's Mariota, I think we're going to go, oh, well, see, Marcus Mariota didn't run the offense as well. And there's some truth to that. Daniels is better. Daniels is a superstar. Daniels is an MVP candidate. But I think if Daniels plays, it'll look similar. It's going to come back to the pack a little bit. But I guess my point is, I just feel a lot better about Kingsbury, that the offensive staff, and every position group outside of quarterback on offense than I did before the game. Seeing how it went without Daniels, there is the wand that they wave over everything to just make it better. Oh, of course, Brian Robinson and Austin Eckler are having big seasons. You've got to account for Daniels and read option carrying out his fakes. Obviously, the receivers are all overperforming. Look at all the play extended, nice plays Daniels is making. Yeah, the offensive line grades out top 5 and pass block win rate, and top 10 and run metrics. And, they've been one of the 10 or so best offensive lines in the league. But that's because Daniels gets the ball out really fast. And yesterday, Marcus Mariota held the ball second longest of any quarterback, 3.5 seconds. He still wasn't pressured at a top 16 rate in the league.
Mm-hmm.
The line is just good.
Yeah,
They're playing well.
Precisely.
Give them their damn credit.
And they took advantage. And it always sounds like when you point out something else that you're knocking that information or the people in question here. Carolina's defense is atrocious. That group has all but quit, and they were an embarrassment yesterday. And so that's what you should do, right? Like you did the thing that you're supposed to do. When they can't get past you, you never let up. You're relentless. That's a cultural thing. We talked about it with some of these incredible moments that, Zacchaeus away from the play on a huge Austin Eckler run, 60 yards down the field, picking up the fumble, right? Nick Allegretti recovering that fumble. Otherwise, they don't win the game. These are the sorts of things. There's no let up. There's no, all right, we've done it. Even if it's, Billy the backup or special team Sammy that's in there late, they're all still trying to fly around and make plays. That's a cultural thing. And that word gets thrown around a lot. I don't have a better word than that because every coach uses it. Everybody wants to have it. Well, it seems like they got it. Like this group really does have it here. And there's an amount of buy-in that's taken place where a coach can tell you a million times, if you do X, Y, and Z, we're going to win. If you do X, Y, and Z and you look up and you're down by 30, it's hard to listen to that coach the next time. It's like, I'll do just enough to not get yelled at in the film room on Monday, but there's not the level of buy-in. It's now, if you do X, you do Y, you do Z, you win, and you do, and you get sideline laughter. That's a self-sustaining mechanism.
In the same way that it was really impressive and a win for this staff from an optics standpoint, that all week long you were told how good you were and how easily you were going to win, and you came out and did something that never happens here. You handled prosperity, and you even overachieved by the lofty expectations. You're going to win by 15 or 20, and you won by 33. That was an incredible look and a huge and impressive accomplishment for this staff. But so was your starting quarterback going down and the offense playing at an elite level with your backup. looking like it has as the number one offense in the league every step of the way all season long. That's also a really good look on this staff. What did the play of the offense after the injury tell you guys? And what did it make you feel about these coaches, these players around Daniels, and this offense overall? 800-636-1067 is how you can join the conversation on the phones, at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny on social. You're listening to G&D. Top of the hour at 6 o'clock, you'll hear from Jeremy Chin, safety for the Commanders. I told him in the locker room during our conversation yesterday that they have not shut a team out as an organization since 1991. Think about that. Said you guys were flirting with it, thought you might get it. He was so bummed to hear that it had been since 91.
They would have ran on the parade there, Jeeps.
He felt like they let him off the hook a little bit. Dalton didn't make many plays, but he made this one fall away throw way down the field to set them up inside the red zone when they eventually would get points on that drive. And that was kind of the moment where you go, okay, they're not going to get the shutout. But if he misses on that throw or they don't convert, then they have to punt or Washington gets the ball back. May well have happened. Can you imagine, though? 40-0 if we were sitting here. Like,
man,
that would have been it. It's funny how 40-7 feels a lot different. But a 40-0 shutout first since 91.
Can you imagine?
That's like a fuel up the vans. We're caravanning all the way to Nolans. We might have to take 2 trips.
Goodness
I
gracious.
hope I got to talk to Christian tonight, our buddy in New Orleans. He's booking flights and hotels. We're getting everything lined up for our big trip in December. We're going to see the Commanders play the Saints.
Do we have to go twice in 2 months?
I got to see if Christian's got a plan developing yet for February trip right around Valentine's Day. Because we might need some hotels then, too, if you know what I mean. Let's go to the phones and talk to Gabe in Woodbridge on G&D. What'd you make of the fact that their offense was as prolific as it's been all season long with Marcus Mariota at quarterback?
Hey, y'all. I don't know. It just seemed like this was a weird kind of reverse measuring stick in a sense because I didn't think that despite like the team being this bad, the Panthers, I didn't think we would have this kind of effect. And then even more so when Jaden came out, I was like, it's going to be a struggle. Now we're just going to get nasty. And like the fact that it was almost seamless. I mean, it was almost seamless. And I think this might've been like Mariota's best game ever. So the fact that the offense kept rolling and then it almost seemed like the defense had never let up. Never, even when it was like 34 or 37-0, they were still flying around. And then like on special teams, so like all goes back to like this crazy effect Dan Quinn and the staff have had on the team. Like this crazy, like just have totally installed this kind of just fight hard and don't give up and fight for your teammate kind of attitude. So just
the brotherhood thing they talk about, which is one of those phrases that I hear and I just kind of go, it means nothing. It's like in one ear and out the other to me, like brotherhood. We love the guy next to us. Brotherhood. Every coach ever has talked about that. Every high school coach ever has talked about look into the eyes of the man next to you. Everybody touch somebody. Get down on a knee. Everybody touch somebody. We're brothers. We're in this together. Blah, blah, blah. It is such a reality in that locker room with these gladiators who believe there's a person in front of them addressing them and either the words out of his mouth are gospel or they're not. And it's just a reality. People like Dan Quinn. They want to play for Dan Quinn. I remember when they hired him, and I was super bummed out about it, most notably because he's a defensive-minded head coach, and I would never in a million years hire a defensive-minded head coach because offensive coordinators leave, and then you have to find new offensive coordinators, and it just hasn't worked in the league in a long, long time. But I remember someone in the building reaching out to me after the hire, and they're like, listen, dude, they're like, you got to trust me. I get it. I get that this is not the way that it always works in this era. But this is a special human being who is going to build a really good staff, who is going to be beloved by players, and that is almost or more important than anything else. And that's kind of what's happening in front of our eyes. And we'll see where it goes this year and in the years ahead, and with Kingsbury staying or leaving, and how the offense over years develops as to whether or not you can actually figure it out, because no one else has been able to. You've taken the road harder traveled. But what you cannot argue, and what I am willing right now to say wholeheartedly, is that everything that they wanted when they hired Dan Quinn, everything that they hoped for, everything they thought they were going to get, is happening at about peak capacity. The staff, check. The player buy-in, check. The brotherhood culture with our backward hats on together, check. Like, it's all checking out right now, Danny. Every bit of it.
Yeah, I wanted to add to the caller's point, Grant and Danny right here on the Fan, about the defense. They've had 3 excellent games in my mind, right? It depends on how you view the Giants game. But I would say 3 really good games defensively where they were unfiltered, not concerned, didn't feel threatened. AKA, we're not scared of you. And in those games, they had a feeding frenzy. In those games, they're harassing and haranguing ball carriers, quarterbacks, jumping pass routes, etc. You haven't seen that against the two good offenses. Think about Baltimore and then and Tampa, and then maybe to some degree that Giants game. I didn't feel like they had that same energy to swarm. I'm wondering if you do this enough times where you beat up on some bad opponents, which is what they've done to their credit. I mean, they've dominated Arizona, Cleveland, and Carolina now, right? Those last two are the two best samples, to me at least. I'm wondering if you can convert some of that when you play a good team too. Like I understand they're going to get theirs. You saw it against Baltimore. Like a good offense is going to be able to move the ball. They do it to everybody. Chicago of late has been really good. I'm wondering if you maybe now a couple times you get a couple confidence boosts going against an organization's fifth starter or seventh starter. You see a couple fastballs, you watch it go over the wall a couple times. Now maybe you get hot. I'm hoping this is kind of a corner turn for the defense.
You'll hear from Jeremy Chin on that defense next on Grant and Danny. We will continue to ask you guys to hop in if you'd like at 800-636-1067. Phones are open. Next category to hit on as well. Don't forget about what is something that happened yesterday that hasn't gotten enough attention that you think is deserving of recognition, maybe someone who's deserving of praise. Don't forget about on Grant and Danny on a Victory Monday. Washington is 5-2, first place in the East, second place in the NFC, and 3-0 at home for the first time in 19 years. Oh, hum. The locals are good.
And Ben Sinnott. Fake it. Mariota throws it. Caught by Sinnott. Touchdown. The first of his NFL career. Rookie out of Kansas State.
How about Ben Sinnott? First 2 NFL catches, first 2 NFL targets, and touchdown number 1 came on his first catch right there. Welcome back to Grant and Danny, the Stretch Run on a Victory Monday. You're listening live to the Fan all over DC on 106.7 and wherever you are via the Odyssey app. You can also watch the show. We are streaming on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page in high definition. Jeremy Chinn, safety with the Commanders, has been a nice addition. The former Carolina Panther playing against his old mates yesterday, made 4 tackles on the back end. Quiet game, which is nice because he plays deep center field and means guys in front of him were doing their job for the most part. Chinn, part of a 33-point win and a near shutout of the Panthers. In the locker room, I found him at his locker yesterday.
Jeremy, whatever the game plan was, it seemed to work. You guys get the pick 6, then a 3 and out. You were off and running. Hold them to 7 points in the game.
Man, I feel like 7 was too many, man, to be honest with you. But yeah, man, it was a great game plan in place, and we just went out there and executed.
Is it one of those things where coming into the game based on watching the tape or whatever the plan is, would you guys feel really good, or does that happen after the game starts with kind of what's happening on the field?
I mean, we feel good going into it. I mean, we do a great job of preparing throughout the week, so we can come in on Sundays and just have fun and be confident.
The last time this team pitched a first half shutout was in 2022. A full game shutout was in 91. Are you guys thinking about that, like on the field in the second half? I mean, it's been 30 years. Obviously, you don't know that.
Yeah, man, for sure. Like, I mean, we don't know, obviously, it was since 91, but, like, I mean, we come out in the first half and they have 0 points. It's like we need to finish this thing. But, I mean, we're chasing perfection. Like, that's how we come out here. That's how we approach it. That's how we approached it today. Unfortunately, they did score. But, you know, it was a great game all around.
For you individually, just playing a lot of former teammates and former organization, any added satisfaction in just playing a good, strong game and putting some good film out there?
Yeah, of course. You feel me, Liz? Nah, like it's always good when you can go back and, you know, play your former team and get a dub and, you know, have a great game. So that was definitely added motivation and just a good feeling overall.
Last one, I know it's the other side of the ball, but when Jaden goes out, you guys probably think, uh-oh. And then Marcus comes in and the offense doesn't miss a beat.
Right.
Your thoughts on just the way Marcus played and Jaden moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, we got utmost confidence in everybody in this locker room. You know, whoever it may be in any position, we believe that people will step up and win and do what they need to do and execute their job. And that's just from the way that we work, from day one in training camp all the way to this point. We'll just continue to get better.
That was Jeremy Chinn in the locker room after the game. I don't know if my mic's working or what's happening right now.
It is now. It wasn't before. Now we're good, though.
Okay.
Just it's a huge part of what we're doing here is that old mic being on.
Microphone glass.
Microphone glass.
Microphone glass.
Oh, hi. We're talking. Hello. Radio, sir.
Let's go back one more time. Jeremy Chinn.
Jeremy Chinn.
In the locker room after the game.
After the game.
I can't tell you, though, how salty he was. I wish I had a camera on him. When I said that it's been since 1991, he was like, it was like he'd been wondering. He's like, you got to be kidding me. That long?
Yeah.
But I love the quote. We're chasing perfection. We needed to finish. I love that.
I do too. Again, because it's not just lip service. I keep hammering this kind of stuff. We had and this is not the same. I'm not saying it's the same. Everyone settle down, okay? But in my little guy's flag football game on Sunday.
That's not the same.
I'm not saying it's the same.
Oh, sorry.
An incredible play. The other team breaks free. The guy's going to jog in, whatever, for a touchdown on a long run. 2 different kids on our team chase the kid down, pull the flag about a yard shy of the goal line. Would have been very easy for them just to kind of jog after him and quit. The other team ends up not scoring.
What are you comparing it to?
I'm saying in a game that doesn't matter at all. There's nothing about this game that matters. These little kids, they're learning what a snap is and where to line up, etc. I couldn't stop talking about that with the parents, with the kids, like post game. That's all the other coaches. All we wanted to talk about was that hustle and that effort in something that's meaningless as you're going to go eat a snack post game, right? In the NFL, the fact that you're up 40-0, It doesn't matter if the other team scores 1 touchdown or 4 touchdowns. You're still winning the game by double digits.
But you do understand it's not the same.
I'm trying to say that it's not the same.
Okay.
They just put forth the effort of my 6-year-old to be okay.
Right.
No, but you see my point. It's like, it's not just something that
Danny Witt coaching them up.
I'm sure I'm good. Like, let's go 4x2, and they don't know where do I stand? What do I do? But the fact is, it's not just something that you do sometimes. It's not opt-in when it's convenient. You do this stuff all of the time, and eventually you'll take your chance with the results. I love it. Culturally, it's happening.
It is time for Don't Forget About on Grant and Danny. We do this every Monday. You can take part at 800-636-1067. What should we not forget about from the Commanders' Sunday win? It was a big one, 40-7 over the Panthers.
Don't you forget that Emmanuel Forbes had an interception. It means a couple things. Number one, Emmanuel Forbes had an interception. Number two, he was on the football field. That's a big deal. Active, playing football on the field. I have no idea what it means. I don't know that he's replacing anybody or moving ahead of anyone else on the depth chart or what that means. I think he was in for almost 2/3 of defensive snaps in this game, his most in a while, which is a huge deal. Good for him. It's not easy. Your first-round pick, you're disappointing to everybody all the time. Your name now becomes something of a punchline. It's probably not that much fun for him to go to work, right? As much fun as maybe everyone else is having. So that was really cool to see him jump an in-breaking route. He was there well ahead of the offensive player. Don't forget about that.
Don't forget about Brian Robinson scoring another touchdown, which means he scored in 4 straight games that he's played in, and in 5 of 6 games that he's played in this year. Overtobe actually tipped me off to this a couple weeks ago. He's like, you realize Brian Robinson scores in every home game ever, right? And I'm like, I guess I didn't realize that. He's like, yeah, go back and look. He scores in every home game that's ever happened at that stadium since 1996, which is weird because he wasn't even born at the beginning.
Just not even alive.
But I put a little shekel or 2 down on B-Rob scoring a touchdown because he scores at home, and he did it again. But he scores everywhere, basically. Touchdown against the Panthers, 2 against Cleveland. Then on the road in Arizona, scored a touchdown. On the road in the Bengals, scored a touchdown. Scored at Tampa Bay as well. That's 6 tutties for him through 6 games so far this season. Brian Robinson likes getting into the end zone.
Give me a don't you dare forget about. Ben Sinnott, first career catch, touchdown. You saw in the preseason, remember that one catch he had over the middle, that kind of seam route where he trucked 2 guys, but another guy missed, like someone got around to start again, and he trucked that guy.
By the way, because of the preseason, I'm convinced and I'm like so confident in he's underutilized because he can't be tackled easily. He makes plays after the catch. They should be throwing him the football more, but I'm not going to complain about anything because they score 31 points a game.
And this is kind of my point here. This is not a complaint. I'm just addressing the fact. It's gonna sound like I'm knocking the guy. I'm just gonna say it. We're just doing a show. That's all. I'm just saying.
Will you admit it's a complaint then?
It's not.
It is.
It's not a complaint.
If you're going to mention Zach Ertz's name, then I know it's a complaint.
I'm telling you this because you have Sinnott waiting in the wings. I do think this is going to happen. I think slowly but surely there's going to be more role for Sinnott as we go.
That's fair.
2 false starts for Ertz. A couple balls smacked him off the hands. He's not getting a ton of separation. He's still a valuable player. He is still helpful. He should still be on the field. He can absolutely still contribute, which he did in this game and will continue to do so. I'm saying they've got another, I don't want to say secret weapon because it's not a secret, but somebody that I think is going to have a larger and larger role as the season progresses, and I think his name is Ben Sinnott.
I think all of that is
Is that fair?
Yes. It's fine.
Okay. Is that fair, Lakes?
What do you really want to say, though?
I said it.
Okay.
Please stop false starting.
That sounds like a complaint.
Catch the ball. Hold on to it. Hold on to it. Just hold on.
One more don't forget about for me. Don't forget about the Noah Brown PI that he drew. He only had the 1 catch for 16 yards, but then a near 30-yard PI that set them up for a touchdown in the first half that helped get Mariota going before he even had a completion.
Mm-hmm.
That was like the first big chunk play that they got in the passing game with him. Noah Brown has been a massive addition for them. And even when he is not, like in yesterday's game, doing a whole lot in the box score, he is a pain in the butt to defend. I think you've got to account for him. You're assigning a bigger bodied physical DB his way. I think it's opened some other things up. I really, really like what he's provided.
It's a good fit. Yeah, I thought that ball, Brown had to flatten out a little bit because that looked like a flag or corner, whatever you want to call it to me. And if Mariota goes down the field more, it's a touchdown probably. But he had to flatten out. Good adjustment, forced the defender to smack him before the ball got there.
One more. Don't forget about Mikey Sanristow's PBU. to force a 3-and-out right after the first drive.
Yep.
So the first drive, Panthers, people sleep. They were moving right down the field.
A really good plan.
Dave Canales had a pretty first 15 design, and they were going marching into the red zone before the pick 6 from Dante Fowler. But on the next series for Washington on 3rd down, Sanders just beautifully played a pass to Deontay Johnson, who's the best receiver for Carolina, and he broke it up on his back hip, basically. I mean, I always want the conversation. Did he get there early? Did he wrap his hand around his waist as he played the ball beautifully with his, right hand there? Did his left hand wrap around the shoulder a little bit? Because it means it was just textbook and perfect. And if it was PI, it was barely PI. I don't think it was. I don't care if it was. That was a great play, and I thought he played really well again.
Me too. Love the team in tackles, by the way. He's physical.
Yes, he is. All right, to the phones we go. You guys have been waiting patiently. Let's go to Vic in Accokeek. What's up?
What's up, y'all?
Hey, man.
So what I definitely don't want to forget about, I love the way that our linebackers thanking coverage this week. It gave us opportunity to get after the passer in key series, particularly the one where Frankie Louvu was able to bend the corner. If you see how the pass rush married our coverage in the secondary and the intermediate depth of the linebackers, B-Wag had sank just in front of the safety that was running with the crossing pattern, and it was about 15, 20 yards down the field. But because B-Wag sank deep enough and he kept sinking because nothing crossed his face, there was nothing that could hurt him directly in front of him. It gave Frankie Louvu the opportunity to bend the corner, but it made Andy Dalton hold the ball. And when you see those little things on defense, which we have the athleticism to do, it makes you more confident that not only can these things be done, they can be done at a high level to the point where it frustrates offenses to say, what can we do to be successful? And that's what you want from your defense. You just want if your defense is doing little things right with athleticism and with consistency, sometimes great players are going to outplay great game plans. But if great defenses do good things all the time, that's what eventually equates to being great overtime.
Thank you, Vic. We appreciate you. I mean, Vic does not put down his whistle. He's going to coach you up, right? He's going to let you know what he saw. And in this particular instance, he's going to drill down on that one play. That's what a coach does.
You find it to illustrate a point about a larger theme.
Let's go to Jake in Bowie on Grant and Danny. What's up, Jake?
Hey, how you guys doing? Oh, how you guys doing? Thanks for having me on.
You all right over there? It sounds like you saw a spider.
I'm rushing, man. I'm trying to get to a softball game.
All right.
So I wanted to visit the Emmanuel Forbes interception real quick. It looks like he's in a shell defense end zone, and I'm wondering if it's kind of thing where it's like a process thing. He's in the right position, sees the quarterback's eyes. Obviously, it's a softball thrown to him, but is that the kind of thing where just a little bit of confidence comes for a guy who's kind of been crapped on for a while, maybe gets up a little bit more and becomes a more serviceable quarterback down the road? What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I referenced that earlier. I mean, he played 2/3 of snaps very quietly. Now, part of that's probably because it's a blowout and maybe they're getting some guys' feet up. But the other part is he was on the football field, which hadn't really been the case of late. So
he played 4 snaps 2 weeks ago, and he was inactive last week. So to play half the snaps is a pretty big jump.
That is a pretty big deal. So that's the hope. I mean, when you are aggressive and that is rewarded, that can only be a confidence builder. Like, there's nothing bad about the fact that he jumped the route and got an interception yesterday. You know what I mean? Like, how big a deal is it going forward? I don't know the answer to that. You'd have to, dive inside his mind to figure that out. But I know that it can't hurt.
Don't forget about the creativity in the run game from Kingsbury. We see little wrinkles every single week. I don't even know if all of them are designed as much for like that play and what needs to be done as much as to just make the defense think and get them kind of moving around. On the Brian Robinson touchdown downhill out of the shotgun with Mariota, they had Andrew Wiley lined up outside of Brandon Coleman to the left tackle. So in other words, your right tackle was lined up as a tight end on the left, and it was an imbalanced line. So it was center, left guard Allegretti, left tackle Coleman, left tight end essentially Wiley, and then to the right of Biotish, you had right guard Cosme as the furthest lineman over, and then 2 tight ends off his hip who were not on the line of scrimmage in Sinnott and Ertz. It's just little things like that, little subtle things where then they immediately pull Sinnott, scrapes across the bottom of the line of scrimmage. Ertz releases out into the flat. And at that point, Robinson follows Sinnott into a gigantic hole and picks up 8 for a touchdown. But Kingsbury is always drawing up little wrinkles in the running game that I like. Let's go to Adrian in Fort Washington on Grant and Danny. Adrian, how are you?
Hey, how you guys doing this evening?
Good, buddy.
Hey, I just wanted to say we can't forget about Josh Harris, Magic Johnson, and Adam Peters. They have brought new life back to Washington, D.C. That hasn't been here in a very long time. So I would just love to say thank you for them for taking over ownership and bringing us joy back to Washington, D.C.
100% right. 100% right. It still hasn't, it's not commonplace yet. You know what I mean? It's not something I take for granted yet. I will one day. I'll wake up in what, 3 years, 4 years, 7 years and go, remember when Dan Snyder owned the team? And it'll just be normal. We'll have normal conversations about this decision or this football thing or what happened here and there. I am still smelling the roses. Just everything that happens, I just can't help but compare it to just a couple of years ago. To right around now when Dan is sending, through his attorneys, is sending like defiant letters, I'll never sell, put it in caps, cold dead hands, making fun of people, yelling at Jim Irsay or whatever. Such a departure. 100% right.
Thank you for making it respectful and respectable at that stadium and just to be a part of it. I mean, I said this earlier when we were doing game balls. The Darrell Green celebration yesterday was well done.
Seemed like all class.
It was elegant. It was classy. It was, we talk about this with the Capitals a lot. The Capitals did their 50th anniversary celebration to kick off their season. We were not lucky enough to have been there, and they had a concert and they had this huge event. And they put on an immaculate show. I mean, they really, truly did. I don't know if they hire a company to put that on who runs concerts or, how they pulled it off, but it was really amazingly done. And they are organizationally proficient and excellent at that. And they deserve credit for it. They do it better than anybody else in town. The Commanders ran an amazing event, something they are not good at, or at least I should say,
hadn't been.
The last iterations have been dreadful at. This was their first crack at it in a lot of ways, and maybe that's why they rolled out the red carpet to the extent that they did, but they did an amazing job at it. And I think they deserve credit for that. But that's the ownership part. In addition to, thank you for hiring a general manager and then giving that GM the money that it takes to hire Lance Newmark, to hire Brandon Sosna, to hire the front office and the staff, and then empowering them to do what they want to do. Not telling them, hey, make sure we go draft this guy. My kid went to school with him. Hey, I really would think that we need a tight end who can run a 4.2, so grab this guy. No, let the football person do what he wants to do and go do something else, David Tepper, or else lose and embarrass yourself for 20-plus years. Choose one. Which path do you want to go down? But not a problem here anymore.
No. Imagine having it be a problem. But that's really what it is. When you go all out for something and people feel like they're being used, people feel like it's another money grab, where it's like a chance to come see Darrell Green. They didn't do this, by the way, but like a chance to come see Darrell Green get honored. For only $39.95, you can be in this waiting area. For only $79.99, get a chance to see it. But people, a couple diehards will take it, but for the most part, it cheapens it. When it really is about the celebration, when you're actually following through with the honoring the thing, person, place, idea, whatever that you say you're going to, and the whole point is for everyone to have fun, it pays off in the long run. You get great brand association. You get people that say, you know what? I had a blast. I will buy the next promotional thing. I will do the all-you-can-eat club level tickets for $600 for the next home game or whatever. That's how you do it, man. You got to put deposits in.
Let's go to Moose in Falls Church. By the way, do you know a Moose other than Mike Messina and Daryl Johnston? I'm trying to come up with another Moose.
Like professionally?
Yeah.
Like at a pro level? I mean,
I feel like that's a sports guy.
Yeah, that's a sports guy. One of my teammates we called Moose. He just behaved like it was. His name was Greg Condon, all-time wins leader at the George Washington University.
I guess I'll accept it.
Yeah.
You could be making that up.
No, he was nasty, but he was a big old moose.
Mike Messina, Moose Daryl Johnston. There's got to be another one. Moose.
There definitely is.
If we're just doing our own local
Moose and
mooses,
Muhammad, was he a moose?
I don't think he was a moose.
Moosh.
But I did love Moose and Muhammad.
Of course.
What number did he wear?
A jersey number.
What number, though?
Do you want me to start going 1 through 99?
He wore 87.
87.
That's my guy.
87.
Moose, what's up? Home of the Jaguars, Falls Church.
Hey guys, what's going on
Hey, dude.
today? Thanks for having me. I just wanted to say thanks. You guys like my name. Also, I don't want to take anything away from the game, especially the 4 quarters that our team played. And I see it week in and week out. And I saw it was a team collective effort. Everyone stepped up defensively. I feel like we're getting better. And I just hope we can continue, keep this thing rolling. And we proved next man up. Mariota stepped in like the veteran he is, and that he could run our offense.
Thanks.
And I can't give enough to that, man. It wasn't easy for him to do that.
Thanks, buddy. Yeah,
Appreciate you.
You don't expect to play. You don't get the reps. You come in. And by the way, you're one of these guys who people don't think is very good.
Yep.
I mean, that's just the rap on you.
That's what happens.
So you go over your first 3. Everybody's joning. Twitter's having a field day. In the stadium, everyone's going, oh, here we go. You know, press box jokes are being made. And you just kind of keep chopping wood.
Tore it up.
Eventually that tree falls down. So I'm happy for him. I really am. Made the most of his opportunity. Tom, Williamsburg, you're on the Fan. How are you?
All right. How are you guys doing? I really enjoy the show.
Appreciate you.
I wanted to just make an observation. I was at the game yesterday, and I know that Grant had said that he was in the press box. Did you notice with McCaffrey on, the designated passing plays, how that guy blocks and how he goes to his assignment, does his assignment to a T? But what I also noticed is how open he was all the time. What do you think? Why aren't they getting him more involved?
So it's a good question. I did not notice yet. I went back and watched the condensed version of the game every play. I have not yet gone back and watched all 22. So I could have more thoughts on this for you in due time. But I've talked about this a few times on the show from previous games that he is open a lot. And it matches the numbers where statistically, based on separation percentage, he is one of the most open receivers in the league on average. He's a great route runner. He's a very physical blocker, willing blocker. I love the player. He was non-existent on the stat sheet yesterday. For whatever reason, I mean, they just kind of go where the reads take him or whatever. It has not been to him very often. And he's not going to be a 75 catch guy as a rookie. I think they're hoping he's a 25, 30 catch guy. But if your question is, have you been impressed by him? Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
I think he's a real football player. And it's not surprising. I mean, his brother is an MVP in the league type player. If they were, running backs were allowed to win the award, he would. And his dad was
pretty good.
Awesome wide receiver. So I always bet on bloodlines.
Yeah. So even in addition to that, I mean, yesterday, for example, this is going to sound like a criticism. It is not. But on at least 2 occasions, Austin Eckler was alone. Like, I think on the there was a 3rd and 7 pass to Ertz over the middle of the field where Ertz was like a yard shy of the first down. At the top of the screen, Eckler probably could have walked in for a touchdown. Like, it's like where your dictated reads take you, give you a really good percentage. And it's easy to say in a video game, scan the whole field, use your passing cone Madden style to find somebody open. But sometimes it's not where you're supposed to be going. The design's probably 1, 2, 3, 4, and he might be number 5, or 1, 2, and 3 are all open and the ball's already out.
Thanks as always to Condorian Murad for making the show possible here on The Fan. They're our sponsor. They will help you update your last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family, schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Go to kmlawyers.com. Tell them G&D sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Toby's got overtime coming up next. We'll be live and local deep into the evening on The Fan to keep this Victory Monday conversation going. We're at Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny. You want to hit us up on social. Tomorrow on the show, we'll start at 2 o'clock. We've got a Jaden Daniels update, whatever we find out between now and then. 3 p.m., fastest 16 minutes around the NFL. 4 o'clock, tickets to see Disturbed in concert. And at 5 o'clock, our Tuesday appointment with Austin Eckler. That's tomorrow on G&D. Overtime is next.
Thank you for coming.